253, 12,000 words. They were like timid children hiding in a dusty medicine shop in the depths of an alley. Other than the long legs of the women and the vulgar words of the shopkeeper, there was nothing much to do. Business was slow, and sometimes even the women did not understand why they were hired. If it was the spendthrift shopkeeper who groped the women every day, it was relatively easy to understand. But the men were not serious with their words, and would never really take advantage of the women. This made them a little confused. However, they did not lack a single copper coin for their monthly salary, so they were happy to waste their time in this medicine shop. After all, they would not lose a piece of meat if the shopkeeper looked at them a few times every day. Working here paid well, and they did not have to worry about food and clothing. Their meals at home improved a lot, and most of the women put on 2 or 3 pounds, which was worrying. Zheng Dafeng received another message today. The messenger was a yin spirit who had left Liju Grotto Heaven with him. No matter how much Zheng Dafeng jested and called him brother, the yin spirit only pretended to be deaf and mute, and did not reveal any details. Until now, Zheng Dafeng could not figure out the yin spirit's cultivation level. The old man told the yin spirit to tell Zheng Dafeng 2 things. The first was that Chen Pingan's 8 tails of essential qi talisman had been broken, and there was no need for Zheng Dafeng to remove it. The second was that the preacher and protector were in Old Dragon City, and he had to be careful. The first matter was very simple. The key was the second matter. The old man's words were very ambiguous and unclear. Zheng Dafeng wanted to ask more, but the yin deity with the talisman had already disappeared. Zheng Dafeng could not figure it out, and sat on the doorstep of the medicine shop in a daze. The matter of the master and the preacher had always been a knot in Zheng Dafeng's heart. The old man admitted that he was his and senior brother Li Er's master, but not their preacher. Instead, he let Li Er's daughter, Li Liu, acknowledge the old man as her preacher. As for his status as a path protector, Zheng Dafeng was now the path protector of the Fan family's kid. He had to ensure that the kid successfully broke through the bottleneck of the 3 martial realms, and then help the Fan family's kid all the way to the spirit refinement realm, which was a pure martial realm. The old man's attitude towards Chen Pingan was also quite unfathomable, but Zheng Dafeng could be sure that the young man from Mud Bottle Alley was only one of his master's many bets. His weight was far less than that of Ma Kushuan, who was blessed by the heavens, and Li Liu, who was born with knowledge. The breathing technique that he had imparted to Li Liu was actually very crude and could not be considered a superior mental cultivation method. Zheng Dafeng guessed that Chen Pingan's rise in martial arts in recent years had been too astonishing. Now that he had advanced from the body refining realm to the qi refining realm, the old man began to gradually increase his bet. Zheng Dafeng frowned and pondered, could it be that he wants me to be Chen Pingan's Dao disciple or Dao protector? That can't be right. The old man has always been straightforward when he asked his subordinates to do this kind of thing. He has always been clear about who he would be, how many years he would be in charge, and what realm he would be in charge of protecting the Dao disciple. He would never be so secretive. Zheng Dafeng held his head with both hands and sighed helplessly. Besides, Chen Pingan and I are not compatible. I really can't like such an unromantic and inflexible young man. Obviously, it would be best for Li Er to be Chen Pingan's path protector. Master, what are you thinking? Can't you just give me a straight answer? Being his path protector for a year or so is fine. I can just pinch my nose and bear with it. But if I were to be his path protector, wouldn't that be asking for my life? A lively young girl was sitting by the door and eating melon seeds. She smiled and asked, "Shopkeeper, what are you worried about?" Zheng Dafeng turned his head and glanced at the young girl's slightly flat chest. He said in a low voice, "Xiao He, you have to keep up. You can't just grow legs without gaining weight." The young girl was bold to begin with. After spending so much time together, she had already heard those dirty words. She continued to eat melon seeds and said unconcernedly, "If I want to gain weight, I have to eat more. But the monthly salary of the medicine shop is so little. I would like to be more glamorous there, but the money in my pocket doesn't agree. What can I do? Shopkeeper, can you secretly raise my salary? I promise I won't tell them." Zheng Dafeng smiled mischievously and said, "With your chattering mouth, you won't be able to hide anything. If I give you a raise, everyone will definitely get a raise the next day. Do you think my money falls from the sky? It's very hard to support such a large group of young ladies and big sisters, okay? The young girl sat on the door and purposely stretched out her legs. She smiled and said, "Shopkeeper, isn't there a big sister in the next street who likes you? She's so voluptuous. Isn't that your best spot? Why don't you agree with her? She is gaining weight here. No one in our medicine shop can compare to her." The young girl threw away the melon seeds and placed her hands in front of her chest. Zheng Dafeng bared his teeth and waved his hand to chase her away. "Young girl, don't say such shameless words. Be careful that you won't be able to get married in the future. Quickly go back to the shop and sweep the floor." The young girl was not willing to move. She said righteously, "Our shop is called Dusty Medicine Shop. It's not right to be so clean." Zheng Dafeng could not win against the young girl. He crossed his legs and held the back of his head. He looked up at the sky. Others could not see the sea of clouds. But he was a peak 8th level martial Dao master. He could see it. Above treasures were immortal weapons. But sects with the word sect were already rare in the Aquarius continent. Immortal weapons were even rarer. How difficult was it? A simple example would be the Divine Grandeur sect, where a continent's orthodoxy resided. Their sect leader, Qi Zhan, had been bestowed with an immortal weapon by the orthodox orthodoxy of the Central Plains because he had ascended to the heavenly monarch realm. Therefore, a half-immortal weapon, which was far from an immortal weapon but was better than a magic treasure, became something that all Qi refinement warriors dreamed of. Now, Old Dragon City had 4 of them. 2 of them were owned by the patriarch of the Fu family. They were all offensive treasures. The new one bought from the Central Divine Continent was a defensive treasure that could protect the city. Old Dragon City claimed that the sea of clouds above the city was owned by the Fu family. But it was hard to say whether it was really the trump card of the Fu family. As for the battle between good and evil 800 years ago, the woman slept in the sea of clouds. When she woke up, she used the half-immortal weapon to kill demons. Who was he kidding? If it was really that powerful, it had to have 2 points. First, the sea of clouds above the city was not a half-immortal weapon. Second, the user had to be an upper 5-realm Qi refinement warrior. The girl looked at the man's side profile and asked curiously, "Shopkeeper, what are you looking at?" Zheng Dafeng widened his eyes and looked up. He answered the girl's question softly, "I'm looking to see if there's a fairy with a graceful figure in light clothes passing by." The girl rolled her eyes and said, Look, be careful that the fairy pees on your head." Zheng Dafeng clicked his tongue and said, "Isn't that like rain after a long drought?" The girl stood up and said, "Disgusting." Zheng Dafeng laughed. The girl had just stepped over the door when she suddenly turned around and asked, "Shopkeeper, can you hum the song from your hometown again?" Zheng Dafeng shook his head. "That's my trump card to win the heart of a beauty. How can I show it so easily? Go, go, go. Go, do your thing." The girl said softly, hum. "Maybe I'll become your wife in the future." Zheng Dafeng's eyes lit up. Just as he was about to stand up, the girl had already sat back down at the door. She turned around and looked at the man. She said with a look of pity, "Shopkeeper, if you believe this, it'll be difficult for you to find a wife in the future." Zheng Dafeng sat back down. After a moment of silence, he whistled. The tune was still the same as the song from his hometown, but the man did not sing the lyrics this time. The girl bent down and cupped her cheeks with her hands. She listened to the whistle quietly. Anyway, the song that the shopkeeper was humming was in his hometown's dialect, so she could not understand it. The moon on the first day of the lunar month was curved, and the moon on the 15th day of the lunar month was round. The granny said that eating the biscuits and waving at the moon would make one feel no more worries. The spring breeze blew, and the autumn breeze swayed. The granny said that red persimmons were hanging all over the branches. Even if one fell, one did not need to worry. The persimmons were full of persimmons. The dark clouds came and went. The granny said that after the rain, there would be ribbons hanging in the sky. The old immortal had built a tall building in the sky. Old Dragon City was about to welcome a grand occasion. The young city lord Fu Nanhua was about to marry the Yun Linjiang clan's first daughter. The Yun Linjiang clan was one of the most prestigious clans in the Aquarius continent. It was said that in the ancient times, when Confucianism had just become the most orthodox sect in the world, there were many things waiting to be done. The Sage of Rites had set the earliest rules of Confucianism. The Jiang clan had produced a few great priests. In the Great Rite of Spring Official, they were one of the 6 great heavenly officials along with the Great Historian and the Great Chancellor. The Yunlin Jiang clan was located at the shore of the ocean in the southeast of the Aquarius continent. Facing the ocean, there was an extremely wide passageway. It was about 30 miles long and extended all the way to the ocean. At the end, there was a huge natural reef as the passageway. It had the intention of encompassing the entire East Sea. In the long years after they moved from the Central Plains to the Aquarius continent, the Jiang clan gradually gave up on literature and went into business. The Jiang clan had stood strong despite countless upheavals and became as rich as a country. The Fu clan of Old Dragon City was the same. Therefore, the marriage between the two clans was the biggest news in the southern part of the Aquarius continent. Some were curious about what the betrothal gift of the Fu clan was. Some were curious about the dowry of the Jiang clan's daughter. Would it be a half-immortal weapon? They also wanted to know what kind of precious gift the Fu clan would give. Therefore, in the past 2 months, countless cultivators came to Old Dragon City to watch the show. In addition to the rumors that the Jiang clan's daughter was extremely ugly, it made people daydream. Fu Nanhua, who was known for having a wide range of friends in Old Dragon City, suddenly lived in seclusion after returning from the Pearl Grotto Heaven in the north. Although it was not that he closed his door to guests, other than old friends like Sun Jiashu, who could visit him a few times, Fu Nanhua did not make any new friends. He had always stayed in the Fu clan. In the romantic places in the outer city, this young city lord did not show his face again. Today, Fu Nanhua actually left his private residence and walked to the gate of Fu City alone. With a laurel on his head and a jade-white robe, there was a jade-green dragon-shaped jade pendant hanging from his waist. This young city lord's expression was calm and also seemed a little depressed. Compared to the high-spirited person he was when he went to the Pearl Grotto Heaven, it was a world of difference. During this period of time, this Fu city had an endless stream of guests. Even if the Fu clan was more experienced than a country's imperial court, it was still a little overwhelmed. At this time, outside the gate of Fu City, there were a few important people from the celestial mansion on the mountain who came to congratulate the marriage that was called Golden Jade Fate by the world. Among them was Yunxia Mountain. Yunxia Mountain was not the top sect, but the cloud root stone that it produced was popular in many continents. Therefore, it had a prosperous scene. If there were 1 or 2 more talented people who could shoulder the burden of Yunxia Mountain, it would not be long before Yunxia Mountain became one of the top celestial families in the Aquarius continent. Old Dragon City and Yunxia Mountain had hundreds of years of relationship. This was because Yunxia Mountain's specialty cloud root stone was one of the important goods of the Fu clan's treasure swallowing whale and floating mountain ferries. It was a whetstone that was made from cloud root stone. It was a good item that the sword cultivators of the Great Wall of Sword Qi used to sharpen their swords. Because of its low price and high quality, the most important thing was that it was cheap. Even if the effect was not as good as the best whetstone in the world, the beheading dragon platform, it was like the difference between cloud and mud. But a single coin could not stop a hero. Every time the demon clan rebelled, there was a continuous war. Of course, the so-called cheap price was compared to other rare goods that were transported to the Great Wall of Sword Qi through the inverted mountain. The price of Yunxia Mountain's cloud root stone was sold to the cultivators of the Aquarius continent, to the Fu clan of Old Dragon City, and to the sword cultivators of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. This time, there were 4 people from Danxia Mountain. 2 elders and their favorite disciples came. For the first time, Fu Nanhua came out to welcome guests. He came to meet someone who was supposed to be dead, the fairy of Yunxia Mountain, Cai Qinqian. When Fu Nanhua appeared unexpectedly, there was a lot of discussion at the city gate. There were endless cheers and congratulations. Fu Nanhua dealt with them one by one without losing his manners. In the end, Fu Nanhua came to the two carriages at the back. He saw the two extraordinarily handsome green horses. They had the distant bloodline of the flood dragon. They should be the carriages that were temporarily hired from the Sun Clan's relay station. Everyone in Old Dragon City knew that there were two ways to tour Old Dragon City that cost the most money. One was to buy an Old Dragon Cloud turning pendant from the Fu clan. The other was to hire a carriage from Sun Jiashu's shop. Normally, only two kinds of people would do this. One was to buy an Old Dragon Cloud turning pendant from the Fu clan. The other was to hire a carriage from Sun Jiashu's shop. Normally, only two kinds of people would do this. One was to buy an Old Dragon Cloud turning pendant from the Fu clan. The other was to hire a carriage from Sun Jiashu's shop. Normally, only two kinds of people would do this. One was to buy an Old Dragon Cloud turning pendant from the Fu clan. The other was to hire a carriage from Sun Jiashu's shop. Of course, the two elders of Yunxia Mountain were not stupid. They could still maintain this facade, and it was something that they had to maintain. Seeing that Fu Nanhua personally came out to welcome them, the two elders hurriedly brought their favorite disciples down from the carriage. One of them was a direct disciple of Yunxia Mountain. It was the slightly pale but charming fairy Cai Qinqian. The other one was a young man with a dignified appearance. The robe he wore had a faint cloud and mist lingering around it. After Fu Nanhua and the two elders of Yunxia Mountain exchanged some pleasantries, he made a small request. He said that he wanted to bring fairy Cai into the city to enjoy the scenery and reminisce about the old days. Cai Qinqian's teacher was overwhelmed by the favor. How could he refuse such good intentions? Previously, when Cai Qinqian returned to the mountain empty-handed from Liju Grotto Heaven, the entire bag of gold essence copper coins was even worse than a drop of water. There was not even a single sound. Those were gold essence copper coins. In front of them, even a titled madam would not be worth a fart in front of the empress. Because of this, the old man had to endure all sorts of supercilious looks and criticism for the past 2 years at Yunxia Mountain. The old man who originally wanted to push Cai Qinqian step by step to the throne of the Mountain Lord was disheartened. However, what was even more infuriating was that Cai Qinqian, whom he had high hopes for, had been like a living corpse for the past 2 years. He was very lazy in cultivating the mountain's supernatural powers. This made the old man's heart ache and resentment. He could not scold or hit Cai Qinqian. He was afraid that Cai Qinqian would give up and become a useless person like Zhengyang Mountain's Su Jia. Fu Nanhua and Cai Qinqian walked side by side. They walked past the main gate of Fu City and brought the slightly famous fairy Cai all the way to his splendid private residence in Fu City. When they were searching for opportunities in Liju Grotto Heaven, Fu Nanhua was only one of the many candidates for the future patriarch. Therefore, the business-savvy Fu Nanhua was very polite to Cai Qinqian, who was a head lower than him back then. However, now that the Tao-imparting forefather who favored him was about to break out of seclusion, and with his marriage to the Yunlin Jiang clan's legitimate daughter adding fuel to the fire, Fu Nanhua's status had soared and could no longer be mentioned in the same breath. Therefore, in the eyes of the two forefathers of Yunxia Mountain, Fu Nanhua's closeness to Cai Qinqian was definitely not something that could be explained by their temporary alliance in Liju Grotto Heaven. Could it be that the two of them once had a short-lived relationship? That was not right either. Cai Qinqian was clearly still a virgin. But no matter what, Fu Nanhua, who would one day wear that old dragon robe, was willing to treat Yunxia Mountain with such exceptional courtesy. It could be said that the two forefathers felt proud. Fu Nanhua and Cai Qinqian had a tacit understanding. They did not speak much along the way until they arrived at Fu Nanhua's private residence. Fu Nanhua took a seat in the main hall. He patted the brand-new jade pendant on his waist that his father had personally given him. He looked at the fairy whose throat had been pierced by the young man in the alley with a porcelain shard and said, "Now we can speak openly." Cai Qinqian seemed to smile sweetly, but her smile was actually lifeless. "What do you want to say?" Fu Nanhua stared at the woman who should have died in Liju Grotto Heaven. "I won't ask you how you came back to life. I just want to know why that person saved you. After saving you, What did he want you to do? Cai Qinqian restrained her smile. If I say that you are measuring the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain, would you believe me? Fu Nanhua sneered. Gentleman? If Qi Jingchun is just a gentleman, then wouldn't the scholarly sage occupy 4 worlds? Cai Qinqian looked indifferent. Fu Nanhua, there's no point in arguing over words, right? Fu Nanhua took a deep breath. Then I'll be honest with you first. After you fell into a pool of blood, I also failed miserably and almost died in that lousy place. At that time, Qi saved me from that lowly bumpkin. Fu Nanhua suddenly noticed the playful smile on Cai Qinqian's face. He immediately stopped talking and changed his tone. After Qi Jingchun stopped Chen Pinggan, he said something to me and asked me to leave Lizhu Grotto Heaven. However, he casually gave me an opportunity that was not related to magical weapons. I won't tell you the details, but it's very strange. From the beginning to the end, Qi Jingchun did not ask me to swear to let Chen Pinggan go in the future and not to cause trouble for him. He also said some persuasive words like it's better to make friends than enemies. Cai Jinjian looked around with an indifferent expression. Finally, he looked at Feng Nanhua and said with a smile, "Shouldn't you use your surname and Mr. to address your savior and a saint?" Fu Nanhua twitched the corner of his mouth. He's dead. He was suppressed to death by the immortals in the heavenly realm. The Confucian temple chose to stand by and watch. Qi Jingchun obviously has no chance to make a comeback. So what if he's a sage? So what if he's a sage? So what if he's Qi Jingchun? Cai Qinqian smiled and sighed with emotion. Even the cultivation places of our ancestors in Yunxiao Mountain are not as rich as this mansion. Fu Nanhua, your Fu family is really rich. The 8 main pillars of the Fu family's private mansion were all named dragon winding around the beam. They were carved with real dragons coiling around each other and holding precious pearls in their mouths. Each of the pearls was a priceless innate spiritual weapon. As a result, a large amount of spiritual qi gathered in this mansion. It was like a small blessed cave, which was very beneficial for cultivation. Therefore, for the real top disciples of immortal families, drinking tea and chatting was cultivation. Sleeping and napping was still cultivation. It was reasonable for the unaffiliated cultivators in the wild to be jealous of this. Fu Nanhua showed a trace of impatience. He squinted and said, "Cai Qinqian, don't be so shameless. I'm about to own a treasure-swallowing whale ferry. If I don't take your Yunxiao Mountains income will plummet by 20%. No matter how much that ancestor thinks highly of you, you've already lost a bag of gold essence copper coins. If you affect Yunxiao Mountain's way of obtaining huge profits in the future, you should think about it yourself." Cai Qinqian laughed. "All right, Fu Nanhua, don't threaten me. I don't know how rich the Fu family of Old Dragon City is, but I know clearly how the Fu family has done business for thousands of years. Not to mention that you own a treasure-swallowing whale. Even if you really become the city lord, you won't do anything to this kind of ancestral rule." Fu Nanhua sighed. "Since you're so smart, why can't we work together and benefit each other when we went through hardships together in Lizhu Cave Heaven? You and I can be friends with sincerity and completely eliminate the consequences of that disaster. After that, not only will I fight for the city lord position, I can also help you move up. Think about it, I only need to slightly raise the price of the treasure-swallowing whale to purchase the Yunxiao Mountain, and let out a rumor that it was all because of you, Cai Qinqian. How could Yunxiao Mountain dare to neglect you, the child of fortune? Moreover, your own talent is very good, and you have the ancestor's master who is betting on you as the mountain's backer. With Old Dragon City as a strong external aid, the position of Yunxiao Mountain's lord will definitely be in your bag within 100 years at the latest." At the end of his speech, Fu Nanhua couldn't help but stand up. His words were impassioned, and his aura was vigorous, like a future monarch who was pointing out the country. Cai Qinqian slightly raised her head and looked at the complacent young city lord. Her eyes were clear, and she didn't have too many emotional fluctuations. It wasn't that Fu Nanhua wasn't sincere enough, or that the prospects he described weren't beautiful enough, But the current Cai Qinqian was completely different from the previous Cai Shenzi, who was burdened with the heavy responsibility of the mountain and was full of scheming and scheming. When a person really died once, it was like walking back to the world of the living step by step from the gates of hell. It was different from being on the brink of death and finally surviving a great disaster. After the scholarly sage, who was a teacher in the Liju cave heaven, saved her with great power, they had a conversation in the school like an elder talking to a junior. It was like they were just chatting about life. Cai Qinqian's physical body was still seriously injured and was far from recovering, so Mr. Qi just separated her soul. In the school, time flowed like a gurgling stream. The teacher asked her a lot of things outside the cave heaven. They were all very trivial things, such as the price of grain in the market at the foot of the mountain, the technique of printing books, whether it was easier to spread, and so on. At first, Cai Qinqian was very nervous, but later, she felt relieved. She asked and answered Mr. Qi's questions. Some she couldn't answer, while some she could. The teacher always had a smile on his face. Occasionally, Cai Qinqian would ask about the crux of cultivation that even her master couldn't solve, and the teacher would explain it in a few words. In the end, Mr. Qi also recommended some classics of sages to her, saying that cultivating on the mountain was indispensable. The more supernatural powers and spells, the better. However, cultivating the mind was also very important. Reading the principles in the books didn't necessarily mean that she was going to become a saint. Just like a person's state of mind was the heart, it needed a source of living water to make crops flourish and harvest. Cultivation was the true cultivation of immortality. In the end, when she left the Liju cave heaven, Cai Qinqian was still the ambitious Cai Qinqian, but she was no longer the fairy of Yunxia Mountain who thought that cultivation was only for cultivation. Before leaving, Cai Qinqian plucked up her courage and asked the teacher why he was willing to save someone like her. Mr. Qi smiled frankly and said, "Saving you is against the rules of this world, but it's my principle, Qi Jing Chun." Cai Qinqian then asked why he was willing to teach people like her the principles of sages. The teacher answered solemnly, "Preaching and learning is a puzzle that can be solved. The truth in the books is a reason that can be explained." Cai Qinqian returned to Yunxia Mountain. Even though the problems in cultivation were solved, she was still not in a hurry to improve her realm. She just read the books that Mr. Qi recommended and thought about the teacher's words again and again. Outsiders thought that she was wasting her cultivation, but Cai Qinqian knew that was not the case. Later, she heard from her master that Mr. Qi died. In the sky above the territory of the northern Baopian continent, he fought against several celestial beings in the sky and finally turned into ashes. Qi Jing Chun no longer existed in the world. Cai Qinqian was not very sad, she just felt a little lost. After that, she began to put down the books and cultivate again. Soon, she successfully broke through the first realm, and deliberately suppressed her realm to avoid being too shocking. That was why she had the opportunity to visit Old Dragon City. All kinds of blessings and misfortunes were dependent on each other, and all of it originated from the narrow path of the Mud Bottle Alley. In the end, it was because she had gone astray on the path of cultivation and harmed the young man. Obviously, the teacher's attitude towards the young man was not like a saint who looked down on the common people and followed the rules. Instead, it was like an elder who protected the younger generation, and could even ignore the rules. Because if she died in the alley, it was possible that the so-called counterattack of the heavenly axiom and the karma of Buddhism would fall on the young man's head. After that, Mr. Qi explained to her. It was very simple. He probably thought that she could still be saved, so the teacher was willing to teach her. Cai Qinqian understood many things that she would not have thought about before. Her state of mind was clear, and she swept away all the dust. Yunxia Mountain emphasized visualization the most, so she could break through the realm quickly. Cai Qinqian did not leave in the Longxing mansion of the future city master of Old Dragon City. She suddenly smiled and said, "Fu Nanhua, the first time we formed an alliance, it ended badly. Today is the second time. Let's make a big bet again. I bet that you can wear the old dragon robe, and you bet that I can become the master of Yunxia Mountain. What do you think?" I can promise now that as long as I have the power of Yunxia Mountain, all the cloud root stones will not be sold to the other 5 families of Old Dragon City. They will all be given to your family. Before that, I will also try to increase the share through my teacher and sell the treasure-swallowing whale to you. Fu Nanhua was a little unprepared. He suspected that there might be a trap, or there might be some other tricks. For a moment, he was not as confident as before. Although the situation in Liju Wonderland did not become a devil's knot on the path of cultivation, Fu Nanhua was not happy if he did not sort out the situation clearly and quickly make a decision on how to deal with the young man in the mud bottle alley. Cai Qinqian had already stood up. She came near a dragon and admired the snow-white pearl with great interest. In the end, Fu Nanhua did not agree or reject Cai Qinqian. He only asked her to wait for a few days. After Cai Qinqian left the mansion, Fu Nanhua took off the jade pendant that had a special meaning to Old Dragon City. He held it in his hand and walked around the hall, weighing the pros and cons. A tall man wearing a dragon robe appeared in the hall out of thin air. He stood beside the dragon and looked up at the pearl in the mouth of the dragon. The man seemed to want to see a deeper place through Cai Qinqian's vision. He came so silently that Fu Nanhua did not notice him at all. When Fu Nanhua realized it, the man in the dragon robe looked at his son and asked, "Why didn't you agree with her?" Fu Nanhua replied, "I always felt that it was hard to calm my heart." It was Old Dragon City's city lord, Fu Jiang. The man in the dragon robe casually said, "It's very simple. You can either kill Chen Pinggan and forcefully suppress the ripples in your heart lake. You can use the cultivation method to cut off all the influence that the scholarly sage brought to you. Or you can go with the flow. There are some knots in your heart that are hard to get rid of. In other places, the higher you go, the bigger the flaw in your cultivation. But in Old Dragon City, the Fu family is one of the secret methods to form the pearl in your heart lake." The man sneered, "Do you need to be so conflicted with such a small problem? It seems like you don't plan to wear this dragon robe of mine in your life." Fu Nanhua was sweating profusely. The man shook his head. "A dead person and a young man made you so unhappy. I, Fu Jiang, gave birth to a good son." Fu Nanhua's face was pale. The man's mouth twitched. "Then do you know that in my early years, I was already wearing the dragon robe? For the 2 words Fu family, when I knelt on the ground and begged for mercy, I even kowtowed until the white bones on my forehead came out. Now, I have no knots in my heart." Fu Nanhua's mind was blank. He cried silently, but he did not know. The man sneered and disappeared. If someone could pass through the mysterious restriction of inverted hanging mountain and successfully enter the border between the 2 worlds, they would sigh at the wonders of the world. A high wall, towering into the clouds, stood between the heavens and the earth. South of the high wall was the true master of this world. North of the high wall was a wall-less city. The first group of sword immortals who took root here once said that if the demon race climbed over the Great Wall of Sword Chi, there would be no more walls in the world. After that, there was not a single brick in the periphery of the city. Hundreds of thousands of sword immortals, isolated from the world, lived here for generations. Except for a few who could go to inverted hanging mountain, almost everyone followed the teachings of their ancestors and never went to the vast world in their lives. In this life, they died here. To die in battle outside the Great Wall of Sword Chi was an honor, and to die of old age inside the Great Wall of Sword Chi was a shame. Some things were different from the vast world outside, but some things were unavoidably similar. For example, in this nameless wall-less city, there were also some deep-rooted big families. However, unlike the big families outside, where they needed to earnestly advise their descendants to be vigilant in times of peace, there was no need for that at all. Because no matter how big the family was, even if it was the son of the first wife, or even the only son of the first wife, had to take on the responsibility of sending swords at the age of 12. At the age of 16, they had to go to the top of the city to attack the south. At the age of 30, they had to leave the city and go to the south to kill the demon race. In this place, almost all the women hoped to marry a man whose swordsmanship was better than hers. If the man died in battle, she would follow, followed by her children. None of the popular frontier poems in the world could compare to the war here. In fact, if an outsider revealed a tragic feeling, they would snort in contempt. What was so great about such a thing? The Second Great War came to an end, and the city north of the Great Wall of Sword Chi regained its tranquility. In the city, there were small bridges and flowing water, deep courtyards, mansions, and stone lions guarding the gates. There were tall buildings with swords and sword shops, and there were even simple cottages where the elders and grandchildren lived together. In a wine shop on the side of the street, there were 6 people sitting around a table. A heroic young girl with eyebrows that were like narrow sabers and a one-armed young girl with a wooden expression sat on a bench. The latter had a short and slender figure, but she carried a large sword on her back that would make one speechless. The oldest of the group was a handsome man, but the sword aura around him was so condensed that it was almost solid. The sword at his waist faintly exuded a grand aura. A fat youth who was smiling and sipping wine sat cross-legged on the long bench. His buttocks were big, and the bench was very narrow. Therefore, it was not very comfortable for him to sit there, and he often had to twist and turn. The sword that was placed on his legs was in its scabbard, but purple electricity lingered around it. It sizzled, and some of the electricity exploded and splashed onto his stomach. The fat youth would immediately shudder and suck in a breath of cold air. Beside him sat an ugly youth with charcoal skin and a face full of scars. He had a sword hanging from his waist, but his name was very charming. He was called Hong Zhuang. Opposite the ugly youth sat a handsome youth. There was a sword hanging from each side of his waist. It was just that one of the swords had no scabbard, and the seal script on the sword was simple and unadorned. These 6 people had fought side by side in the first battle. However, that time, they were missing a friend called Cricket. This time, they were slightly luckier. Apart from the 6 of them being injured, none of them died in battle. However, the sword masters in their group, 2 profound level 10 sword cultivators, did not return to the Great Wall of Sword Chi alive, and did not walk down the city wall to return home. The fat youth liked to drink, and he liked to persuade others to drink even more. The handsome youth with the surname Dong seemed to like to scold the ugly youth with the face full of scars the most. The one-armed girl liked to glance at the man with the crown occasionally. The heroic girl liked to drink alone and daydream. However, even when she was daydreaming, she did not seem weak at all. She did not reduce her heroic spirit. After that, 2 girls of about 18 or 19 years old rushed over. One of them sat beside the ugly youth, and the 3 of them squeezed onto a long bench, causing the fat youth's buttocks to dangle in the air. It was very torturous. The youth with the surname Dong did not dare to scold the ugly youth anymore. He was timid, as if he was afraid of the amiable round-faced sister sitting opposite him. Another delicate young girl with a sharp chin sat beside the handsome young man without hesitation. The latter couldn't help but roll his eyes. He thought to himself, "You're just a little girl who isn't even as pretty as me, and you still have the nerve to think about getting married to me." After the round-faced sister asked, they found out that the man with the crown was about to return to the Confucian Academy in the Central Divine Continent after his training. At that time, he would turn from a sage to a gentleman. He took off the noble spirit and placed it on the table. He said that this was a gift from Alliance to the sword cultivators of the Great Wall of Sword Chi, and not for him. Therefore, he had to keep it. The fat youth smiled widely. He had coveted that sword for a long time. Therefore, he quickly nodded and praised the man of the Confucian Academy for being loyal and understanding of the rules. If he came again in the future, he would definitely welcome him with both hands and feet. The one-armed girl with the wooden face spoke for the first time. She said that he had fought to the death twice and killed so many demons of the middle 5 realms. He could take away the noble spirit. The handsome youth did not care at all. He looked around to see if there were any acquaintances on the road who could help him pay the bill. The ugly youth only cared about drinking. The round-faced girl was his sister, so she advised him to drink less. The charcoal youth turned a deaf ear to her, and the girl looked helpless. The heroic girl made the final decision. Take it away. No one had any objections. Even if there were people at the table who were about to become gentlemen of the academy, and there were people with the surname Dong or Chen. If there were people with the surname Chi. Then they would have all three surnames on the Great Wall of Sword Chi. The handsome youth suddenly frowned and muttered, "Why do I always run into *T everywhere I go?" There was a group of people on the street. Most of them were young disciples in their 20s. All of them had strong sword will and murderous intent. Coincidentally, the leader of the group was surnamed Chi. He carried a sheath and 2 swords on his back. He was tall and had an imposing aura. He took the lead to walk out of the group and came to the side of the tavern. He stared straight at the heroic girl, trying not to appear aggressive. He smiled and asked in a gentle tone, "Ning Yao, are you going to sell your family's dragon beheading platform? The price is negotiable. My family definitely won't cheat you. Besides, you know better than anyone else how close my parents are to your parents. If it wasn't for my grandfather's interference, we would have been betrothed when we were children, right?" The heroic girl did not even raise her head. "Get lost." The man surnamed Chi was not angry. He rubbed his chin, turned around, and left without hesitation. Someone in the group was indignant. His voice was not loud, but he said sarcastically, "Some people are just lucky. Their parents are both great sword immortals. They are so powerful that they almost caused us to lose the entire Great Wall of Sword Chi. TSK, TSK, TSK. The heroic girl was indifferent. However, everyone at the table stood up abruptly. Even the gentleman from the academy who had come here to gain experience held on to the great spirit. The fat teenager grinned, revealing his white teeth. "Oh, what did you say just now? I didn't hear you clearly. Say it again." The handsome teenager had already cursed, "Little bastard, F***CK your ancestors." He glanced at charcoal opposite him. "What do you say? Who will go first?" The ugly teenager was the most direct. He shook his shoulders and broke free from his sister's restraint. He held his sword and walked forward. The young man surnamed Chi stretched out an arm and signaled the people behind him to keep quiet. He then took a step forward and asked with a smile, "Dong Charcoal, do you really want to fight?" The ugly teenager was expressionless. He just walked forward. His hands were already on the sword hilts on both sides. One was a scripture, the other was a cloud pattern. They were all thrown here by Alliance from a place called the Dali dynasty in the Aquarius continent. Now that Alliance was gone, and Sister Ning, who had saved him 3 times, and her parents were no longer around. At this time, he, Dong Huatu, did not deserve to be called Dong if he did not do something. The round-faced girl smiled and said, "Just don't kill anyone. As for the rest, I can help you settle grandfather's side." When she said this, even the young man surnamed Chi felt that it was a little tricky. Suddenly, the sound of fingers tapping on the table was heard. The charcoal teenager turned his head to look. Ning Yao said indifferently, "Charcoal, come back and drink." The young man sullenly turned around and sat back in his original position. The round-faced woman patted his head, and the already irritated young man immediately glared at her. His older sister made a cute face, and the handsome young man couldn't take his eyes off her. Both sides did not fight. The young sword cultivator surnamed Chi led his companions away. After walking far away, he said to the provocative teenager, "Don't go out for the time being, or just stay at my house." That person nodded without any hesitation. His heart was uneasy. Ning Yao waited for everyone to return to their seats. She sighed, "How old are you? Why are you still so childish? Besides, this is my family's business. Why are you outsiders meddling in it? I will remember it." The whole table was silent. She remembered something, and the corner of her mouth twitched. She sneered, "I heard that guy punched Daoist number 2 back into the vast world." When Ning Yao mentioned this person, almost everyone had a smile on their faces. Of course, the gentleman from the academy smiled bitterly. The fat teenager was the most lost in thought. It was unknown whether he was thinking of something sad or happy. He took a big gulp of wine. After he went up to the city wall to kill the enemy for the first time. At that time, the teenager looked at the slovenly man with anticipation and asked, Alliance, how was my sword? Was it half as elegant as yours?" The man just drank his wine and answered perfunctorily, "Alliance, say something." Good or bad, you hit the nail on the head. All right, your sword skills were very enchanting. What do you mean? What I mean is that your sword skills were as fierce as a tiger, but in the end, you killed a mouse. At that time, the teenager covered in blood was about to cry. He was so pitiful that he felt like the world was collapsing, and that he might not be able to achieve much in this life. Then, the man threw the wine jug to him and smiled. When I was your age, I wasn't as good as you. The fat boy immediately puffed out his chest. That was the first time he drank wine, and it was disgusting. The handsome teenager held his cheek with one hand and bit the wine cup with one mouth. He could take a sip with just a slight tilt of his head. He learned this action from that guy. It was so cool. Alliance, I heard that you went to the Bamboo Sea Grotto Heaven. Is that Madame Zhu beautiful? She is. Her legs are very long. I'm asking about your face. Are your legs long? What's the point? Then, the teenager's head was pushed away by the sloppy drinking man. We have nothing to talk about. Even the round-faced woman didn't drink. She had a drunken smile on her face. She once stood in front of that man and asked, Alliance, do you miss home? Yes. Do you want to bring a wife home next time? I do too. Alliance, bring me home. Bring me home, will you? The man's face was full of smiles and surprise. Oh my, I, Alliance, have never met a worthy opponent in the Jianghu. Today, I was hit in the waist by a young girl. The girl's brother was still snot. Little Charcoal was squatting at the side, but it was sensible now. It turned its head and spat. The man handed the wine jug to the girl and patted her head. You can be my wife. I, Alliance, am a Jianghu wanderer. I won't harm a good girl. The girl took the wine jug, but didn't dare to drink. The man laughed and said, secretly drink a few mouthfuls. It's okay. Drink my wine. No matter how strict your ancestors are, they won't scold you. They will only scold me, Alliance. While the ignorant girl was drinking, the man stood on the city wall of the Great Wall of Sword Chi and looked into the distance. He combed his hair from his forehead to the back of his head and sighed, wine can redden one's cheeks, worry can snow one's head. Little girl, if you want to find a man in the future, you must find someone like me who is knowledgeable and can recite poems. Of course, I said find someone who looks like me, not me. Little Charcoal suddenly shouted, Alliance, I want to poop. I want to poop in the south. Hurry, I can't hold it in anymore. The man quickly jumped down the wall and cursed as he hugged the little bastard. He flew like a rainbow towards the south. As for whether there was danger in the south, or whether there were demons hiding nearby, the man obviously didn't care. The round-faced girl didn't care either, because he was Alliance. In this world, there was no place that Alliance couldn't go with his sword. No matter how much her grandfather disliked this man, he wouldn't say that Alliance's swordsmanship wasn't good enough. In the end, the little bastard couldn't hold it in and poop all over his pants. The man squatted beside the pool to wash his pants while looking at the bastard running around naked. He laughed softly. I only rejected your mother 7 or 8 times back then. Today, I still got my retribution. You're even more like a father than your real father. In the end, the man left. The man who didn't have a sword left the Great Wall of Sword Chi wearing a bamboo hat after carving the word Meng. That day, in the city behind the Great Wall of Sword Chi, countless women were drinking. Their men were also drinking more sorrowful wine to drown their sorrows. Later, a man with a bamboo knife found the young man that Qi Jingchun chose to believe. He told him, my name is Alliance, kind as in Liang. I'm a swordsman. After they got to know each other, the man smiled at the young man from Mud Bottle Alley and said, do you know that there are countless girls in the world who like me, Alliance? The young man thought that he was bragging. The table dispersed and the friends went their separate ways. Ning Yarrow went home alone. Along the way, there were many people pointing fingers at her. There was pity, sarcasm, sighs, and admiration. Ning Yarrow returned home. It was still one of the largest mansions in the city. There were still many family sword cultivators, but there were fewer people. She walked to the sword test field and then lay down on the dragon beheading platform that was as big as a cottage. She closed her eyes and began to take a nap. A letter said that an idiot was coming to give her a sword. Why wasn't he here yet? The girl was a little angry. 254. 15,000 words to make up for yesterday's leave. Sure enough, before the sky turned dark, Chen Pinggan got the exact information about the dusty medicine shop. In addition to the address of the inner city, the shop owner's surname was Zheng. The shop was the ancestral property of the Fan family, one of the 5 major families in Old Dragon City. Shopkeeper Zheng had a Dali accent. On the surface, he had a rough temperament and liked beauties. Every day, he would stay in the small alley and wait for death. However, in reality, this person had entered the Fan mansion twice. The Fan family valued him very much. It was very likely that he was the martial arts master of the Fan family's grandson, Fan Gaoshirei. Chen Pinggan's expression was strange. There was no need to guess. It was Zheng Dafeng, the gatekeeper of his hometown town. As for why the Fan family valued Zheng Dafeng so much, Chen Pinggan was not surprised. A man who often asked for gold and copper coins, even if he did not look serious, his real identity was definitely not simple. Otherwise, Old Yang would not have asked him to help him get rid of the 8 tails of Zhenqi talisman. In addition, Sun Jiashu also asked someone to bring the detailed files of the mountain turtle and the Osmanthus Island ferry. He said that he wanted Chen Pinggan to know more about the inside story of the passage. Crossing millions of miles, the weather was unpredictable. It was not a small matter. Among the ferries, there was a hastily written letter from Sun Jiashu. The general meaning of the letter was, "You, Chen Ping'an, will sit on the Sun family's ferry to the inverted hanging mountain. However, I will also clearly explain to you the advantages and disadvantages of the Osmanthus Islands ferry compared to the mountain turtle." This seemed to be a very superfluous thing to do, but after Chen Pinggan read the letter, he thought for a while and admired Sun Jiashu's way of doing business. If he were a merchant who needed to transfer goods in Old Dragon City, he would also be willing to cooperate with this kind of Sun family. However, Chen Pinggan was wrong about one thing. That was, the Sun family of Old Dragon City was very stubborn when it came to doing business. They relied on the reputation of their ancestors, not the family's wealth. They always chose people to be their family's business partners. Not just anyone who wanted to do business with the Sun family could do it, even if the other party was shockingly rich. The Sun family's strange rules were as many as the Fu family's strange people and freaks. After breaking through 4 realms, finding a medicine shop, and picking a ferry, Chen Pinggan, who had 3 big and small worries, finished his dinner. The seafood dish in the afternoon was replaced with a soup of delicacies. Chen Pinggan ate very happily, his chopsticks flying. It was rare for him to be full. Chen Pinggan walked along the river bank. The sun was setting in the west, and the scenery was pleasant. Chen Pinggan felt that this was a blessed land for him. If there was a chance in the future, he would definitely come again. Chen Pinggan suddenly had the mood to go fishing. He ran back to the Sun family's ancestral home and asked an old housekeeper if there was a fishing rod, how was the fish recently, if there were any big things in the river, and if there was a need to set up a nest. The old housekeeper, who was familiar with the place, smiled and explained everything. Then, he personally helped Chen Pinggan prepare everything. The 2 of them went to the riverside fishing spot together. When the old housekeeper heard that Chen Pinggan was going to fish late at night, he originally wanted to help this distinguished guest set up a tent near the water. Chen Pinggan was not particular when he was poor. He never had any requirements for food, clothing, housing, and transportation. Naturally, he was unwilling to agree. The old housekeeper did not force him and slowly left. Chen Pinggan was not in a hurry to cast the rod. He began to practice his walking pole to and fro by the riverside. After 2 hours of walking pole, he stood by the riverside for another 2 hours. Only then did he start to fish at night. Chen Pinggan closed his eyes and casually cast the rod. The bait fell into the water with a ding-dong sound. The wind blew the rape flowers, and the stamens trembled. The river water slowly flowed into the distance. Ripples could be seen on the surface of the river, and there was an invisible water vein at the bottom of the river. The fishing line that was as thin as a hair was gently pulled, sometimes straight and sometimes loose. Chen Pingan did not move for the entire night. He allowed the small fish to peck at the bait. There were no more big fish that took the bait. Then, he sat like this until dawn. When Chen Pingan felt something, he turned his head and looked to the east. The moment he slowly opened his eyes, he saw a brilliant scene that he had never seen before in his life. The saints said that the morning glow was the beginning of a reddish-yellow aura. With the naked eye, the morning glow should only be bright red. However, Chen Pingan saw streaks of golden aura in the dazzling morning glow in the eastern sky. The aura was like a swimming dragon, slowly swimming in the sea of fiery red clouds. Chen Pingan kept looking up at the morning glow and the golden aura. In the face of the dazzling morning glow and the golden aura, Chen Pingan's eyes did not feel any discomfort. Chen Pingan didn't know if it was an illusion or not, but he seemed to have sensed the rosy clouds rolling down. After that, his mind was slightly shaken. In an instant, more than 10 golden dragons surged out and descended from the sky, pouncing straight at him. They were aggressive, as if they wanted to crush the person who dared to look into their eyes. Those flood dragons came with great momentum. Chen Pingan let go of the fishing rod and suddenly stood up. His fist intent involuntarily surged out, covering his body and his internal chi palace. Faced with provocation, Chen Pingan only felt like he was facing an old man in a bamboo house in a desolate mountain. The world was vast, but only the fist technique was the most important. He must use this fist technique. More than 10 golden Jiao dragons, which did not have physical bodies, pounced straight at Chen Pingan. Without saying a word, Chen Pingan made a fist stance in the style of cloud steaming great swamp. His 2 feet stepped on the ground beside the river, and his strength penetrated more than 10 feet into the ground. Not only did the ground rumble continuously, like thunder rolling on the ground, the water near the riverbank also stirred up waves, surging to the opposite bank. Both Chu Yi and 15 quietly flew out of the blade-strengthening gourd. However, they each leaned on the opening of the gourd in a languid manner, as if they were watching a show. They did not see the golden flood dragons flying down from the morning glow as enemies. Chen Pingan's mind was immersed in the fist intent. He did not know that he had created such a shocking phenomenon. He simply felt that since he had reached the 4th state, his fist should be faster. However, during the night fishing, he had been adapting to the new world in his eyes, stabilizing the doors of his chi palace, and stabilizing the turbulent chi in his body. He had not had a chance to test it with his fist. Then, how to make it faster depended on this moment. Go back. Chen Pingan punched at the leading flood dragon in the sky. The fist aura was so strong that his sleeve was full of fist intent, and it swayed and fluttered. There was a loud bang. The river water surged violently, and a large area of rapeseed flowers swayed. The golden flood dragon, which was as thick as the mouth of a well, was illusory and did not have a physical body. However, it was hit in the head by the mighty fist intent. It was dizzy and was sent flying dozens of feet backward. Then there was a series of loud bangs. The dozens of golden flood dragons were all beaten back to the sky by Chen Pingan's fist stance. They hovered and looked down at Chen Pingan, who had changed to a terrifying fist stance. There was confusion and resentment in their eyes. They could only shake their heads and waggle their tails and return to the sea of clouds. Chen Pingan was stunned for a moment. When he looked again, there was no longer any golden chi. The morning glow in the east seemed to have returned to normal. Chen Pingan put away his fist stance. He was satisfied and grinned. The punches were fast and fierce. No wonder he was in the 4th realm of martial arts. Every time he punched, there was no feeling of being restrained by heaven and earth. It was really satisfying. On the mouth of the sword-nourishing gourd, Chu Yi and 15 looked at each other. 15 seemed to be ashamed and slid into the gourd. Chu Yi, who was relatively hot-tempered, leaped into the air after recovering from its initial shock. Although it could not cause any substantial damage, it still stabbed Chen Pingan's body again and again in vain, as if it was venting its anger. The natal flying sword was illusory to its master when it was in the acupoint, and real when it left the acupoint. This was the rule of heaven and earth. Therefore, when it entered the acupoint of the sword cultivator that nurtured the flying sword, it would never hurt the sword cultivator himself. Now, the relationship between Chu Yi and 15 and Chen Pinggan was not that of master and servant. It was not a matter of life and death. It was more like a guest and a host, half a master. Chen Pinggan was confused. He did not care about Chu Yi's nonsense and scratched his head. What's wrong? Is it because my fourth realm is too weak that you think it's embarrassing? Previously, when the golden flood dragon appeared in the morning glow and rushed to the Sun family's ancestral house, 3 golden core cultivators and 1 nascent soul cultivator, a total of 4 of the Sun family's consecrators, had no choice but to treat it seriously. Soon, they gathered in a small library in the ancestral house. Now, the 4 of them finally stopped arguing about whether the young man was a chi refinement warrior or a martial artist. However, there were new differences. This was because there were only 2 possibilities for such a strange scene. One was that the chi refinement warrior had achieved the golden core realm and was free to roam the world. Therefore, it attracted the attention of heaven and earth. In the elixir chamber, a golden core of different grades was formed. The other was that a martial artist could break through 3 to 4 and 6 to 7. The former had a very small chance, but the latter was common sense. Once it was attracted, according to the martial arts proverb, it was even rarer than a clay bodhisattva crossing the river. Often, one could make use of the opportunity to temper one's body and spirit. It was a great opportunity and had to be cherished. Looking at the young man's fist technique, which was extremely profound, he was definitely not a chi refinement warrior. Therefore, he must be a pure martial artist. However, whether it was the 4th realm or the 7th realm, the 4 of them were arguing again. This time, the 3 of them firmly believed that it was the 7th realm. Therefore, the family head, Sun Jiashu, was willing to invite him to the Sun family's ancestral house to build a relationship. Moreover, when a 3rd realm broke through the 4th realm, it was impossible to attract the majestic phenomenon of the cloud dragon descending. Only one of them firmly believed that the young man had just attained the 4th realm. Suddenly, the woodcutter smiled bitterly and said, "Let's not argue about these few realms first. Shouldn't we wring our hands and lament that the young man's unreasonable behavior caused us to miss a good opportunity?" The 3 of them were enlightened and sighed. The young man's observation of the scenery attracted a strange phenomenon. This was the mysterious heaven's perception. The great opportunity that pure martial artists in the world yearned for day and night was beaten back by the young man's tortoise punches just like that. Then, the 4 of them felt that it was inconceivable. Such an amazing martial arts genius, did his teacher not teach him such superficial things? For example, when a 3rd realm broke through the 4th realm or the 6th realm broke through the 7th realm, there would be a heaven's perception. One must grasp it well to help stabilize the realm. The 4 of them would never have thought that the bamboo elder who taught the young man the fist technique had once reached the peak of the 10 realms of martial arts. He did not think that this was any kind of opportunity. It was no different from an external object that was the foundation of the fist technique. It was even worse than a chicken rib that was tasteless but a pity to throw away. Chen Pinggan should not have taken such a shortcut to learn his fist technique. If the barefoot old man saw this scene, he would definitely laugh heartily and think that the young man had done well. This was the stupid thing that 11th Chen would do. After Sun Jiashu returned to the ancestral house in the afternoon, before he met Chen Pinggan, an old ancestor of the Sun clan joked with the current family head in private, "You invited a deity over as a guest?" Sun Jiashu asked curiously. The old ancestor who had lived in seclusion for more than 300 years told him about the incident. Sun Jiashu slapped his forehead and said helplessly, "He is a real deity." When they were eating together, Chen Pinggan noticed that Sun Jiashu's gaze was a little strange. It was a little similar to the way he looked at Liu Baqiao earlier. Chen Pinggan mistakenly thought that the punch in the morning had brought trouble to the Sun clan's ancestral house. He asked worriedly, "What's wrong? Did my punch in the morning alarm the Sun clan in Old Dragon City? Did you find any clues for them?" Sun Jiashu smiled and shook his head. There are thousands of chi refinement warriors and martial arts grandmasters in Old Dragon City. There are many strange things. When it comes to the Sun clan's ancestral house, strange things do not seem strange. Moreover, others would not dare to pry into this place so rudely. Therefore, there is no problem with your punch this time. Speaking of this, Sun Jiashu felt that he was going against his conscience. He also felt heartache for Chen Pinggan. He hesitated whether to tell the young man the truth. Sun Jiashu hesitated for a long time. In the end, he decided to be honest and told the truth to Chen Pinggan, who did not know what he had missed out on. After Chen Pinggan listened to him, he drank his wine silently. He asked tentatively, "Tomorrow, I will go and take a look at the morning glow. Will I be able to see those golden flood dragons again?" Sun Jiashu laughed angrily. "What do you think?" Chen Pinggan sighed as well. He drank a big mouthful of wine and sighed. "I suffered because I did not study well." Sun Jiashu looked at Chen Pinggan and said jokingly, "Why? Are you thinking of fishing by the river tonight and then waiting for the sunrise tomorrow?" Chen Pinggan said in surprise, "Sun Jiashu, can you see through people's hearts?" Sun Jiashu did not know whether to laugh or cry. He waved his hand and said, "I don't have that ability. However, I heard that our Shong clan's ancestor did." After that, Chen Pinggan took his fishing rod to the river. Sun Jiashu followed beside him and carried the fish basket. On the way, he told Chen Pinggan about the dusty medicine shop. Chen Pinggan also said that he had broken through to the fourth realm. It was no longer important whether he went to the dusty medicine shop or not. However, he still wanted to see that acquaintance. Sun Jiashu did not object. He said that they could leave tomorrow and only needed to make some preparations. He would definitely not be able to accompany them. Instead, it would be easy for him to do bad things with good intentions. However, he would let a Golden Core realm expert from the family accompany them. As the head of the family, Sun Jiashu had endless matters to attend to. Naturally, he could not sit by the river with Chen Pinggan. The fish that the Sun clan wanted to catch were all very big. Sun Jiashu quickly walked back to the ancestral home to deal with the family affairs. He sat behind the table and spread out stacks of account books. In front of him was an antique old abacus. The abacus did not look extraordinary. What was truly extraordinary was that there were several thumb-sized golden people sitting around the abacus. They were of the same origin as the legendary silverworms. They were born in the treasury. They had wings on their backs and shone with a golden light. When they had nothing to do, they liked to roll around and play around, implying that wealth was rolling in. When Sun Jiashu quickly recited the numbers in his heart, the golden people would fly onto the beads of the abacus and quickly move them. The ancestral abacus and the golden boy were not ordinary objects. However, everything outside the study was very simple and ordinary. Even the oil lamp on the table was like this. Sun Jiashu would occasionally add some oil. The Sun clan had an ancestral teaching passed down to their descendants since ancient times. What you need to do, a copper coin is the foundation of the clan. If you need to spend, spend it. There was no need to blink at all. Between getting up and adding oil, Sun Jiashu would go to the window to look at the river and take a short rest. As a chi refinement warrior of the middle 5 realms, he looked at the sky for the last time. Suddenly, he telepathically sent a message to the consecrators outside the ancestral home. A small bet for fun. Do the 3 of you dare to bet with me? If I lose, since it's a small bet for fun, I will take out a piece of grain rain money. If the 3 of you lose, you will look after the ancestral home of the Sun clan for another 100 years. Of course, the salary that the Sun clan should give you every year will still be the same. That woodcutter smiled and said, Sun Jiashu, who dares to bet on this? It's too unfair. Sun Jiashu smiled and said, I want to bet that this young man will be able to wait for a heavenly phenomenon during his night watch this time. In that case, do you want to bet? Bet. The 3 old immortals said in unison, laughing heartily. If they lost, it would only be 3 pieces of grain rain money. If they won, the Sun clan would have 3 more golden cores in the next 100 years. If they were lucky, one of the 3 would be a big shot of the 9th realm nascent soul realm. Presumably, the 3 of them also knew the key points. It was just that the 3 of them did not think that Sun Jiashu would win. Moreover, the 3 of them had long been indifferent to a piece of grain rain money. They just wanted to bet and win the little god of wealth of Old Dragon City. Then, Sun Jiashu smiled and took out 3 pieces of grain rain money from his sleeves. He lined them up on the windowsill and said self-deprecatingly, "I suddenly realized that the three of you can take the grain rain money away." The three of them did not stand on ceremony. They used their skills and the 3 pieces of grain rain money disappeared into thin air. The old man who had the highest cultivation level was the last to take the grain rain money. He was the chi refinement warrior who had the highest chance of advancing to the nascent soul realm. Sun Jiashu smiled and did not say anything. He did not return to his seat. He stood by the window and waited quietly for the moment when Chen Pinggan opened his eyes and raised his head. Those priceless golden boys were looking forward to it. The little fellows were a little puzzled as to why their master did not like to earn money today. The sky in the east was first silver-gray, then it turned white. Finally, the morning glow stretched for thousands of miles. It was bright red and dazzling, illuminating Old Dragon City. Then, the world was peaceful. The sun in the East Sea rose slowly. The clouds gathered and dispersed. There was nothing unusual. Sun Jiashu, who had lost 3 pieces of grain rain money, smiled and did not take it to heart. The 3 old immortals were obviously in a good mood. They teased Sun Jiashu one after another. That old ancestor of the Sun clan came to the study room. As a big shot of the nascent soul realm, he waved his hand and temporarily isolated the study room from the outside world. He smiled and comforted, "How is it? Are you convinced now? Your grandpa has long said that the fortune of the Sun clan has long been exhausted by that remarkable skill of yours. You just earn your hard-earned money honestly." Sun Jiashu sighed. Suddenly, he remembered something. He walked to the door and bid farewell to the old ancestor. He smiled and said, "I will go to the kitchen of the ancestral house to tell old Song. Today's breakfast should be more normal. Don't squander those delicacies anymore. Anyway, that brat Chen Pinggan can't tell the difference between good and bad. Who knows, he might like ordinary pickled vegetables and steamed buns more. I won't flirt with the blind man anymore. Save money." The old ancestor of the Sun clan smiled and nodded. He looked at the little golden figures on the old abacus. The old ancestor's expression was a little proud. The Fu clan was richer than the Sun clan, but when it came to these children of wealth with the highest quality, the Fu clan only had a pair of twins. Barely, the Fu clan had 3 of them. The Sun clan had as many as 4. As for the other 4 major families of Old Dragon City, at most, the Fan clan had bought one from the emperor of a fallen dynasty. Looking at Chen Pinggan wolfing down the porridge, steamed buns, and pickled vegetables for breakfast, his appetite was indeed much better than before. Sun Jiashu sat across the table and chewed slowly. His appetite was also better than before. When drinking, when meeting people who liked drinking, when eating, when meeting people who liked eating, it was indeed easier to eat and drink until one was full. After that, Chen Pinggan returned to the river and really fished. He caught a lot of fish. Half of the basket was the river fish commonly known as baijiao in Old Dragon City, and the other half was mixed fish such as yellow spicy cubes and crouching tigers. After eating a fish feast at noon, Sun Jiashu let Chen Pinggan put on a disguise mask and reminded him again. Then he let Chen Pinggan follow the old ancestor to a pond outside the ancestral house. After the old ancestor of the Sun clan waved his sleeve, the pond water was like a mirror, and the scene of a house appeared in it. The old ancestor signaled Chen Pinggan to just walk on the surface of the pond. Chen Pinggan put away the blade-strengthening gourd and only carried the sword case on his back. He did not hesitate to step out. He did not fall into the bottom of the pond, but stepped on the surface of the mirror. Only ripples spread out under his feet. After a few steps, his figure suddenly disappeared as if he had walked into the mirror. The next moment, Chen Pinggan stepped out of the house, looked around, and saw the scene through the water. On the side of the Sun clan's ancestral house, the old man looked at the ripples on the water that had not yet subsided, and said to Sun Jiashu in amazement, "This young man Dali, what a stable soul, what a strong backbone. No wonder Liu Baqiao treats him as a friend." Sun Jiashu smiled and shook his head, retorting, "Liu Baqiao does not regard Chen Pinggan as a friend because of this." The old man went straight to the heart and asked Sun Jiashu, "Then what about you?" Sun Jiashu thought for a while and said frankly, "In the end, it is not a meeting in adversity. I am not as good as Liu Baqiao and Chen Pinggan. On the other side of the mirror, which was located in the inner city of Old Dragon City, there was already someone waiting outside the house. It was the Sun Clan's Jindan stage immortal. He led Chen Pinggan out of a vast courtyard from the side and took a carriage that had been waiting for a long time. The old Jindan stage immortal, who had a restrained aura and returned to his original state, personally served as the coachman. The carriage finally stopped at the entrance of a street. There was a young locust tree at the entrance of the alley. Under the tree, there was a man who was eating melon seeds and flipping through a book. After Chen Pinggan got off the carriage, the two looked at each other. The man silently picked up the stool and walked into the alley first. The Sun Clan's old man stopped the carriage at the side of the road and did not follow. He closed his eyes and began to rest. When they arrived at the medicine shop, Zheng Dafeng placed the stool at the entrance for Chen Pinggan to sit on and went to pick up another one. For a moment, the entrance was crowded with women who came to join in the fun. It was a pity that Chen Pinggan wore an ugly face. They quickly lost interest and walked back to the shop to laze around. Zheng Dafeng smiled and asked, "Since you have scattered the 8 tails of vital energy talisman, why did you take the risk to come here? If I remember correctly, you and the young city lord Fu Nanhua have a deep grudge. Aren't you afraid of being exposed? When the time comes, the Sun Clan can clean themselves up. Do you think I will save you?" Chen Pinggan asked 3 questions. Who told my father about the natal porcelain? Who killed my father? Does this have anything to do with old Yang? Zheng Dafeng's face was calm. He smiled and asked, "If it had something to do with the old man, do you think I would tell you?" Chen Pinggan was silent. Zheng Dafeng used the book to fan the wind. Whether you believe it or not, the old man did not participate in this matter. But I can tell you directly that the old man must have seen it from the very beginning. He probably felt that it was meaningless and not worth it, so he was too lazy to intervene. If you resent the old man for not intervening, then it is Chen Pinggan's matter. I will not stop you. Chen Pinggan shook his head and smiled bitterly. Why would I resent this? I know old Yang's character very well. He never owes anyone, nor does he let anyone owe him. Everything he does is fair trade. Zheng Dafeng nodded and turned to look at Chen Pinggan. He grinned and said, "It is good that you can think this way. Otherwise, I will risk being beaten and scolded to death by the old man and smash your head with one punch." Chen Pinggan seemed to be indifferent. Or perhaps, he had already guessed the town's gatekeeper's temperament. Zheng Dafeng found himself, initially, among those children, not mentioning their respective inheritances and factions. I thought the most highly of Apricot Blossom Alley's Ma Ku Xian and Fortune Street's Zhao Yaro, as well as Clay Bottle Alley's Song Jisin. My senior brother Li who is Li Liu and Li Huai's father, was blinded by greed. He liked you the most. After you left Pearl Grotto Heaven, I roughly understood your various encounters. Only then did I realize that I had misjudged you and my senior brother. I used to think that the two of you were simple-minded fools, but now I realized that I, Zheng Dafeng, was blind. Zheng Dafeng actually wanted to say that Li and Chen Pinggan were actually the smartest people. A lonely young man from Clay Bottle Alley who walked step by step to where he was today. Only when he reached the southernmost old dragon city of the Aquarius continent did he ask those 3 questions. Chen Pinggan asked, "I do not dare to ask about old Yang's side. Furthermore, I know that it is useless to ask. As for you, I feel that I can ask." Zheng Dafeng smiled and asked, "Why? Do you feel that with a golden core chi refinement warrior protecting you, you don't have to worry about your own safety?" Chen Pinggan pointed to the sky, baffled. Old Yang can weigh the pros and cons. Perhaps if I ask the crucial questions, he will still slap me to death. However, you, Zheng Dafeng, would not dare to do so. If I guess wrongly, I may not necessarily die. Furthermore, the price that you will have to pay will not be small. Chen Pinggan actually wanted to say that Zheng Dafeng was also a businessman. However, his intuition told him that this sloppy man's vision and identity were far inferior to old Yang's. However, when Chen Pinggan really opened his mouth to ask these questions that he had suppressed in his heart for a full 10 years, he still felt a strong sense of uneasiness. However, after attaining the 4th realm, he could already control his state of mind. It was not difficult to put on an act and pretend that everything was fine. Furthermore, after walking into this small alley, when Zheng Dafeng entered the shop to take the stool, Chen Pinggan had already taken out the blade-strengthening gourd from his bag and started drinking. If his own fourth realm was not enough, there was still level 1 and level 15. After that, there was still that golden core Qi refinement warrior from the Sun family. Furthermore, it was time to reopen some old scars and bask in the sun for some old memories. Zheng Dafeng looked at the young man with a solemn expression and sighed. He put away the book that had almost caused him to break his tongue, and finally managed to borrow it from the young girl again. He rolled it into a ball and gently beat his knee. He lazily said, "You're getting more and more annoying. All right, you don't have to be on tenterhooks. Even I feel tired for you. Don't worry, I won't kill you. Old Yang thinks highly of you now. Furthermore, I, Zheng Dafeng, will not resort to violence and killing you just because you asked a few questions. No matter how small my scope is, it is not so small as to do that." Zheng Dafeng immediately said, "But I won't answer those 2 questions. If you have the ability, you can follow the clues yourself." Speaking of this, Zheng Dafeng smiled and asked, "Why don't you ask Qi Jingchun directly?" Indeed, Chen Pinggan was much more relaxed. He leaned against the wall with the sword case behind him and raised his head to drink a mouthful of wine. He said something that made Zheng Dafeng even more puzzled. "I'm afraid that Mr. Qi will be disappointed." Zheng Dafeng turned and shouted, "Maya, bring out 2 plates of melon seeds and peanuts to serve the guests." A woman with a plump figure smiled as she brought out 2 plates of food. When the woman bent over and handed him the plates, Zheng Dafeng pretended to be shocked and said, "A mountain is pressing down on my head. What a fierce aura." The woman threw the 2 plates in Zheng Dafeng's hands and hurriedly stood up. She stepped on the man's foot and smiled charmingly. How shameless. Zheng Dafeng passed a plate of peanuts to Chen Pinggan and started to eat melon seeds himself. Chen Pinggan seemed to have expected Zheng Dafeng's answer and was not disappointed. He asked, "Do you have any good swordsmanship manuals that you can sell?" Zheng Dafeng asked casually, "Is it the Qi refinement warrior's immortal swordsmanship or the martial arts manuals in the pugilistic world?" Chen Pinggan said bluntly, "You should be able to tell that my longevity bridge has long been broken. If I want to practice swordsmanship, I can only practice the martial arts sword manuals." Zheng Dafeng also said bluntly, "I can also help you find the best martial arts manuals and sell them to you at a sky-high price. But it's meaningless. I advise you not to touch the so-called peerless martial arts manuals in the pugilistic world. I, Zheng Dafeng, am a martial artist myself. I know the depth of this. Since you're good at practicing martial arts now, don't create new problems and waste your time." Chen Pinggan ate a peanut and thought for a while. He said sincerely to this man, "Thank you. Just based on these words, you don't have to return the 5 copper coins you owe me." The corners of Zheng Dafeng's mouth twitched. Look, how could he, Zheng Dafeng, find such a boring young man pleasing to his eyes? But deep in the man's eyes, it was hard to understand. Zheng Dafeng stretched his body comfortably and said weakly, "Please take off your mask. You're not handsome to begin with. The more you wear this mask, the more annoyed I feel." Chen Pinggan shook his head and said, "Don't you know about the feud between Fu Nanhua and me? How would I dare to take it off and walk around the inner city of Old Dragon City openly? God knows what kind of spells the Fu family has to observe the movements in the city. For example, it's like a god using his palm to observe the mountains and rivers. If there's really such a spell, isn't it equivalent to me shouting in front of someone's house to come and beat me to death? Unless they're stupid, a large group of people will definitely rush out to beat me to death." Zheng Dafeng was amused and revealed the secret with a smile. "All right, old Yang told me that as long as you break the vital Qi talisman by yourself, I need to guarantee that you'll be alive and kicking in Old Dragon City. Even if you want to die and swagger to the gate of Fu City to show off, I still have to guarantee that you'll leave this city safely." Zheng Dafeng suddenly muttered, "I didn't think so before, but now I realize that this kid has a good name." Chen Pinggan was skeptical. "You're a peak martial Dao master? Or an upper 5 Qi refinement warrior?" Zheng Dafeng laughed. Do you think that level 9 Martial Dao Masters and Jade Pure Realm Chi Refinement Warriors are cabbages on the roadside? You can see a bunch of them when you walk a few steps. Old Dragon City is full of all kinds of people. Level 8 Martial Dao Masters and level 10 Earth Immortals can already do whatever they want. Of course, the premise is that they don't provoke the public and only provoke one family. Even the Fu family, who has a half-immortal weapon, is not without room for negotiation. Those nascent Soul Realm Old Ancestors and level 9 Chi Refinement Warriors are already considered high and mighty old immortals here. Zheng Dafeng rolled his eyes and said, "Do you think this is our Dragon Pearl Grotto heaven? I'm a Martial Dao Master at the peak of level 8. Can I only look at the door and collect money?" Ruan Tan, who is at level 11, can already forge swords by the river before he succeeded as a saint. When Dali Imperial Tutor Kui Dong entered Dragon Pearl Grotto Heaven, didn't he also sneak around and show his avatar? Chen Pinggan suddenly asked, "You want me to peel off the skin? Are you planning something?" Zheng Dafeng was also not stingy. He said in surprise, "You can see through this." A yin spirit condensed from green smoke appeared in the dark corner of the wall opposite the two of them. He sneered and said, "Zheng Dafeng's mind is in a mess now. He can't figure out what the Dao Protector and Dao Preacher are, so he asked the Fan family to spend a lot of money to find someone to do a divination. The divination is to obtain chestnuts in a big fire, which is great luck. So he wants to put you in danger. When the time comes, he will fight and I will escort you out of Old Dragon City. During this time, he may be able to figure out the two identities. If he can break through the level 8 Martial Dao bottleneck, it will be in line with the divination." Chen Pinggan turned to look at Zheng Dafeng, who was not blushing at all. 5 copper coins. Even if you want to pay it back now, I won't take it back. Zheng Dafeng said indifferently, 5 copper coins is nothing. Do as you wish. Chen Pinggan sneered and said, "Zheng Dafeng, do you really think that I don't know the rules of Old Yang? Earlier, I purposely mentioned it. Then you mentioned martial arts and swordsmanship. I saw that what you said was true, so I went with the flow and settled this debt. If I didn't guess wrong, the person who wanted me to deliver the letter was Old Yang. The person who wanted you to owe money was also Old Yang, right? Are you regretting it now?" Putting away the blade strengthening gourd, he stood up and placed the empty plate on the bench. Chen Pinggan saluted the yin spirit and said, "Although I don't know why you are willing to reveal the truth, perhaps it is Old Yang's idea. But I still want to thank you." The yin spirit nodded. Chen Pinggan strode away. Zheng Dafeng was indeed as the young man said. He was indeed regretting it. Zheng Dafeng looked coldly at the yin spirit who had most likely ruined his divination. "Was it your idea, or the old man's? You better say it clearly." The yin spirit said indifferently, "Take a guess." Zheng Dafeng laughed and instantly became relaxed. "You never do things on your own. It was most likely the old man's idea." Yin Shen laughed mockingly. A pure martial artist at the peak of the 8th realm, the disciple of a divine lord, actually believes in the so-called divination. Don't you know that even if the Fan family did not do anything, it is still a great fortune for everyone in the world? For you, Zheng Dafeng, could it be that the universe has been turned upside down, a truly inauspicious omen? Zheng Dafeng's expression became serious. He raised his head and looked at the yin spirit. He nodded and said, "I understand." The yin spirit did not think much of it. Since the Divine Lord is willing to let you be in charge, then don't think that you are smart. Just do what you are told. Zheng Dafeng waved his hand and said, "I was tricked by that young man and taught you a lesson. I am very annoyed. I need to leave the alley and take a breather." The yin spirit disappeared. Zheng Dafeng suddenly asked, "Was the strange phenomenon in the Sun family's ancestral home caused by Chen Pinggan's breakthrough?" The yin spirit's cold voice seeped out from the shadows in the corner. "It should be." Zheng Dafeng held a book under his arm and carried a stool and melon seeds to the entrance of the alley. He once again sat under the locust tree and looked at the beauty. A tall and imposing man dressed in ordinary clothes slowly walked over. Behind him was a young woman with a graceful figure who walked over leisurely. The man walked to Zheng Dafeng's side. The young woman stood behind the man. She was very curious about the shopkeeper who sat on the stool and fanned himself with a book. The man smiled and said, "Old Dragon City's son Jiashu's face is only worth a thin layer of skin." "Shopkeeper Zheng, you are very accurate." Zheng Dafeng turned and glanced at the man. "Fu Qi, you are not even wearing the old dragon robe. It seems that you are not here to chase us away." The man smiled and pointed behind him. "It does not matter if I wear the old dragon robe or not in Old Dragon City. Bringing her here is where my true sincerity lies." It was both a demonstration and a show of weakness. The demonstration meant that in Old Dragon City, Fu Qi did not need to personally make a move to chase Zheng Dafeng away. The show of weakness meant that Fu Qi, as the city lord of Old Dragon City, was willing to cater to Zheng Dafeng and bring a long-legged woman in front of shopkeeper Zheng. Zheng Dafeng viciously looked at the woman's beautiful legs before turning his head and continuing to look at the people on the street. "Fu Qi, your tone is so big. Why don't you just suck the sea of clouds into your stomach?" Fu Qi's expression was ugly. He reached out and grabbed a jade pendant at his waist. Only then did his expression calm down. The woman trembled. This was the first time she had felt such obvious anger from her father. Zheng Dafeng smiled coldly. "We are both businessmen. Are you worthy of being compared to me?" Fu Qi laughed. "Since shopkeeper Zheng is not in a good mood, then I will mention some things later." Zheng Dafeng's mood was not just bad. It was extremely bad. 5 copper coins. It was just 5 copper coins that the commoners often passed by, but it was like 5 mountains pressing down on his heart. He had tried his best to deal with it carefully. It was not easy to trick the young man into agreeing not to collect the money. In fact, Zheng Dafeng already knew from the moment the young man asked those 3 questions, as well as the seemingly unintentional sentence "Old Man Yang never owes anyone." He didn't expect the young man from Mud Bottle Alley to ask for the most common 5 copper coins from him. This little bastard from Mud Bottle Alley was cunning and not easy to fool. Zheng Dafeng was furious. He fanned the book with all his strength. "No wonder I didn't like this guy from the beginning. He is so young and shrewd. How is he like a young man?" Zheng Dafeng suddenly stopped complaining and said dispiritedly, "If he was an ordinary young man, he would not have lived to this day." The man heaved a long sigh and started to flip the pages of the book. The pages rattled, but he couldn't read a single word. He mumbled to himself, "Did that otherworldly item really hit the nail on the head? Did I really think I was smart?" He turned to the next page of the book. It was the Pure and Sincere chapter. It was a hodgepodge of some common stories. At the end of the story, the author pretended to add a few sentences of great principles. It was simply a muddle. In Zheng Dafeng's opinion, if the story was divided into parts, the beautiful eyebrows of this woman, the intoxicating pink cheeks of another woman, and the cherry lips of another beauty were all enchanting sceneries. However, if they were randomly pieced together, they would not be beautiful. The whole thing was unbearably ugly. Zheng Dafeng absent-mindedly turned to the next page. It was the last paragraph of the Pure and Sincere chapter. It was still some boundless and empty principles. It is said that in ancient times, a person with a pure heart was always sincere enough to move metal and stone. Therefore, honesty and sincerity are the foundation of a Confucian gentleman. There is also a Taoist sage who said that without honesty and sincerity, one cannot move people. Truth is the utmost sincerity. This is the origin of the title Enlightened Master in Taoism. Zheng Dafeng quickly turned to the next chapter, the Loyalty and Filial Piety chapter. He quickly flipped through it from beginning to end. He slammed the book shut and began to fan it like a fan again. This man seemed to have turned a deaf ear to the teachings of the sage in the book. In the end, he seemed to have accepted his fate. Since the old man said that I have no hope of reaching the 9th realm in this lifetime, then why should I force myself? I've been begging for so many years. No wonder the old man said that I'm too smart with all my tricks. I'm only smart now. How many times have I fought with Li Er? Song Jianqiang only fought with senior martial brother, and he broke through. I actually understood from the beginning that I couldn't ask for it. I was just secretly hoping for a fluke. Haha, now that I'm looking at beauties in Old Dragon City every day, I'll just wait for death in the 8th realm. Zheng Dafeng closed his eyes and stopped peeking at the woman's figure. At this moment, the man looked a little lonely. A young woman with a valiant figure walked past. Her face was covered in makeup and she was dressed to the nines. Her large face was enough to ward off evil spirits. When she stopped and saw the man's appearance, she felt a little distressed. She thought that he probably wanted to confess to her but was too embarrassed to do so. Otherwise, she would no longer be a reserved lady. Should she confess first so that her lover wouldn't be embarrassed? However, just as she coughed and wanted to moisten her throat, the man opened his eyes. The man suddenly opened his eyes and ran back into the alley with the stool in his hand. She sighed and touched her cheeks. She started to feel sorry for herself. If she had to blame someone, she could only blame her appearance. It was still so moving and devastatingly beautiful. She suddenly realized that the makeup on her face had been rubbed off by her fingers. She quickly wiped it back. Fu Ji didn't use his supernatural powers to bring his daughter back to Talisman City. Instead, he leisurely strolled along the streets. A carriage slowly followed behind him. The woman was called Fu Chunhua. She was Fu Ji's eldest daughter. Along with Fu Ji's eldest son, Fu Donghai, they were one of the candidates to take over the family head position. Since she was the family head or the heir of the old dragon robe, she would definitely be a young person with great talent. Fu Ji looked middle-aged but was actually 400 years old. His cultivation was Realm 10. Although he wasn't as famous as Li Tuanjing in the Wind Thunder Garden, the strongest Realm 10 cultivator in the Aquarius continent and the strongest person below the upper 5 realms, he wore the old dragon robe. Along with the family having 4 half-immortal weapons, Fu Ji had the qualifications to be seen as a genuine Jade realm. Fu Chunhua was close to 300 years old. She and her brother, Fu Donghai, were both famous Golden Core realm cultivators. They were also good at fighting. They each escorted a ferry to the inverted mountain for hundreds of years. They had experienced a lot and encountered deep-sea monsters. It wasn't the first time that they were in a life-and-death situation. The key was that the Fu family disciples entering the Golden Core realm meant that they could control half-immortal weapons. Thus, there was a saying in the Aquarius continent that the true realm of the Fu family Qi cultivators had to be half a realm higher. Fu Chunhua hesitated for a long time before asking, "Father, why did you bring me to see this person and not Nanhua?" Fu Ji smiled, "Didn't I say earlier? It is to show the sincerity of the Fu family. This shopkeeper Zheng likes beauties with long legs. The spy reports are very clear." The woman obviously didn't believe this. Even if she was the most likely candidate to inherit the patriarch position, but whether it was her brother Fu Donghai, or her brother Fu Nanhua, they all knew one thing: the connections that they had painstakingly built were not enough to know the true scenery of the Aquarius continent. And being under the protection of their father, Fu Ji, it was both cool and restrained. They did not dare to overstep their boundaries to avoid being suspected by Fu Ji. The Fu family of Old Dragon City seemed to be free and undisciplined, but those useless family members who had no hope of getting the dragon robe had long given up. They were also excluded from the family's decision-making circle. In fact, the Fu family's rules were very strict. In fact, they were not inferior to the royal family. In the recent 100 years, Fu Donghai was in charge of the relationship management in the North Continent. She, Fu Chunhua, was in charge of the secret plans in the Southeast Continent. Fu Nanhua, who was originally unknown and mediocre, rose rapidly until he was unexpectedly selected to go to the Dragon Pearl Grotto Heaven. The family gave a lot of manpower and resources to her younger brother. It was obvious that the family head, Fu Ji, was not satisfied with her and Fu Donghai's business for the past 100 years. Fu Chunhua knew that she wouldn't be able to get an answer and changed the topic. "Do you want me to remind Sun Jiashu?" Fu Ji smiled. "Sun Jiashu? Even if his realm is not as high as yours, he is still the head of the Sun family. You are just a Golden Core Qi refinement warrior. What right do you have to warn him? His ancestral house still has a nascent soul elder of the Sun family. Also, your brother has worked hard to rope in that Golden Core Qi refinement warrior who has the potential to advance to the nascent soul realm. Until now, he has finally relented. If the Fu family warns Sun Jiashu now, do you think that golden core Qi refinement warrior will still have the face to leave the Sun family's ancestral house and come to our Fu family? Fu Chuanhua's face was pale. She was afraid that her father would mistakenly think that she was harming her brother. Fu Ji smiled and said, "Don't be nervous. I know your character." Actually, this time, Sun Jiashu took advantage of the situation and bet on Chen Pinggan because he wanted to test our Fu family. He is probably afraid that if we don't warn him, once the Sun family succeeds, he will return to the ancestral house and act like he is being bullied by the Fu family. Believe it or not, there is no need for Sun Jiashu to persuade him. That golden core Qi refinement warrior with a bright future was indebted to the Sun family. After this battle, he will definitely stay at the Sun family's ancestral house. Fu Chunhua asked, "Isn't Sun Jiashu afraid that the young man will die in our hands?" Fu Ji raised his head and looked at the sky. "It is normal for you to think this way. But when you wear the dragon robe, you will have the chance to know some of the real things." Fu Chunhua subconsciously raised her head and looked at the sea of clouds. Fu Ji smiled. "It will be even higher." Fu Chuanhua's heart trembled slightly. She looked up and was filled with longing. "Only by becoming a golden core cultivator can one be considered a member of my generation." Before becoming a golden core cultivator, everyone felt that this was the most satisfying thing to say. But when they really became a golden core cultivator, they realized that this was only the halfway point of becoming a Qi refinement warrior. Fu Ji suddenly said, "Compared to the Sun family and Sun Jiashu, my Fu family and Fu Ji are more daring. I need to leave Old Dragon City now to welcome a few distinguished guests from the north. Go and find Nanhua. Tell her that Chen Pinggan is at the Sun family's ancestral house. I want to know his choice. This will determine whether he can become the city lord of Old Dragon City. Of course, it will also determine whether you have the chance to wear the dragon robe. I hope that when I return to Old Dragon City, I will have made the right choice." Fu Ji waved his hand. "Get on the carriage and return to the city." Fu Chunhua obeyed. Her father had already risen from the ground and entered the sea of clouds formation. He should be heading north. Fu Chunhua did not care about what distinguished guests they were that the city lord of Old Dragon City had to come out of the city to welcome them. After she sat in the carriage, she started to think carefully about this problem. What should she choose next to gain the most benefits? What would her younger brother, Fu Nanhua, choose? Fu Chunhua realized that she was in a mess. It seemed that no matter what she did, she would be able to gain a little. But it was still far from her best expectations. When they arrived at her brother Fu Nanhua's private residence, Fu Chunhua still did not have a clue. She carefully chose her words and carefully said what her father Fu Jiang had said. There were some deletions, some subtractions, some additions. Fu Nanhua obviously would not believe everything. But Fu Chunhua did not dare to speak nonsense about Fu Ji's general meaning. Fu Nanhua listened carefully to his sister Fu Chuanhua's explanation. Just as he was about to get up and think about the problem, he suddenly sat back down and said indifferently, "I have already thought about it. I will get rid of Chen Pinggan." Fu Chunhua started to count her fingers with a smile. Shopkeeper Zheng of the Dust Medicine Shop is at least a peak State 7 martial artist. He might even be a State 8 Grandmaster. He is close to the Fan family in the inner city and Sun Jiashu's Sun family. There is a nascent Soul Realm ancestor of the Sun family in the ancestral house. Although the other 3 Golden Core Realm cultivators do not need to do anything unless the ancestral house is in trouble, Sun Jiashu can probably persuade them to do it as a last resort. Adding on the guest of the Sun family in the inner city, Nanhua, are you really not going to reconsider? Fu Nanhua's expression was indifferent. I am only thinking about how to get rid of that Dali youth with the smallest price. Fu Chunhua laughed again. Your wedding is near, aren't you afraid that there will be changes? Also, since that youth is from Pearl Grotto Heaven, he is considered a citizen of Dali. Aren't you afraid that this matter will have far-reaching implications and affect Emperor Dali's impression of the Fu family in Old Dragon City? Fu Nanhua just pondered and did not speak. Fu Chunhua finally smiled. Fu Nanhua, Think about it one last time. Is sister saying all this because she wants you to do something or because she wants you to not be stubborn? Fu Nanhua just pondered and did not speak. The smile on Fu Chuanhua's face became thinner and thinner. In the end, there was no smile at all. She looked coldly at her younger brother who had appeared out of nowhere. A piece of trash who had eaten his family's entire mountain of gold and silver and was only at Realm 6 dared to dream of becoming the old Dragon City's city lord? Was he worthy of fighting for that robe with her and Fu Donghai, two golden core realm cultivators? Fu Nanhua collected his thoughts and slowly stood up. His movements were as smooth as flowing water, and his bearing was graceful. He smiled slightly. Fu Chunhua, your mother isn't the only one who knows about the dirty matters between you and Fu Donghai. However, I'm very curious. Do you know about the dirty matters between Fu Donghai and your personal maid? Fu Chunhua grinned. Good brother, when Fu Donghai or I become the city lord, we will definitely take good care of you. Fu Nanhua did not seem to understand the threat in her words at all. He smiled and said, before that, us siblings still need to work together and plan how to kill Chen Pinggan, right? After all, you can't guess my father's thoughts at all. You don't know whether my choice is to walk toward the position of the head of the family or to stay away from it. What's more, while my father is testing me, he is also testing you. My good sister, you must be careful. Fu Chunhua narrowed her eyes. Her expression was gloomy. Fu Nanhua stood up and turned to look at the door. He thought to himself, Sun Jiashu, you sold out Chen Pinggan who almost killed me for a nascent soul realm cultivator. Is this deal worth it? Or, thinking of this, Fu Nanhua shook his head. Impossible, Sun Jiashu was not a madman. But what if? Fu Nanhua only started to hesitate at this moment. His heart was getting more and more irritated. Fu Chunhua looked at her brother who had grown up but had suddenly become a stranger. Finally, she had a trace of fear. Fu Liang went north alone. He stopped 1,000 miles away and finally landed on a ferry from Dallas Dragon Spring Parasol Mountain. On the ferry, there was Mohist hero Shu Ruo with his sword behind him. There was also a deputy head of Linlu Academy. With these two people on the ferry, it was more than enough to go to Inverted Hanging Mountain. The two people escorting them were a young man and a young girl. To be precise, it was Dallas Prince, Song Mu. The young girl was called GQ. She obediently followed behind her young master, Song Jisin. From start to finish, the young girl did not even look at Fu Liang. Maybe it was because Fu Liang was not wearing the old dragon robe. Plus, this old Dragon City Castellan did not announce his name and stood with sword immortal Shu Ruo at the bow of the ferry, so she did not recognize him. This ferry directly passed through the sea of clouds above the city and landed in Talisman City. After Fu Qi personally arranged a place for Dallas guests to stay, he came to Fu Nanhua's private residence and found his son leaning against a pillar with a dispirited expression. Fu Liang asked, "Why is there no movement in the Fu family?" Fu Nanhua raised his head and looked at his father. "I thought about a lot of things. It seems like everything I do is wrong. Fu family, Old Dragon City, Dali, Pearl Cave Paradise, Sun Jiashu, Fu Donghai, Spring Flower." Fu Nanhua suddenly laughed. "Then do you know that no matter what you do, you will be the next Old Dragon City Castellan?" Fu Nanhua's face was blank. Fu Liang turned around and lowered his head as if he was respectfully welcoming someone. A young girl who was unscrupulously absorbing the dragon energy walked into the hall as if she was tipsy. Then she sat on the chair, raised her hands and clapped lightly. A dragon robe appeared behind her. It was steaming as if she was using the mist to wash her clothes. Then she stood up and the dragon robe automatically put on her body. The 9-cloud sea golden dragons on it began to swim around vividly. She kicked off her boots and sat cross-legged on the chair. Wearing the dragon robe that was too loose, she looked a little funny. She frowned and said, "Without the restriction of Pearl Cave Paradise, I still have to pretend to be an ant. It's so hard. I can't help it. I can't beat some of them at the moment. Stinky Taoist, Wanju, Song Jianqiang, that unfathomable Master Mo, sword cultivator Shu Ruo, and so on. Sigh, there are so many of them. Forget it, let's not talk about them." This place is better. It's worthy of being the first place in Aquarius continent. After so many years of maintenance, there is still a lot of dragon energy left. Your Fu family has done well. There will be rewards in the future. Big rewards. Fu Nanhua looked at the familiar childish face of the young girl. Then he turned to look at his calm father. Finally, he stared hard at the dragon robe that had been passed down from generation to generation. Fu Nanhua realized that he, who had almost gone crazy before, was really going crazy this time. She looked around. In order to come here smoothly, I suffered a lot. But the most wronged thing is that the so-called smooth journey was given to me by that stinky Taoist. She suddenly pointed at Fu Nanhua and said sternly, "You ant, I heard that you don't even dare to kill Chen Pinggan. You don't even deserve the surname." The young girl turned to look at Fu Li. "What is your surname again?" Fu Li replied respectfully, reporting to young miss, "Our surname is Fu." The young girl was a little resentful. Her arrogance was gone. She lazily curled up in the chair, or more accurately, she was curled up in the dragon robe. Fu Nanhua was on the verge of collapsing. The young girl lowered her head and looked at the dragon robe, the physique and blood of the 9 Aquarius continent emperors in history. Not bad. She looked down and muttered, "The lower level sea of clouds is lacking." Her eyes lit up, revealing a pair of strange golden pupils. As though he had guessed the young girl's thoughts, Fu Li laughed bitterly. "Young miss, the sea of clouds above Old Dragon City cannot be kept in the dragon robe for the time being. Otherwise, with so many people watching, it will cause too much of a commotion, and people will easily find out." The young girl sighed, "I know the severity." In the end, her eyes became hazy, like a drunkard. "Being here, I really don't want to move." She suddenly jumped down from the chair, and with a slight shake, the originally huge dragon robe immediately became extremely fitting. She stood in the hall and looked out the door, as though she was hesitating about something. The Sun family's ancestral house. After the old ancestor heard the current patriarch's plan, he laughed bitterly. "Is it truly worth it? Are you not afraid that after this battle, we will not be able to recover, and the Fu family will join hands with the other 4 families to swallow us up?" Sun Jiashu's expression remained normal. "I only hate that the Sun family is not strong enough. I, Sun Jiashu, can only gamble so much." The Sun family's old ancestor was silent for a long time, then asked, "What if that young man knows of our Sun family's intentions?" Sun Jiashu's eyes were filled with determination. "He will not know. Even if we take a step back and say that he knows the truth, but my Sun family has paid such a huge price for him, and in the future, our rewards will only be greater." The Sun family's old ancestor asked again, "Is it really appropriate to be so eager for quick success? Can't we be like that young man who broke through from the 3rd realm to the 4th realm, and let nature take its course?" Sun Jiashu shook his head. "I, Sun Jiashu, am alone. Of course I can wait, but the Eastern Aquarius continent and the world cannot wait." The Sun family's nascent soul stage old ancestor could only sigh, and did not try to persuade him anymore. After that, the young man walked back to the Sun family's ancestral house's pond from the tall building in the inner city. After that, it was a sunny day, and the world was at peace. Sun Jiashu still came back to the ancestral house every few days. Every time he came back, he would stay for a night, and then gamble with the 3 Jindan realm consecrators. The earliest bet was 1 grain rain coin, the second bet was 2, the third bet was 4, and the fourth bet was 8. In the end, Sun Jiashu gambled 4 times, and lost 4 times. After that, Sun Jiashu did not bet anymore. And that Chen Pinggan still went to watch the night and fish every day, and then waited for the sun to rise from the east. On the 20th day of Chen Pinggan's stay in the Sun family's ancestral house, Sun Jiashu was still using a Daoist technique to sleep deeply, when he heard Chen Pinggan shouting from afar, "Sun Jiashu, look." Sun Jiashu suddenly got up. Without even wearing his boots, he opened the window and looked at the sky. In the eastern cloud sea, there were dozens of golden dragons surging down, and then they were all beaten back by the young man with the sword on his back with his ancient fist stance, and every time he punched out, he did not hesitate. At this moment, Sun Jiashu felt lost. His Dao heart was lost, and he was on the verge of collapsing. Luckily, The Sun family's old ancestor rushed to his side and pressed on his shoulder. Jiashu, you don't have to do this. Jiashu can be young all year round, but you can't do everything as you wish. That year I gave you this name, it was for today. Sun Jiashu's face was pale, and muttered, just one more time. Although his state of mind was stable, but he was lost, and his mind was uneasy. It was as if he had lost the entire Old Dragon City. In the inner city of Old Dragon City, at the entrance of the dusty medicine shop, Zheng Dafeng looked at the morning sun in the east. His mind was in a trance. He quickly took out the book, flipped to a page, and silently recited the chapter of pure sincerity. After the vision of heaven and earth ended, Zheng Dafeng shattered the book, leaving no traces behind. He walked back to the alley and said with a sad face, "Preacher, haha, it's actually my preacher." 255. The nascent soul realm is the 10th realm of the Qi refinement warrior, and the golden core realm is the 9th realm. There was a clerical error previously, so I hereby explain. That night, Sun Jiashu was supposed to invite a big shot from the southeast continent, but the young family head had a sudden idea and asked the Sun Mansion in the inner city to cancel this welcome banquet. Although it was very inappropriate, and the steward raised an objection for the first time, Sun Jiashu did not explain anything. In the study, he had already cut off the connection between the old mansion and the Sun Mansion, and then went to the small ancestral hall at the back. The steward there was a little helpless. The nascent soul realm ancestor of the Sun family did not want to make things difficult for the Sun Mansion. The old man, who had not appeared in the Sun Mansion for 100 years, personally instructed the steward, and then the entire Sun Mansion was reassured. After bathing and changing clothes, Sun Jiashu stood alone in the ancestral hall. After burning incense, he was silent as if he was reflecting on his mistakes. In addition to the memorial tablets in the ancestral hall, there were also portraits of the deceased family heads of the Sun family hanging on the wall. Most of them were in the inconspicuous attire of Sun Jiashu now. The position of the family head of the Sun family was passed down from grandfather to grandson. After Sun Jiashu's grandfather stepped down as the family head, he went to travel the central continent. Back then, Sun Jiashu inherited such a big family business at a young age. Sun Jiashu could be said to be aware of the hardships he had been through all these years. Sun Jiashu looked at those portraits. Some people turned the tide when the family was in danger, some opened up a new business route, some made friends with cultivators in the upper 5 realms for the family, some lived a mediocre life and caused the Sun family to be unable to raise its head in Old Dragon City, some made mistakes in decision-making, causing the Sun family to constantly give up their territory in the outer city, and their ancestral family business was constantly being eroded and divided. Some went astray and concentrated on cultivation, and the family power fell into the hands of relatives. Sun Jiashu wanted to know how his descendants would see him when he was hung on the wall in the future. Would he be the ancestor who raised his arms and worked hard to revive the family, the culprit who buried the root of the family's disaster, or a fool who missed a golden opportunity? Deep into the night, the nascent soul realm ancestor slowly walked into the ancestral hall. After a long silence, he finally said, "You can't do the same thing more than 3 times. It's already not easy for you to choose to trust that young man and bet on the 4th time. You lost on the 5th time, so there's no need to be so upset." The Golden Core consecrator who has a chance of entering the nascent soul realm was actually willing to bet with you 4 times because he was inclined to stay in the Sun family's ancestral home and not be roped in by Ji Donghai. Sun Jiashu didn't turn around. He was still staring at a portrait. He nodded and said, "I've already thought it through. I don't have much of a knot in my heart. Things didn't get any better or worse when it came to betting, and I could accept the results. Taking a step back, my Sun clan isn't so desperate as to lose a future nascent soul cultivator." The Sun clan's patriarch wanted to say something but hesitated. When it came to Sun Jiashu's great Tao, even he could not casually ask. This was just like the 3 consecrators of the Sun family's ancestral home. No matter how good their personal relationship with Sun Jiashu was, no matter how curious they were about that young man's cultivation, they would never take the initiative to ask. They would just take it as a joke and guess. Sun Jiashu opened one of his palms. I've only been doing business with Chen Pinggan from the beginning to the end. It's not that I don't treat Liu Baqiao as a friend, but Chen Pinggan is too strange. I couldn't help but take a big gamble on him. I have no choice. I'm a businessman and the head of the Sun clan. It's not good to know too much. Sun Jiashu turned his head and raised his palm. When Chen Pinggan defeated the Morning Sun Golden Dragon for the second time, when the Fu clan didn't move, all my plans failed and I was harmed instead. Only then did I know that I was wrong to take advantage of a side door. As a result, I watched myself lose an old dragon city. Even a nascent soul realm ancestor who was known as an earth immortal couldn't see anything wrong with the young man's palm. But the old man was very sure that what Sun Jiashu saw was the final truth. Sun Jiashu's expression was sorrowful. If it was just losing Chen Pinggan, a friend who wasn't a friend to begin with, and losing an old dragon city, I, Sun Jiashu, could still bear it even if I lost my teeth and blood. If the money ran away, I could just earn it again. In terms of earning money, I, Sun Jiashu, am not worse than anyone else. The old man could only remain silent and wait for him to continue. Sun Jiashu retracted his palm and clenched his fist. He said with a trembling voice, "But after these twists and turns, I realized that my way of earning money was the unquestionable great Tao of the Shang clan. It was most compatible with the righteous and long-lasting teachings of the ancestors." But Chen Pinggan, who I've only known for less than a month, confirmed that it was a side door. The Shang clan ancestors' last words were that money is like flowing water, it comes and goes quickly, and it's hard to rise and fall. Therefore, it's not acceptable. Sun Jiashu turned his head, not letting the ancestor see his face. He lowered his head slightly, as if he didn't want the ancestor to see his expression. The nascent soul realm old man slowly walked to Sun Jiashu's side. "Now that things have come to this, are you disheartened and not going to do anything?" Sun Jiashu put his hands by his mouth and sighed softly. The Fu family didn't do anything for some reason. Only I, Sun Jiashu, am in a dilemma. The key is that I'm still not sure what kind of person Chen Pinggan thinks I am, and what kind of person he is. This is the crux of the problem. The old man frowned. "It's hard to say how Chen Pinggan treats you. But you still haven't seen through his personality," Sun Jiashu said helplessly. "Before, I thought that I already saw through it. So even if he knew the truth later, Chen Pinggan wouldn't lose out on what the Sun family should have. At most, we'll be strangers in the future and never interact with each other. But now, it's hard to say. I'm not sure if Chen Pinggan treats others and himself the same." The old man patted Sun Jiashu's shoulder. "Jiashu, you are smart and talented. Being the patriarch of the Sun family is not a problem. Even if you created such a mess, I still think so. Then today, I will not use my identity as an ancestor to criticize the patriarch of the Sun family, but as a senior, I will say a few words to a junior. Putting aside all the schemes, the honor and disgrace of the family, and the situation of the Aquarius continent, you are still Sun Jiashu, Liu Baqiao's best friend. Chen Pinggan is also a friend that Liu Baqiao introduced to you. Why don't you just treat him as a simple friend, and get along with him? Don't think about the family for now." Sun Jiashu turned his head and asked suspiciously, "Is it possible?" The old man laughed. "Why don't you try, since things can't get any worse? And there are some things that you can't avoid even if you want to. In life, if you meet a hurdle, don't be afraid, you just have to work hard to get through it. Whether you can get through it or not, that's another matter. At least you tried. Like what you said, the Sun family can still take it." Sun Jiashu was still hesitant. "Then let me try?" The old man turned to look at the sky outside the ancestral hall. "Go. Don't forget, today is the day that the mountain sea turtle sets sail." Sun Jiashu took a deep breath and turned to leave the ancestral hall. Although he had made up his mind, the young man's footsteps were not relaxed. This time, Jiashu has truly lost miserably, and is afraid of losing. He lost 3 times in a row, lost Gu's money, and missed out on a 100-year consecrator who had the potential to become a nascent soul cultivator. He lost to the unmoving Fu family, and finally lost his Tao heart, and his heart started to waver, which is the most fatal. If I were in his position, I would be even worse than him. my state of mind would have long crumbled, and I would not even have the chance to redeem myself. The old man no longer stared at Sun Jiashu's back view, and looked back at the portraits, and laughed. Having such a calamity is a good thing. It's better than causing a huge disaster in the future, and not being able to mend the pen after the sheep is lost. If things go too smoothly, you will always be proud of your intelligence and wisdom, and that will not be a long-term solution. What do all of you think? The portraits hanging on the wall rustled as if they were echoing the sentiment. In Talisman City, Song Jisin was always accompanied by the Linlu Academy's deputy headmaster. The deal between Old Dragon City and Dali had been finalized long before Fu Nanhua entered the Dragon Pearl Grotto Heaven. Song Jisin's trip this time was just a symbolic appearance in public as Dali's prince, Song Mu. All of this was the strategy of Dali's imperial tutor, Kui Dong, and also the decree of the emperor. This time, Song Jisin went south from Longquan County's ferry to Old Dragon City. The emperor, who was recuperating in Dali's capital, did not make any requests to Song Jisin, so when Song Jisin was on the ferry, he had some misconception that the maidservant, Ji Qiu, was the real backbone of this long trip. Longquan County, Old Dragon City. Ji Qiu, Wang Zhu Wei Zhu. Song Jisin knew that the clues he knew, and the hidden clues had been woven into a big net, which would eventually lead to a situation where one went south and the other went north. In addition, the Great Sui Kingdom's Jiao family was willing to take a big step back and ally with the Song clan, and the North Continent's Lord of Heaven, Xie, in the middle of the Aquarius continent, had cut off Lakeview Academy's tight control over the northern region. Although the Academy's first move was thunderous and killed the signs of war among the dozens of countries in the central region, Song Jisin vaguely saw a path for the Dali Iron Cavalry to advance with irresistible force, driving south and riding on the coast of the South Sea. Song Jisin did not say anything about this. He just looked at it in his eyes and kept it in his mind. Although the situation in the Aquarius continent was beneficial to the Song clan, it did not mean that it was beneficial to Song Jisin. Not to mention that he had no interaction with the important officials in the imperial court and the country's pillars of merit. He had a twin brother in the Changchun Palace and a mother who was dead set on favoring him. When he went to the Changchun Palace, nominally, it was because he had been separated from his flesh and blood for many years, and after his son returned to the family, he should take the initiative to greet his mother. However, no matter how sad the mother appeared in the Changchun Palace, Song Jisin found it difficult to empathize with her. It was like watching a stranger in pain, and he had no compassion for her. Song Jisin was like a wooden man without emotions at that time. Other than squeezing out a few tears, he did not say anything else to the powerful woman who was banished to the cold palace. However, when she asked a question, Song Jisin answered. It did not seem like a reunion between mother and son, but more like a rigid monarch and minister meeting. Adding to the fact that his little brother was crying at the side, when they met, the mother and son trio must have felt awkward. Song Jisin walked alone in the courtyard of the Fu family. He said that he wanted to take a walk by himself, and the vice head of Linlu Academy did not follow him. Song Jisin met many handsome men and servant girls along the way. No one knew his identity, but Song Jisin had the old dragon cloud flipping pendant and the old dragon rain pendant on his waist, which allowed him to walk unimpeded in the Fu family. Today, Ji Qiu had run off to play again. Sword Immortal Shu Ruo was also missing. This person was said to be a famous hero of the school of Mo in the Central Plains. Song Jisin had always wanted to befriend him, but he always felt that Shu Ruo, who was always pleasant to everyone, was actually the hardest to talk to. It was hard for both sides to have a heart-to-heart. Maybe one day when he reached that position, it would be better. Song Jisin endured it to prevent it from backfiring. Along the way, Song Jisin admired the landscape gardens and pavilions that the Fu family had painstakingly built. The more he saw, the more bored he felt. In the past, when he wandered around the streets of the small town, whether he had the servant girl Ji Qiu or not, he did not feel that the scenery was so boring. Song Jisin thought of Ji Qiu, and the haze in his heart became thicker. He was afraid that one day, she would no longer be his servant girl, and when he turned around, he would no longer see her slender figure. Just like now. Song Jisin turned around, and in the empty corridor, there was only the untactful parrot in the cage speaking the human language. Song Jisin turned around and walked to the front of the birdcage. He knocked on the bamboo birdcage heavily with his finger. "Shut up." The parrot imitated Song Jisin quickly and accurately. It replied to him with the Baoping continent's language. "Shut up." Song Jisin raised his eyebrows and said, "Song Mu is the boss." That multicolored parrot turned around silently and used its butt to face Song Jisin. Then, it said, "Your boss." Song Jisin was not angry. Instead, he laughed. His mood improved, and he left with a smile. The Fu family had a dragon platform. It was a forbidden place in Old Dragon City. It was not in Talisman City, but on the cliff by the sea at the easternmost part of Old Dragon City. The dragon platform was hundreds of feet tall and was the tallest building in Old Dragon City. However, it was empty. There was always a golden core chi refinement warrior cultivating here to prevent outsiders from entering. Today, Fu Li personally led a guest to the platform to view the scenery. Other than that, there was only his son, Fu Nanhua, accompanying him. There was no one else. And the strangest thing was that Fu Li stopped at the foot of the dragon platform, allowing the guest to ascend the platform alone. After the golden core chi refinement warrior respectfully greeted Fu Li, he took another look at Fu Nanhua before returning to the thatched cottage. He continued to comprehend the tides of the sea to train his soul. Fu Li said softly, "Nanhua, you didn't choose to attack Chen Pinggan previously. Did you think that someone as smart as Sun Jiashu would do something smarter than you?" Fu Nanhua answered honestly, "Other than that, I have been asking myself. If I were the city lord of Old Dragon City, how would I deal with this matter? Would I use public resources for private purposes, or?" Fu Nanhua looked embarrassed and did not continue speaking. Fu Li praised, "It seems that you really listened to what I said to you that day. The descendants of the Fu family cannot wait until the day you become the city lord before you start to act as the city lord. If you don't have this bit of foresight, even if you are the strongest person in the family, you only know how to fight and kill for your own selfish desires. Once you meet a true immortal of the upper 5 realms, not to mention the Fu family, what is the entire Old Dragon City?" Fu Nanhua made up his mind and gritted his teeth. "Father, but my cultivation level is low now. How can I rightfully inherit the position of the city lord in the future?" Fu Li laughed involuntarily. "How?" "Use money. Old Dragon City's Fu family has a lot of money, not to mention other things. How do you think I advanced from the Golden Core realm to the nascent Soul realm? The heavenly treasures I used were enough to buy the 300 miles of the Sun family's street outside the city. After that, how did I advance step by step to the peak of the 10th realm? Other than being diligent in cultivation, most of it was done by using money. Otherwise, what do you think?" Fu Nanhua was dumbfounded. It's that simple?" Fu Li placed his hands behind his back and raised his head to look at the skinny figure that was ascending the stairs. He smiled and said, "Other than me thinking highly of you, her opinion, even if it is unintentional, is the most important. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is the final decision. There are some people and matters in Old Dragon City's Fu family that you are currently unable to interact with. But in the future, you will understand more and more. The true scenery of the Aquarius continent will also appear in front of your eyes." Fu Nanhua's eyes burned with passion. Fu Li's smile was dark and gloomy. "And then one day, you will realize that the surroundings are filled with the smell of blood." The outsider that was ascending the stairs was a young lady. When she walked up to the dragon ascension stage, her face was covered in blood, and tears of blood flowed down from her golden eyes. She stood alone, looking about her. The 9 continents, the 5 lakes and 4 seas, the mountains and the foot of the mountain were all graves, filled with enemies. On this day, Chen Pinggan was still fishing as usual, and then he started to practice the sword furnace stance. When the sun rose, he once again opened his eyes and looked towards the sky in the east. But this time, Chen Pinggan did not attract the golden chi to descend. But Chen Pinggan smiled and stood up to wave his hands, as though he was greeting an acquaintance. Chen Pinggan kept his fishing rod and fish basket, and returned to the Sun family's ancestral house. In the end, he saw Sun Jiashu waiting for him by the riverside. He was waiting for Chen Pinggan, but in truth, Chen Pinggan was also waiting for him. Zheng Dafeng had instigated him to remove the mask that was concealing his appearance in the small alleyways of the inner city, and after that, the yin spirit had interfered with Zheng Dafeng. The words that seemed to have nothing to do with the Sun family, Chen Pinggan thought about it, and could taste the hidden killing intent. Disappointment. Of course there would be. Overflowing anger. Not really. Liu Baqiao must have introduced Sun Jiashu to him out of good intentions. Therefore, whether or not he was willing to come to the Sun family's ancestral home was Chen Pinggan's own choice. In the end, it was an instinct to seek benefits and avoid harm. But looking back, this choice might not have been the worst, but it was also not the best. What was the purpose of the Fu family and Sun family's merchant path? Sun Jiashu had actually revealed some of it in their chat. Chen Pinggan's impression of Sun Jiashu became blurry again, and his heart was filled with wariness and scrutiny. A person's nature was pure and simple, but it was not the same as being stupid. To be a truly good person, one had to know what a bad person was. If a good person could live well, that would be the greatest kindness to the world. Chen Pinggan did not need books to tell him such simple things. Wasn't the chaos in the streets, the trivial matters of the neighbors, the scheming of the dragon kill apprentices all talking about these things? Sun Jiashu looked at the youth with a sword on his back who was getting closer and closer. He took a deep breath and did not say anything, only bowing and apologizing. Chen Pinggan moved away, avoiding Sun Jiashu's seemingly unprovoked apology. Sun Jiashu stood up and did not mind. He smiled bitterly and said, "Chen Pinggan, I've already arranged for the Fan family's Osmanthus Island ferry for you. My Sun family no longer has the face to invite you to board the mountain turtle." Chen Pinggan asked, "Sun Jiashu, why is that?" Sun Jiashu hesitated for a moment, then squatted down and faced the river. He picked up the pebbles beside his feet and gently threw them into the water. "Previously, I wanted to seek riches in danger and obtain a large amount of wealth. I purposely hid the Fu family's control over Old Dragon City and only let you wear a face that was not enough to cover the whole truth. Then, when you walked out of the tall building that the Fu family was watching closely, I bet that the stubborn Fu Nanhua would not be able to take it lying down and would bring a lot of people to kill you. After that, I will risk half of the Sun family to protect you, Chen Pinggan. After that, you will safely board the boat to the inverted hanging mountain and will feel that you owe me a big favor. I believe that sooner or later, the Sun family will repay me more than what we lose." Chen Pinggan was still holding the fishing rod and the fish basket. He stood in the same place and asked a key question: "How can you be sure that you can protect my life?" Sun Jiashu did not turn his head and pointed above his head. "There are some people and things that Fu Nanhua does not have the qualifications to know. But I, Sun Jiashu, as the head of the Sun family, know. Old Dragon City's mayor, Fu Li, of course knows. In this dispute between the younger generation, as long as I put all of my family's assets on the line and show that I will not hesitate to destroy the Fu family, then Fu Li will fiercely beat the Sun family and at a certain point, he will take the initiative to stop. You, Chen Pinggan, will naturally be scared but not in danger. You will not die, and I, Sun Jiashu, will take the opportunity to become friends with you." It was only at this moment that Chen Pinggan was filled with anger. His face was gloomy. He quietly circulated his qi and suppressed the anger in his heart. Sun Jiashu threw out another stone. The Sun family has been flourishing in recent years. On the surface, they have the strength to compete with the Fu family, but I can see a little further. Other than the Fu family that wants to join the Dali dynasty, among the 5 major families, the Fan family is right behind the Fu family. The other 3 families also have their own supporters. There is the Lakeview Academy, the Immortal Mansion in the North Continent, and the top tycoons in the Southeast Continent. They all have their own backing and retreat routes. Only my Sun family has been indecisive because I also have my eyes on the Song clan, but I can't find a way. A few years ago, I sent a Golden Core realm expert to the capital of Dali. Not to mention Emperor Dali, even the vassal King Song Jankyung's palace could not enter. The feeling of a businessman carrying a pig's head and not being able to find a temple is too despairing. Chen Pinggan asked the second question. It is normal that you don't treat me, Chen Pinggan, as a friend. Then what about Liu Baqiao? Sun Jiashu had thought of thousands of words to say, but none of them could answer this question. Sun Jiashu looked at the river with a bitter face. It directly pointed at one's heart. The old ancestor of the Sun family, who was secretly observing the conversation, was worried for Sun Jiashu. Sun Jiashu lowered his head slightly and held his cheeks with both hands. Since there was no good way to deal with it, this extremely smart businessman simply followed his heart and said to himself, "Of course I treat him as a friend. But maybe after this, I will only have you, Chen Pinggan, as an enemy, and Liu Baqiao, as a friend." Chen Pinggan asked the third question. The reason you said this is because you don't dare to kill me? Are you afraid that one day, when someone returns to the world, they will trample the Sun family's ancestral house? Sun Jiashu shook his head and said, "I don't want to kill you." He turned his head and forced a smile. Chen Pinggan, do you believe this sentence? Chen Pinggan did not answer. Sun Jiashu stood up, as if he had unloaded a 10,000 jin burden. He no longer looked so dispirited and finally recovered some of the Sun Jiashu of Old Dragon City. What should be said, what should not be said, I have said it. In the future, no matter what you, Chen Pinggan, do, I will not regret it. I, Sun Jiashu, still have this bit of responsibility. Chen Pinggan sighed. After taking my luggage, I will go to the dusty medicine shop in the inner city, and then take the Fan family's Osmanthus Island to inverted Hanging Mountain. Sun Jiashu nodded and said, "Okay." The two of them, one in front and one behind, silently walked back to the Sun family's ancestral house. Chen Pinggan really did carry his bag and, relying on his memory, walked on the yellow dirt road. Sun Jiashu ate breakfast alone, still pickled vegetables, porridge, and steamed buns. The old ancestor of the Sun family sat across from him. Just as he was about to speak, Sun Jiashu said, "I will explain the ins and outs of this matter to Liu Baqiao as soon as possible." The old man asked, "Are you afraid that Chen Pinggan will be the first to report, and then it will be even more difficult? Or is it because your conscience is uneasy and you have to say it?" Sun Jiashu put down his chopsticks and thought carefully. He said honestly, "It seems to be both." The old man probed, "Why didn't you go all the way and do something to the ferry on Peach Blossom Island?" After Sun Jiashu untied the knot in his heart, his spirit was much better. He smiled and shook his head. "I can't use one mistake to cover another. I don't dare to take any chances anymore." After hearing this answer, the old man seemed more relieved than Sun Jiashu. He smiled and said, "Then the Sun family didn't suffer this loss for nothing. Under the big picture, it's naturally best to be one step ahead, but it's also not easy to not make a big mistake. You already have a great cause, so you can't always think about putting all your eggs in one basket. You can't do that." Sun Jiashu smiled and said, "Having an elder in the family is like having a treasure." The old man stood up. "Eat slowly and adjust your state of mind. Don't have too many emotional fluctuations in the near future." Sun Jiashu put down his chopsticks and stood up to send him off. When the old man left the room, he sat down again and continued to eat breakfast. The bitter taste was unbearable. As for Sun Jiashu, if he didn't deal with it properly, he would be forcefully stripped of his position as the patriarch of the Sun family. This point was well known to the old man and the young man sitting opposite each other, and neither side felt that there was anything wrong with it. After walking out of the Sun family's territory, they came to a bustling market. After asking for directions, they hired an ordinary carriage to drive to the inner city. This time, the cost was very normal. After all, they didn't have to travel 300 miles on the street with all kinds of birds and beasts and flood dragons. It was not a small cost to enter the inner city from the outer city. After sitting in the carriage, Chen Pinggan was the one who showed the driver the way. This was because there was an extra yin spirit in the carriage. It was the one who appeared outside the dusty medicine shop. He said that his surname was Zhao, so Chen Pinggan respectfully called him Mr. Zhao. Outside the alley, Chen Pinggan paid the fare. Today, Chen Pinggan wasn't under the locust tree. Instead, he sat behind the medicine shop's counter in a daze. When he saw Chen Pingan, he didn't find it strange. He told Chen Pingan that although the medicine shop was small, the back of the shop was very big. Chen Pingan lifted the curtain and found that the layout was actually similar to the Yang family's medicine shop. There was a large courtyard with green stone slabs at the back. Chen Pingan picked the room on the left. Chen Pingan put down the sword case and luggage in the room, only leaving the blade-strengthening gourd at his waist. Zheng Dafeng copied old Yang and sat under the eaves outside the main room. He bought an old tobacco pipe from an antique shop and sat on a bench to smoke. However, in Chen Pingan's eyes, the old man's tobacco pipe was as deep as an ancient well. Zheng Dafeng's tobacco pipe was just comical. Chen Pingan sat at the door of his room and told him about taking the Osmanthus Island ferry. Zheng Dafeng nodded and said that it was easy. He promised that he would treat Chen Pingan like his own ancestor. Then, the two fellows who didn't get along with each other didn't say anything. One of them smoked while the other drank. This made the heads behind the curtains feel very bored, and they quickly dispersed. Zheng Dafeng smoked in boredom. He really didn't know why the old man liked it so much. It didn't have any taste at all. From time to time, he glanced at the dull teen. The moon waxed and waned, and its profits and losses were determined. Along with the fall of Pearl Grotto Heaven, this kid's luck wasn't too bad. Just the timing of Chen Pingan entering Old Dragon City, if not for the arrival of the Dali ferry and the Yunlin Jiang family, Fu Liang might not have been so easy to talk to. Chen Pingan, on the other hand, was thinking about how to get the 5 copper coins back. Zheng Dafeng suddenly asked, "I'm just asking. If Mr. Qi had said that you, Chen Pingan, would never be able to reach the 4th realm in your lifetime, what would you have done?" Chen Pingan thought for a moment. "Then I would have accepted my fate." Zheng Dafeng seemed a little surprised. Then, he rolled his eyes and felt even more bored. How could someone like that be his preacher? In this kind of thing, wasn't Chen Pingan the same as him? Zheng Dafeng didn't want to give up. He asked, "What happened after you accepted your fate? This kind of thing didn't hurt or itch." Chen Pingan answered casually, "Of course I would continue to practice my fist. What else could I do? I needed to practice my fist to survive. Besides, practicing fist isn't just about breaking through realms. It can strengthen the body. Having more energy is always a good thing." Zheng Dafeng narrowed his eyes and asked with a smile, "Then what if you accidentally reached the bottleneck of the 3rd realm and saw the hope of reaching the 4th realm? What would you do?" Chen Pingan turned his head to look at this man. He almost blurted out the catchphrase of the old sword saint from the Combing Nation. "Don't you look like an idiot?" Practicing fist was a good thing. Breaking through realms was even better. Since you've reached the bottleneck, of course you should think about how to break through. Zheng Dafeng clicked his tongue and said, "Don't you remember Mr. Qi's conclusion that you can't reach the 4th realm?" Chen Pingan's eyes widened. He felt that Zheng Dafeng's brain must have been clamped by a door. How could a peak level 8 martial arts master be so baffled? Chen Pingan took a sip of wine. Mr. Qi is obviously very knowledgeable. However, Mr. Qi's original intention must be for my good. If breaking through is a bad thing, I'll endure it. If it's a good thing, but if Mr. Qi was wrong from the beginning, would I really not break through? At this point, Chen Pingan muttered in his heart, "If that's the case, then Mr. Qi will be disappointed." Zheng Dafeng's expression became more and more serious. He no longer cared about smoking his pipe. How could Mr. Qi be wrong? Chen Pingan said seriously, "If I had the chance to stand in front of Mr. Qi and ask him if he would make a mistake, how do you think Mr. Qi would answer?" Zheng Dafeng looked as if he had been struck by lightning. His face was full of pain. He threw away his pipe and scratched his head with both hands. Zheng Dafeng's eyes were red and bloodshot. He stared blankly at Chen Pingan and shouted, "Chen Pingan, does Mr. Qi have a message for you? Say it directly. If he does, I'll be willing to be your protector. 10 years, 100 years, it doesn't matter." Chen Pingan shook his head and said, "No." Zheng Dafeng stood up abruptly. Like an ant on a hot pan, he spun around in the courtyard. His footsteps were chaotic. He was worse than a level 3 martial artist. Chen Pinggan muttered, "Don't tell me he's suffering from Qigong deviation." The yin spirit appeared beside him. He had already covered up the atmosphere of this small part of the courtyard. No sound or movement could pass through that curtain. Zheng Dafeng ran around wildly. "Mr. Qi, I've heard you preach many times. You must have told me something. It's just that I didn't understand it back then. Think carefully. Zheng Dafeng, don't rush, don't rush." Inside the small courtyard, strands of chaotic wind appeared on the ground. They condensed into solid blades. Fortunately, the yin spirit was carefully suppressing them from the side. Otherwise, they would have shattered the stone slabs and broken the pillars. Chen Pinggan drank silently. He carefully observed Zheng Dafeng and the strange scene. In the end, Zheng Dafeng's face was covered in tears. He did not stop walking and only raised his head to look at Chen Pinggan. "Does Mr. Qi have something to teach you?" "Chen Pinggan, hurry up and say it. No matter what it is, just say it. Whether it is the three immortal sages' way to immortality for scholars or the Qi family's way of conducting oneself in society, just say it." Chen Pinggan held the blade-strengthening gourd and asked expressionlessly, "Why?" Zheng Dafeng was almost wailing. "You're my preacher, Chen Pinggan. You are Zheng Dafeng's disciple." The yin spirit reminded him softly, "Chen Pinggan, things are not good. If Zheng Dafeng continues like this, it's very likely that he will become a martial arts madman whose soul has separated from his body. Even if he wakes up, he won't be able to reach the peak state for the rest of his life. Also, I may not be able to suppress him. This medicine shop, along with this alley and the nearby streets, will probably be destroyed by Zheng Dafeng. There will be countless casualties." Chen Pinggan's state of mind was actually far from as calm as his expression. But what kind of preacher was this? And he, a guy who had just reached the fourth realm, was supposed to teach a great grandmaster at the peak of the eighth realm? Chen Pinggan looked at the increasing number of astral winds in the courtyard. Many of them were like streams that converged into rivers, forming tornadoes that were 7 to 8 feet tall. Wherever they passed, the bluestone floor would shatter. Chen Pinggan hurriedly controlled the 15 flying swords in the sword-strengthening gourd and took out the small bamboo scrolls that were filled with his teachings. He could only try his best and read out the contents of the scrolls to Zheng Dafeng. However, Zheng Dafeng only shook his head in pain and said that it was wrong. Zheng Dafeng's feet were like a kite with a broken string. He was floating around like a kite with a broken string. Even though Chen Pinggan tried his best to recall and recite the many beautiful poems and essays that Li Shixing had written on the walls of the bamboo house, Zheng Dafeng still shook his head. At this moment, this martial artist of the distant travel realm could no longer utter half a word. He could only stagger in the air and punch out, trying his best to maintain the last trace of clarity in his mind. The 8th and 9th realms of the Martial Path mountain peak were much more majestic and dangerous than the 3rd and 4th realms and 6th realms. It was known as the Knocking Heart stage. As for the 9th realms, it was even more terrifying. It was known as the Heavenly Gate. One could only imagine how difficult it was to take that step. Zheng Dafeng knew all of this. That was why he envied his senior brother Li who was always muddle-headed. That was why he was jealous of Song Jianqiang, who reached the 10th realm in one life-and-death battle. The number of times he was almost beaten to death by Li in private could not be counted with one hand. Why was it that a 40-year-old Song Jianqiang could do it, but Zheng Dafeng, who had climbed all the way to the 8th realm, couldn't? Why did the old man say that he had no hope of reaching the 9th realm in this lifetime? He was already unable to bear the burden in his heart, so how could he make it worse? Why was it that after flipping through the Pure Sincerity chapter, after seeing the preacher's 2 punches, after comprehending the meaning of pure sincerity, the bottleneck was still loosened and he couldn't cross it? The Yin Master subconsciously clenched his fists and stared at Zheng Dafeng, who was on the verge of a mental breakdown. The Yin Master seemed to be hesitating whether to attack or not. However, he didn't dare to act rashly. If he stopped Zheng Dafeng from going crazy, then Zheng Dafeng's martial arts future would really be ruined. Zheng Dafeng suddenly stopped and hovered in the air. He was covered in blood and his red face was blurry. There was no greater sorrow than despair. "Master, I can't do it. I really can't do it." I'm sorry. Looking at Zheng Dafeng, who was covered in blood, Chen Pinggan, who was already at his wits' end, couldn't help but think of a little girl who wore a red cotton jacket all year round. She was lively and innocent. He remembered Li Huai saying that the little girl would often ask questions that even her husband couldn't answer. Mr. Qi never felt that there was anything wrong with that. Chen Pinggan seemed to have a telepathic connection. He whispered softly, "I don't have to be inferior to my master." It was a sentence as soft as a mosquito's whisper. However, to Zheng Dafeng's ears, it sounded like waves crashing against Old Dragon City. Zheng Dafeng lowered his head and looked at the old tobacco pipe in a daze. He vaguely remembered that the old man who was never willing to talk to him coldly every time he looked at him through the smoke. Every time this happened, the arrogant Zheng Dafeng couldn't even muster up the courage to look him in the eye. Before today, Zheng Dafeng had never felt that there was anything wrong with this. The world didn't know the old man's identity and background, but Zheng Dafeng knew. The world didn't know the old man's great abilities, but he knew very well. The world didn't know the old man's glorious deeds, but Zheng Dafeng knew. Since that was the case, how could he, Zheng Dafeng, as a disciple and a martial artist of the Eighth Realm, be qualified to look the old man in the eye? Zheng Dafeng raised his head and took a deep breath. He wiped the blood off his face and said softly, "So that's how it is." Zheng Dafeng didn't speak boldly or laugh impudently. He only walked step by step towards the sky above the courtyard. He said to himself in his heart, "Master, you're already very high up. It's okay. Disciple Zheng Dafeng will come to see you step by step." On this day, someone ascended step by step. He broke through the sea of clouds and stepped on the high sea of clouds. That person ascended and looked even higher. In an old dragon city, the wind blew and the clouds flew. 256. Chen Pinggan raised his head and looked at the sky. Zheng Dafeng's breakthrough was so grand that it directly revealed the true form of the Fu family's cloud sea. However, in the end, the person slowly disappeared with the cloud sea. He could not help but ask worriedly, "Isn't it too grand?" Yin Shen smiled, "Only if it's grand enough can it frighten the scoundrels and jackals." If Zheng Dafeng was able to break through the bottleneck with just one sentence, the Yin deity would be happy to see it happen. If Zheng Dafeng were to die here, the Divine Lord would be able to do business with others fairly. However, the Yin deities that came from the small temple would not receive such treatment. Once they spoiled the Lord God's plan and incurred his wrath, it would not be strange for him to kill them from thousands of miles away. Chen Pinggan, who was always cautious, thought about this sentence seriously and felt that it made sense. However, this logic did not apply to him for the time being. It was fine. Just like the words carved on the small bamboo slips, he had to save them first. Skills would not be a burden in Jianghu. Chen Pinggan asked curiously, "Will the whole city know about it? If Zheng Dafeng wants to do something in the future, won't there be the eyes of the Fu family and the 5 families everywhere?" Yin Shen glanced at the direction of the East Sea and shook his head. Fu Li has already taken action. Using this opportunity, Zheng Dafeng will probably do a few business deals. When he returns from the Cloud Sea, he will definitely not be as grand as when he went up. Chen Pinggan nodded and kept all the green bamboo slips into his Fengsuan object. These bamboo slips were the ordinary green bamboo that was left behind when he made small bamboo boxes for Lin Shuyi and Li Huai. Most of them were the remnants of the bamboo house that Wei Pai gave him after he returned to Luo Po Mountain. They were all the brave bamboos from Chiduan Mountain that were moved out from the Green Immortal Mountain. After doing business at Qingfu Square at the ferry of Shu Shui country, Chen Pinggan knew that the Green Immortal Mountain's divine cloud bamboo was priceless. He became more and more treasured it, so much so that he had to think about it a few times before deciding whether to carve it on the bamboo slips or not. Yin Shen suddenly asked, "Can you give me a small bamboo slip with the words gods and immortals are different? Yin and yang are separated, the soul stabilizes the spirit molds the golden body." Chen Pinggan shook his head and refused without hesitation, "No. Do you think you are Bao Ping Li Huai and the others? I can give you whatever you want." Chen Pinggan immediately, he thought of it. Whether it was old Yang's idea or not, It seemed that he should be grateful. Thinking this through, Chen, I'll give it to you. It's it. Just a bamboo slip it. Just a bamboo slip. Just. Yinshen did not understand why Chen Pinggan changed his mind. Previously, he was in a hurry, so he spoke too straightforwardly. In fact, Yinshen did not want to take advantage of him. He smiled and explained, I didn't finish my words just now. Actually, I want to buy that bamboo slip from you. How about 10 pieces of GUU money? Chen Pinggan had just taken out the bamboo slip from his fengsuan item. When he heard the words GUU money, he felt his scalp tingle. He asked doubtfully, even if this bamboo slip is made from the green immortal mountain's valiant bamboo, it's only this big. How can it be worth such a frightening price? Yinshen smiled faintly, if you sold it to anyone else, it would at most cost a few pieces of GUU money. But to me, this bamboo slip and this sentence is worth this price. Why? You think the price is too high? You don't want to sell it? You want to sell it at a cheaper price? Then it's only 1 piece of GUU money. Chen Pinggan stood up and handed over the bamboo slip. He smiled and said, Mr. Zhao, keep it well. Yinshen took the bamboo slip with one hand and stacked 10 pieces of GUU money in the other. Chen Pinggan took the handful of GUU money that was full of spiritual energy. He looked at it hard and then quickly kept it in his fengsuan item. Yinshen joked, you're not sure if it's real or fake? The cost of GUU money and GUU money is endless on the mountain. Chen Pinggan smiled and said, I've never seen the real GUU money. It's just that I trust Mr. Zhao. Chen Pinggan stopped drinking and put away the sword-nurturing gourd that contained the 15 flying swords at his waist. GUU money was equivalent to 1,000 taels of silver in the secular dynasty. 1 piece of GUU money was equivalent to 100 pieces of GUU money. 1 piece of GUU money was equivalent to 10 pieces of GUU money. This was the so-called 1,110 of the currency transactions on the mountain. As for the gold essence copper coins that were specially made for Lizhu Grotto Heaven, they were even more precious than GUU money. 10 pieces of GUU money. At this moment, he finally felt like he had a lot of money. Chen Pinggan suddenly asked, Mr. Zhao, why don't I let you take a look at the bamboo slips and see if there's anything else you want to buy? Yinshen shook his head and smiled. My wallet is empty. I can't afford it. The 10 pieces of GUU money was actually all his savings from following Zheng Dafeng to the south to Old Dragon City. The reason why he offered such a high price was to congratulate Zheng Dafeng on his breakthrough. The more important thing was that his soul was shaken and he saw the prophecy. Heaven had its own will. Everyone in the world could choose not to believe it, but he could not. It was not that he was willing to take out 10 pieces of GUU money in one go. He had no choice but to do so. The profound meaning behind it was mysterious. Perhaps only the yin-yang qi refinement warriors could understand it. In the end, Chen Pinggan said again, it's all right. Mr. Zhao, which bamboo slip do you like? I'll give it to you. Yinshen turned to look at this young man. He smiled and did not say anything else. He looked up at the sea of clouds again, feeling that it was a little interesting. Old Dragon City was really too big. Very few people would pay attention to the movements of a kite or a bird in the sky. Zheng Dafeng ascended to the sky with the wind and then broke through the realm and caused a strange phenomenon in the sea of clouds. The commoners under the man's feet would not notice anything. However, almost all the Qi refinement warriors and grandmasters in the middle 5 realms could not help but look up to watch this scene. Especially the Fu family, who caused the biggest commotion. Fu Ji, who was waiting for the young girl Ji Qiu below the dragon ascension stage, even went to the Sea of Clouds personally to see this person who could break through the formation of the Sea of Clouds. Due to the cover of the Sea of Clouds, outsiders could not see the appearance of the man above the Sea of Clouds. Most of the cultivators in high positions in Old Dragon City were more interested in the commotion. They guessed the true identity of this powerful person. Was it the Fu family's patriarch who had a half-immortal weapon? Or was it the patriarch of the Jiang family of Yunlin who was about to marry the first wife of the family in Old Dragon City? Old Dragon City was prosperous in business and was the best in the Aquarius continent. As an important transit hub that connected the three continents, there were all kinds of people here. There were many rich people and gamblers. Private competitions between friends, and even bets from a few big gambling stalls, sprung up all of a sudden. There were all kinds of strange bets. Some were betting on the identity of this person, some were betting on whether this person would be beaten to a pulp by the Fu family, some were betting on this person's gender and even surname. In the mansion of the Fan family in the inner city, the current family head, a few patriarchs, and guests of the family were all over 100 years old. At this moment, they were standing side by side in the corridor of a tall building. Everyone's face was full of joy. They started to calculate using the person above the sea of clouds as the starting point. Together with the previous information, they could deduce that it was Zheng Dafeng from the dust medicine shop who had reached the 9th realm without any warning. He had become a peak grandmaster at the peak of the martial way. For the Fan family, this was naturally great news. And Zheng Dafeng would be staying in Old Dragon City for the next few decades if there were no accidents. The Fan family had just gained a peak martial artist from the sky. The difference between 8 and 9 was like the difference between clouds and mud. Pure martial artists had 3 realms: body refinement, middle energy refinement, and peak spirit refinement. The further one went, especially after the 7th realm, the bigger the gap between the 2 realms would be. Therefore, there was a martial way saying, when a higher realm fights a lower realm, killing is just a matter of one punch. But some people felt that the word kill should be changed to injure, which would be more accurate. It was similar to the ranks of the national chess players. They were all 9 ranks, but there were 9 strong ones and 9 weak ones. It was not impossible for a 7th or 8th rank chess player to occasionally defeat a 9th rank chess player, but it was a special case, and not common knowledge in the chess world. Speaking of which, the ranks of the chess players of the Aquarius continent, especially the 8th and 9th ranks, were often evaluated by the chessmen of the imperial court. Furthermore, the chessmen's chess skills differed greatly, and could not be compared to the Central Plains divine continent. Thus, the Confucian Academy would personally send a chess master to evaluate them. A golden core elder of the Fan family stroked his beard and smiled. "Little Fan, you have such a great fortune to have such a disciple." Laughter rang out. Suddenly, the sea of clouds above Old Dragon City sank, and almost everyone was caught off guard. They were in the sea of clouds, and looked around blankly. Even their friends and relatives who were close by felt a suffocating pressure. Whether it was chi cultivators or pure martial artists, their chi circulation more or less slowed down. But in the blink of an eye, the world regained its clarity, and the clouds dissipated. Many of the Golden Core cultivators who were hibernating or worshipping Old Dragon City had heavy hearts. Zheng Dafeng had left with the wind as a 8th realm far travel cultivator, but returned to the alley on foot as a 9th realm peak cultivator. The women in the medicine shop were laughing and playing from beginning to end, and did not feel anything out of the ordinary. They were frogs at the bottom of a well, and also a kind of stability for ordinary people. They saw the shopkeeper walk in from outside the shop, but did not think much of it. The man carried 2 jars of fine wine bought from a nearby street. He lifted the curtains and walked into the yard with his head lowered. He threw a jar of wine to the youth sitting on the bench, and picked up his old tobacco pipe. He sat on the steps in front of the main house again in silence. He did not smoke, nor did he drink the wine. His first words were not to Chen Pinggan, the appointed disciple of the old man, but to Yin Shen. "Old Zhao, can we speak openly now? What instructions does the old man have? Chen Pinggan will take the Osmanthus Island ferry and leave in a few days. Can you give me a definite answer about the matter of the Path Protector?" Yin Shen shook his head and said, "The Divine Lord only told me that if you succeed in breaking through the realm, you should enjoy life. If you fail, you should be thrown into the sea to feed the fish." Zheng Dafeng rubbed his cheeks with both hands. "My dear mother, I'm still confused." Zheng Dafeng placed the old tobacco pipe in his arms and opened the jar of wine. He lowered his head and took a sip from the jar. Like a dragon drinking water, the wine condensed into a line and ran into Zheng Dafeng's mouth. Zheng Dafeng wiped his mouth and looked up at the sea of clouds. "Old Zhao, Do you think the old man guessed what I saw when I broke through the realm? Did he expect that I almost knocked on the heart gate in one go, and knocked on the divine gate? Did he expect that when I saw the scene near the divine gate, I almost... Zheng Dafeng sighed and then lowered his head to take another sip of wine. Suddenly, he smiled. Perhaps the old man's words had two meanings from the beginning. You will never be able to reach the 9th realm. Haha, the old man is really naughty. Yinshan's mouth twitched. He felt that Zheng Dafeng really didn't know what was good for him. Zheng Dafeng felt as if his neck was being strangled. He looked around and felt very guilty. He hurriedly got up and walked to the center of the courtyard. He faced the north and said to himself, "Old man, please don't be offended. Disciple Zheng Dafeng has successfully broken through the realm, but I can't tell you this happy news in person. I feel very guilty. Old man, you are wise and powerful, and you are magnanimous. Please don't be angry." Zheng Dafeng really held the joss sticks in his hand and bowed 3 times in the direction of the faraway Dali. Chen Pinggan was very puzzled. How could old Yang teach such a different disciple from Li and Zheng Dafeng? However, when he thought of Li Baoping, Li Huai, Lin Shuyi and the others, who also had very different personalities and were worlds apart, Chen Pinggan did not find it strange. However, before Zheng Dafeng offered the joss sticks, he made a strange movement. Chen Pinggan saw it clearly. Zheng Dafeng raised an arm and stretched it over his head, as if there were 3 joss sticks hidden there, and he took them back. After Zheng Dafeng did this strange thing, he lazily sat back on the bench, as if he had really made up his mind to enjoy life. He stared at Chen Pinggan, and Chen Pinggan looked back at him. One looked like a scoundrel who owed a huge debt but did not want to pay it back. The other looked like he was saying, "If you dare not pay me back, I will kill you or annoy you to death." Yinshan looked at the two of them and suddenly felt that he did not understand the ways of the world. A voice broke the silence. Someone lifted the curtain but did not immediately enter the courtyard. He raised the bamboo curtain high with one hand and held a pot of the best Osmanthus wine in Old Dragon City in the other. Just that exquisite pot of wine alone could be sold for a snowflake. The handsome youth with red lips and white teeth saw that there was an outsider in the courtyard and hesitated for a moment. He stood where he was and asked softly, "Mr. Zheng, may I come in?" After the youth walked into the dusty medicine shop, Yinshan's figure had already disappeared. Chen Pinggan turned his head and looked. It was someone of the same age. He could see that he was a pure martial artist and should still be in the 3rd realm for the time being. He observed the youth's breathing as he spoke and the slight trembling of his muscles, bones, skin, and flesh, as well as the blood, qi, and spirit that flowed out of him. This Old Dragon City youth's martial arts foundation was not bad, but there were many flaws. Many of the hunting paths of pure Zhenqi in the Qi Palace were not wide enough and were not smooth enough. Chen Pinggan was suddenly surprised. He found that he was looking down on other people's martial arts realms. It was not until this moment that Chen Pinggan realized that he had really entered the 4th realm of martial arts. Zheng Dafeng did not care about Chen Pinggan's mind wandering. He waved at the youth and smiled. "I know you can't hide it from your grandfather. But it's not that I want to criticize you, but this congratulatory gift is just a pot of Osmanthus wine brewed by the Fan family. Aren't you being a little too careless? I've always been vague about big things, but I'm very particular about small things. After you leave the wine behind, hurry back to the Fan family and tell your grandfather that you can't be too stingy." The youth was speechless and said helplessly, "Mr. Zheng, I heard about this from my grandfather and snuck out to give you the wine. It's not the intention of my elders. Why don't you wait until I inherit the Osmanthus Island and prepare a big gift? I stole this pot of wine from my family. Don't tell my grandfather later. I'll go ask my family for a congratulatory gift." The youth put down the wine and ran away. Zheng Dafeng did not stop the energetic kid from the Fan family. He glanced at the lethargic and lazy Chen Pinggan. He thought to himself, they are both young men. Look at this kid, he treats people sincerely, is generous, is easy to talk to, has a lot of good points. Look at you, Chen Pinggan. You remember a debt of 5 copper coins for so long. You're also not white, old-fashioned, and pedantic, and have a lot of bad habit. From the youth's words, Chen Pingan understood a lot of inside information. The youth came from the Fan family of Old Dragon City, which had followed the Fu family to Beton Dali. Now that he was under Zheng Dafeng's tutelage, he would own the Osmanthus Island ferry in the future. In addition, the Yin god had revealed that Zheng Dafeng wanted to do business with the city lord Fu Jiang. Chen Pingan breathed a sigh of relief. Regardless of the schemes of these important people, his choice of the Fan family's ferry to inverted Hanging Mountain should not be a big problem. In the future, whether Old Dragon City would be a fight between immortals or demons, that was something they needed to consider. Chen Pingan only needed to wait patiently in the medicine shop for a few days. Then he would go to Osmanthus Island, reach inverted Hanging Mountain, go to the Great Wall of Sword Chi, find Miss Ning, and give her the sword on his back. Zheng Dafeng reached out and grabbed him. He smiled and said, "Kid Fan, come back. Are you really going to shamelessly ask for a congratulatory gift for me?" In fact, Zheng Dafeng did not care at all what the youth said when he got home. He really felt that it was a bit boring to spend time with Chen Pingan in the same courtyard. He might as well grab some pistachios to relieve his boredom, so that he would not have to stare at Chen Pingan. Most importantly, he was a ninth realm martial artist, and it was not good for him to behave atrociously. The youth, who was about to run out of the alley, was suddenly pulled by the back of his collar. He staggered back in fright, thinking that he had encountered an assassin. Then he heard Mr. Zheng's voice that seemed to resound in his heart. The youth laughed and waved his hand to indicate that the Jindan realm worshipper did not need to be nervous. The youth turned and quickly ran back to the dusty shop. He called a few girls he was slightly familiar with a few times, and then lifted the curtain to return to the courtyard. Behind him was a burst of cheerful chatter. The youth liked this kind of atmosphere from the bottom of his heart. The fairies and heroines at the gate of the Fan family were of course more beautiful and more celestial. But the youth knew early on that the smiles they revealed when they saw him were different from those of the sisters here. One was for the future master of the Fan family, and the other was for the youth who had jumped out of some unknown corner. The youth did not dislike the former, but liked the latter. Chen Pingan brought over a stool for the youth. The youth hurriedly took it and said with a smile, "Thank you." Chen Pingan smiled and shook his head, "You're welcome." Then the youth picked up the stool and looked at Zheng Dafeng. "Sir, where should I sit?" Zheng Dafeng waved his hand and said jokingly, "Go sit by the bamboo curtain at the gate. Help keep watch." "Okay." The young man happily ran to the door and sat down. He was still sitting upright, with his back straight and his eyes focused on his nose. His hands were placed on his knees. Although the young man tried his best to make himself look dignified and solemn, his eyes couldn't help but reveal a hint of a smile. His eyes were clear like a flowing stream. When he was happy, he would make a sound. When he was unhappy, he would also make a sound. It was not the kind of deep water that said nothing. Chen Pingan suddenly felt a little envious of this youth. There was something on the youth at the gate that he had always wanted but could not get. Old elementary scholar Wen Sheng was drunk and carried him on his back. He patted him on the shoulder and told him that young people should be able to carry tall grass, flying orioles, and willow trees on their shoulders. Don't think about family feuds, national hatred, or morals. The youth at the gate was just like that. Chen Pingan could not do that. Zheng Dafeng seemed to sense Chen Pingan's strange mood. Although he did not know exactly what he was thinking, he thought for a while and threw the Osmanthus wine back to the Fan family youth with a smile. The youth smiled brightly. "Sir Zheng, I only dare to drink one mouthful." Chen Pingan raised the blade-strengthening gourd high and smiled, saying, "Let's drink together." The youth was stunned and nodded vigorously. "Then I'll drink more in one mouthful." "Oh, right, my name is Fan Er. It's not a nickname, it's Fan Er. Because I have an older sister, Fan Junmao, so I'm called Fan Er. Well, actually, even without my sister, my parents still made me sad when they gave me such a name. What about you? Can you say it?" The youth drank a big mouthful of wine. His face was red and he coughed. It seemed that because of this name, he was indeed sad. Chen Pingan drank the wine and smiled. "My name is Chen Pingan. Pingan, as in Pingan." 257. Chen Pinggan raised his head to look at the sky. Zheng Dafeng's breakthrough was so big that it made the cloud of the Fu family reveal itself. However, Zheng Dafeng and the cloud slowly disappeared. He couldn't help but ask worriedly, "Isn't it a bit too big?" The Yin god smiled, "It's big enough to scare the rats and wolves." Zheng Dafeng was able to break through the bottleneck with just one sentence. This Yin god was, of course, happy to see that happen. If Zheng Dafeng were to die here, the divine monarch would naturally be fair and just when doing business with others. However, they, the Yin god and the Yin god that came from that small temple, did not have such treatment. Once the divine king's plan was ruined, he would be enraged. It wouldn't be strange if he could kill them from thousands of miles away. Chen Pinggan, who was always cautious, thought about this sentence and felt that it made sense. However, this reasoning didn't apply to him right now. It didn't matter. Just like the words carved on the bamboo slips, it was better to save them first. Chen Pinggan asked curiously, "Won't the whole city know about it? If Zheng Dafeng wants to do something, the Fu family and the 5 families will be watching him?" The Yin god glanced at the East Sea and shook his head. "Fu Qi has taken action. Zheng Dafeng will take this opportunity to do some business. When he comes back from the Cloud Sea, he won't be as big as when he went up." Chen Pinggan nodded and put all the green bamboo slips into his object space. These bamboo slips were left over from the small bamboo boxes he made for Lin Shuyi and Li Huai. Most of them were leftover bamboo from the Chestun Mountain that Wei Pai gave him after he returned to Luo Po Mountain. These bamboo slips were the courage bamboo from the Chestun Mountain that was moved from the Qingshan Mountain. After doing business at the Green Beetle Workshop at the ferry of the Shueishui Kingdom, Chen Pinggan knew the value of the Shunxiao bamboo from the Qingshan Mountain. Chen Pinggan treasured it so much that he had to think about it several times before he decided whether to carve it on the bamboo slips or not. Yinshan suddenly asked, "Can you give me a small bamboo slip, the one that says, 'Immortals and deities are different, yin and yang are separated, the soul is used to stabilize the mind, the soul is used to shape the golden body'?" Chen Pinggan shook his head without hesitation. "No. Do you think that you are Aquarius Li Huai and the rest, that I can give you whatever you want?" But then Chen Pinggan remembered the first time in the alley, when Yin Shen had exposed Zheng Dafeng's intentions. Whether or not it was old Yang's idea, it seemed that he should be grateful. After thinking this through, Chen Pinggan immediately became generous. "All right, I'll give it to you as a gift. It's just a piece of bamboo." Although the Yinshan did not understand why Chen Pinggan changed his mind, he was too direct because he was in a hurry. Actually, Yinshan did not want to take advantage of him. He smiled and explained, "I didn't finish my sentence just now. Actually, I want to buy that piece of bamboo slip from you. How about 10 pieces of GUU money?" Chen Pinggan had just taken out the bamboo slip from the object core. When he heard the words GUU money, his scalp went numb. He asked doubtfully, "Even if the bamboo slip is made from Qing Immortal Mountain's Funyong bamboo, it's only so big. It's not worth such a frightening price." Yinshan smiled indifferently. "If I sold it to anyone else, it would at most be a few pieces of GUU money. But to me, this bamboo slip and this sentence are worth this price." "Why, you don't want to sell it because the price is too high? You want to sell it at a lower price? Then 1 piece of GUU money." Chen Pinggan stood up and handed over the bamboo slip. He smiled and said, "Old Mr. Zhao, keep it well." Yinshan took the bamboo slip with one hand. In his other hand, there were 10 pieces of GUU money. Chen Pinggan took the GUU money that was brimming with spiritual energy. He stared at it for a while and quickly kept it in the object core. Yinshan teased, "Not sure if it's real? The cost of GUU money and GUU money is endless on the mountain." Chen Pinggan smiled. "I've never seen the real GUU money. It's just that I trust old Mr. Zhao." Chen Pinggan stopped drinking. He put the sword cultivating gourd with the flying sword 15 on his waist. The GUU money was equivalent to 1,000 taels of silver in the secular world. 1 piece of GUU money was equivalent to 100 pieces of GUU money. 1 piece of GUU money was equivalent to 10 pieces of GUU money. This was the so-called 1110 of the currency transactions on the mountain. As for the gold-refined copper coins that were specially made for the Liju Grotto heaven, they were even more precious than the GUU money. 10 pieces of GUU money. At this moment, he finally felt like he was loaded with money. Chen Pinggan suddenly asked, "Old Mr. Zhao, why don't I let you take a look at all the bamboo slips and see if there's anything else you want to buy?" Yin Shen shook his head and smiled. "My wallet is empty. I can't afford it." The 10 pieces of GUU money were actually all the savings he had when he followed Zheng Dafeng south to the old Dragon City. The reason why he offered such a high price was to congratulate Zheng Dafeng on his breakthrough. The more important reason was that his spirit was shaken and he saw the prophecy at first glance. There was heaven's will in the unseen world. Everyone in the world could choose not to believe it, but he could not. It was not that he was willing to take out 10 pieces of GUU money in one go. He had no choice but to do so. The meaning behind it was profound and mysterious. Perhaps only Qi cultivators from the school of Yin-Yang could understand it. In the end, Chen Pinggan said, "It's okay. Old Mr. Zhao, whichever bamboo slip you like, I'll give it to you." Yin Shen turned his head and looked at the young man. He smiled and did not say anything else. He looked up at the sea of clouds again and felt that it was a little interesting. The old Dragon City was really too big. Very few people would pay attention to the movements of a kite or a bird in the sky. Zheng Dafeng's ascension to the sky with the wind and his breakthrough caused the strange phenomenon of the sea of clouds. The common people under the man's feet did not notice anything. However, almost all the Qi cultivators and martial arts masters in the middle 5 states could not help but look up at this scene. Especially the Fu family, who caused the most commotion. Fu Qi, who was waiting for the young girl Ji Qiu at the bottom of the dragon climbing platform, even went to the Sea of Clouds personally to see the person who could break the cloud sea formation. Because of the Sea of Clouds, outsiders could not see the appearance of the man above the Sea of Clouds. Most of the cultivators with high positions in the old Dragon City were just there to watch the show. They were guessing the real identity of the top powerhouse. Was it the Fu family's old ancestor who had a half-celestial weapon? Or was it the old ancestor of the Jiang family of Yunlin who was about to marry the first wife of the family in the old Dragon City? The old Dragon City was prosperous and was the best in the Aquarius continent. As an important transit hub that connected the 3 continents, it was a mixed bag of good and bad people. There were many rich people and also many gamblers. In private, there were competitions between friends and even bets from several big gambling houses. There were all kinds of bets. Some bet on this person's identity. Some bet on whether this person would be crippled by the Fu family. Some bet on this person's gender and even his surname. In the Fan family's mansion in the inner city, the current head of the family, a few old ancestors, and guests were all over 100 years old. At this moment, they were all standing side by side in the corridor of a tall building. Everyone was full of joy. They started with the figure above the Sea of Clouds ascending to the sky and began to calculate. Together with the previous information, they could deduce that it was Zheng Dafeng from the dusty medicine shop. He had entered the 9th realm without any warning and became a peak realm great grandmaster. For the Fan family, this was great news. Moreover, Zheng Dafeng would stay in the old Dragon City for the next few decades if nothing unexpected happened. The Fan family had an additional peak realm martial artist who had descended from the sky. The difference between the 8th and 9th realms was like the difference between clouds and mud. For a pure martial artist, there were 3 realms each: the body refining realm, the Qi refining realm, and the spirit refining realm. The further one went, especially after the 7th realm, the gap between the 2 realms would become more and more like a chasm. Therefore, there was a saying in the martial Tao, when the higher realms fight the lower realms, killing them is just a matter of one punch. However, some people felt that the word kill should be changed to hurt, which would be more accurate. It was a little similar to the ranks of the national players in the chess world. They were also divided into 9 Dan, 9 strong and 9 weak. It was not impossible for a 7th or 8th Dan player to occasionally defeat a national player of the lower 9 Dan with an ingenious move, but it was still a special case and not common sense in the chess world. Speaking of which, the ranking of the chess players in the Aquarius continent, especially the 8th and 9th dan, was usually determined by the chess players of a certain imperial court taking turns to play. Moreover, there was a great disparity in the chess skills of each chess player, and it was far from being comparable to the central continent. The Confucian Academy would personally let the chess gentleman come forward to check. A Jindan elder of the Fan family stroked his beard and laughed. Fan boy is really lucky to have such a teacher. Laughter rang out. All of a sudden, the sea of clouds above the old dragon city surged and sank. Almost everyone was caught unprepared. They were in the sea of clouds and looked around blankly. Even their relatives, friends, and fellow Taoists felt a suffocating pressure. Be it qi cultivators or pure martial artists, the circulation of their qi activity more or less slowed down at this moment. However, in the blink of an eye, the world became clear again, and the clouds dissipated without a trace. Many of the Jindan cultivators who were dormant or worshipped in the old dragon city felt especially heavy. Zheng Dafeng rode the wind with his remote travel realm of the 8th realm, but he returned to the alley on foot with his peak realm of the 9th realm. The women in the medicine shop laughed and played with each other from beginning to end. They did not feel anything strange. They were frogs at the bottom of a well for the people at the foot of the mountain, and also another kind of stability for the common people. They saw the shopkeeper coming in from outside the shop, but they didn't think too much about it. The man was carrying 2 jars of wine he bought from the nearby street. He lifted the curtain, bowed his head, and walked into the courtyard. He tossed one of the jars to the boy sitting on the bench. He picked up his smoking pipe and once again sat on the steps in front of the main building. He didn't say a word. He didn't smoke, nor did he drink the wine. The first thing he said was not to Chen Pinggan, the teacher that the old man had appointed, but to Yin Shen. "Old Zhao, can you speak frankly now? What else does the old man want to say? In a few days, Chen Pinggan will take the ferry to Osmanthus Island and leave this place. Can you give me a definite answer about the matter of the teacher?" Yin Shen shook his head. "The immortal only told me that if you succeed in breaking through, you should enjoy your life. If you fail, you should be thrown into the sea to feed the fish." Zheng Dafeng rubbed his cheeks with both hands. "My dear mother, I am still confused." Zheng Dafeng placed the old smoking pipe in his bosom and opened the clay seal of the wine jar. He lowered his head and drank from the jar. Like a dragon drinking water, the wine condensed into a line and flowed into Zheng Dafeng's mouth. Zheng Dafeng wiped his mouth and looked up at the sea of clouds. "Old Zhao, do you think the old man guessed what I would see when I broke through? Did he know that I almost knocked on the gate of heart and hit the gate of heaven? Did you think that I would see the scene near the gate? I almost." Zheng Dafeng sighed and then lowered his head to drink again. He suddenly smiled. Maybe the old man's words had 2 meanings from the beginning. "I have no hope of reaching the 9th realm. Haha, the old man is really naughty." Yin Shen twitched the corner of his mouth. He felt that Zheng Dafeng was really reckless. Zheng Dafeng looked around guiltily as if his neck was being strangled. He quickly stood up and walked to the center of the courtyard. He faced the north and said to himself, "Old man, please don't be offended. Disciple Zheng Dafeng broke through but was unable to tell you this happy news. I feel very guilty. Old man, you are wise and magnanimous. Please don't be angry. Disciple can only bow 3 times and burn 3 joss sticks to show my sincerity." Zheng Dafeng really held the joss sticks in his hand and bowed 3 times in the direction of Dali. Chen Pinggan was very puzzled. How did old Yang manage to produce disciples who were so different from Li and Zheng Dafeng? But when he thought of Li Baoping, Li Huai, Lin Shuyi and the others, whose personalities were so different, Chen Pinggan did not find it strange. But before Zheng Dafeng offered the joss sticks, he did something strange. Chen Pinggan saw it clearly. Zheng Dafeng raised one of his arms and circled it above his head as if there were 3 joss sticks hidden there. After Zheng Dafeng did this mysterious thing, he lazily sat back on the bench as if he had really made up his mind to enjoy life. He stared at Chen Pinggan, and Chen Pinggan stared back at him. One seemed to be a scoundrel who owed a huge debt but did not want to pay it back. The other seemed to be saying that if you don't pay it back, even if I don't beat you to death, I will annoy you to death. Yin Shun looked at the two of them and suddenly realized that he did not understand the ways of the world today. A voice broke the silence. Someone lifted the curtain but did not walk into the courtyard immediately. He lifted the bamboo curtain high with one hand and held a pot of Old Dragon City's best Osmanthus wine in the other. Just the exquisite wine pot alone could be sold for 1 snow coin. The handsome young man with red lips and white teeth saw that there were outsiders in the courtyard and hesitated for a moment. He stood where he was and asked softly, "Mr. Zheng, can I come in?" After the young man walked into the dusty medicine shop, Yin Shun's figure disappeared. Chen Pinggan turned his head and looked. It was a man of the same age. He could see that he was a pure martial artist, probably still in the third realm. Through observing the young man's breathing as he spoke and the slight trembling of his muscles, bones, and skin, as well as the blood, qi, and spirit that flowed out of his body, this young man from Old Dragon City had a good foundation in martial arts, but there were many flaws. Many of the pure zhenqi in the qi palace of his body did not seem wide enough or smooth enough. Chen Pinggan was suddenly surprised. He realized that he was looking down on someone else's martial arts realm. It was not until this moment that Chen Pinggan realized that he had really entered the fourth realm of martial arts. Zheng Dafeng did not care about Chen Pinggan's wandering mind. He waved at the young man and smiled. "I know I can't hide it from your grandfather, but this congratulatory gift is just a pot of the Osmanthus wine brewed by the Fan family. Isn't that a bit too careless? I'm always careless when it comes to big things, but I'm very particular when it comes to small things. After you leave the wine, quickly go back to the Fan family and mention it to your grandfather. You can't be too stingy." The young man was speechless and said helplessly, "Mr. Zheng, I heard about this from my grandfather, so I snuck out to deliver the wine. It wasn't my family elder's idea. Why don't you wait until I inherit the Osmanthus Island and prepare another big gift? I stole this pot of wine from home. Don't tell my grandfather. I'll go ask for a congratulatory gift from my family." The young man put down the wine and ran away eagerly. Zheng Dafeng did not stop the energetic young man from the Fan family. He squinted at the lethargic and lifeless Chen Pinggan. He thought to himself, they are both young men, but look at Fan boy, he is sincere, generous, easy to talk to, and full of good points. Look at you, Chen Pinggan, you can remember an old debt of 5 copper coins for so long. You are not white, old-fashioned, and full of bad habit. From the young man's words, it was enough for Chen Pinggan to learn a lot of inside information. The young man was from the Fan family of Old Dragon City, which had followed the Fu family to bet on Dali. Now he was apprenticed to Zheng Dafeng and would own the Osmanthus Island ferry in the future. In addition, Yin Shun had revealed that Zheng Dafeng was going to do business with Fu Qi. Chen Pinggan let out a sigh of relief. He didn't care what these big shots were thinking. It shouldn't be a problem for him to choose the Fan family ferry to go to the Upside-Down Mountain. In the future, whether the Old Dragon City would be filled with immortals or demons was something they needed to consider. Chen Pinggan only needed to wait patiently in the medicine shop for a few days. Then he would climb the Osmanthus Island, reach the Upside-Down Mountain, go to the Great Wall of Sword Qi, find Lady Ning, and give her the sword on his back. Zheng Dafeng reached out and grabbed him. He smiled and said, "Young Fan boy, you're back. Are you really going to help me ask for a congratulatory gift?" In truth, Zheng Dafeng didn't care what the young man said when he got home. He really felt that it was a bit boring to be with Chen Pinggan in the same courtyard. He might as well grab someone to relieve his boredom and save himself the trouble of staring at Chen Pinggan. More importantly, he was a 9th realm martial artist, and it wasn't good for him to behave atrociously. In fact, deep down, he was a bit shaky. The young man, who was about to run out of the alley, was suddenly grabbed by the back of his collar. He stumbled back in fright, thinking he had run into an assassin. Then he heard Mr. Zheng's voice that seemed to resound in his heart. The young man chuckled and waved his hand to indicate to the Golden Core Realm Consecrator that there was no need to be nervous. The young man turned around and quickly ran back to the dust shop. He called out to a few women he was slightly familiar with a few times, then lifted the curtain and returned to the courtyard. Behind him was a burst of cheerful chatter. The young man liked this kind of atmosphere from the bottom of his heart. The fairies and heroines in the Fan family were, of course, more beautiful and celestial. But the young man knew early on that the smiles they showed when they saw him were different from those of the older sisters here. One was to the future head of the Fan family, and the other was to the young man who had popped out of nowhere. The young man didn't dislike the former, but he liked the latter. Chen Pinggan brought a stool for the young man. The young man quickly took it and smiled. "Thank you." Chen Pinggan smiled and shook his head. "You're welcome." Then the young man picked up the stool and looked at Zheng Dafeng. "Sir, where should I sit?" Zheng Dafeng waved his hand and joked, "Go sit by the bamboo curtain at the door and help keep watch." "All right." The young man happily ran to the door and sat upright. His back was straight, his eyes were looking at his nose, and his nose was looking at his heart. His hands were obediently placed on his knees. Although the young man tried his best to look dignified and solemn, his eyes couldn't help but reveal a smile. It was as clear as a flowing stream. There was a sound when he was happy, and there was also a sound when he was unhappy. It wasn't the kind of deep water where no words could be spoken. Chen Pinggan suddenly felt a bit envious of this young man. There was something in the young man at the door that he had always wanted but couldn't get. When Scholar Wensheng was drunk, he was carried on Fanxian's back. He patted Fanxian's shoulder and said that the young man should carry the grass on his shoulders, and that he shouldn't think about family or national hatred or morality. The young man at the door was like that. Chen Pinggan couldn't do it. Zheng Dafeng seemed to sense Chen Pinggan's strange mood. Although he didn't know exactly what he was thinking, he smiled and threw the wine back to the young man. The young man smiled brightly. "Mr. Zheng, I only dare to drink one sip." Chen Pinggan raised the blade-strengthening gourd and laughed. "Let's drink together." The young man paused and nodded vigorously. "Then I'll drink a bit more." "Oh, right, my name is Fan not a nickname, but Fan I have an older sister called Fan Junmao, so I'm called Fan Well, actually, whether my sister or not, my parents gave me this name. It makes me sad. What about you? Can I tell you?" The young man took a big gulp of wine. His face was red and he coughed. It seemed that he was really sad because of this name. "258. There was a wooden token made of Osmanthus tree hanging on Chen Pinggan's waist. On the front, there was a strange sentence engraved, 'Born in the bright moon, the world opens first.' On the back, there was honored guest of the Fan family. It was quite strange that an honored guest was not an honored guest. Moreover, this Osmanthus tree wooden token that was personally given to Chen Pinggan by Fan was secretly engraved with the words friend of Fan This was definitely Fan doing. A guy who would secretly hide 2 kilograms of soil under his bed would definitely do such a thing. Soon, someone appeared to welcome Chen Pinggan. She walked slowly and there was no hint of seduction in her walk. It was a young woman. Although she was not outstanding, she had a good temperament. She was elegant and quiet. Moreover, judging from her aura, Chen Pinggan should be a level 5 Qi refinement warrior. She claimed to be one of the nominal managers of Osmanthus Island. She joked that since she was older, young Master Chen could call her Auntie Gui. Chen Pinggan then called out to Auntie Gui and said that this trip to the inverted mountain would be troublesome. The woman smiled and shook her head. "We are businessmen. When we have honored guests, we will never find it troublesome." She pointed at the wooden token hanging on Chen Pinggan's waist and explained, "With the honored guest token that only our family head can give out, young Master Chen can buy anything on Osmanthus Island at a 30% discount." Then, the woman could not help but smile more affectionately. "Young Master Fan sent a message to me, so young Master Chen can make an exception and get a 40% discount." Although Chen Pinggan nodded, he secretly made up his mind. As long as it was not something that he fell in love with at first sight, he would not buy anything on this cross-continent trip. After all, if others treated him as a friend, he had to treat them as a friend too. Therefore, doing business between real friends was really not Chen Pinggan's forte. It was because it was difficult to grasp the right timing. The woman, Auntie Gui, led Chen Pingan to a grand mansion called the Osmanthus Palace. Along the way, she introduced the local customs of Osmanthus Island to the youth. She specifically mentioned Osmanthus cake and Osmanthus wine, saying that he must try more of them. Chen Pingan's standalone courtyard had them. He did not have to be polite and could just ask for them from the maid in the courtyard. Chen Pingan did not refuse. He patted the blade-strengthening gourd at his waist and smiled. "I like drinking wine." The woman glanced at the scarlet wine gourd and smiled. "That's good." There were thousands of Osmanthus trees on Osmanthus Island. The ancestral tree on the mountain peak was even older than Old Dragon City. It was personally planted by a farmer immortal in Earth Spirit Continent. Osmanthus Island was able to become a cross-continent ferry that was undamaged after thousands of years. Even as the roots of the mountain Osmanthus tree spread and the Fan family used a unique method to add soil, Osmanthus Island was still able to slowly grow. This was all thanks to the ancestral Osmanthus tree. The reason why the Osmanthus wine sold by Fan family had such a sky-high price was because the Osmanthus flowers used to make the wine were taken from thousand-year-old Osmanthus. The great merchants of Aquarius continent who were on good terms with Old Dragon City would occasionally buy it as a gift or drink it alone. After passing through the gate of the Osmanthus Palace, the woman led Chen Pingan through the corridors and aisles. The courtyard did not appear to be luxurious. It was actually the style of a house with a small bridge and flowing water. Finally, the woman led Chen Pingan to a courtyard called Gui Vane. When she saw Chen Pingan raise his head to take a few more glances, she explained, "Osmanthus flowers are called Gui Vane because the veins of the leaves are similar to the Gui vein in the Confucian ritual vessels. Therefore, this courtyard is called Gui Vane. Although this courtyard does not occupy a large area, it is the best place with the most abundant spiritual energy on Osmanthus Island." Chen Pingan felt that it was a waste of natural resources. He was not a chi cultivator. It was meaningless to have abundant spiritual energy. It was better to let others spend money to stay in such a blessed place. He asked tentatively, "Aunt Gui, I am a pure martial artist. It is too wasteful to let me stay here. Shall I change to another courtyard?" The woman smiled gently and said, "It is not a matter of money. Young Master Chen, you can rest assured and stay here. With the relationship between young master and my young master, even if this courtyard becomes young master's exclusive courtyard in the future and Osmanthus Island is no longer open to outsiders, I will not be surprised." These two sentences poked at Chen Pingan's heart. When he thought of Fan Chen Pingan walked into this elegant and quiet Gui Vane courtyard with a clear conscience. There was already a beautiful young lady waiting in the courtyard. She was slender and elegant. Her temperament was cold and cheerless. Even if she was just standing there quietly, she was extremely charming. However, when she saw the woman and Chen Pingan, she immediately smiled at Chen Pingan and said sweetly, "Young Master Chen, my name is Jin Su. Jin as in golden, Su as in millet. Gu means Osmanthus flower. In the future, I will take care of young master's meals and lodgings." The smile of the cold young lady had the charm of a flower blooming and killing 100 flowers. Chen Pingan was a little reserved. He subconsciously cupped his fists and returned the greeting. "I will have to trouble Miss Jin Su in the future." Then, he was a little disappointed. He took off the wine jug and quickly drank a mouthful of wine. The woman was good at reading people's expressions. She acutely sensed the slight change in the young man, but did not think too much about it. There were all kinds of things in the world. It was normal for the young man to have some worries. The woman took her leave. However, at the door, she saw an unexpected and even more unexpected acquaintance. It was the old Fan family coachman who had driven the two of them to Osmanthus Island. The woman smiled and asked, "Young Master Fan, do you have any instructions for me?" The old coachman seemed to be quite respectful to this Aunt Gui. He shook his head and smiled. "I have been entrusted by the family head to go to Inverted Hanging Mountain with young Master Chen. In the meantime, I am afraid I will have to stay in the Gui Vane courtyard." The surprise in Aunt Gui's eyes grew. She asked, "Do you need Jin Su to stay elsewhere?" The old coachman nodded. It would be best if she could choose a courtyard closer to us. She can just send some food over every day. You don't have to worry about anything else. Although Aunt Gooey was puzzled, she did not say anything. She turned her head and greeted Jin-soo, who had a normal expression. Then, they left together. The old coachman did not forget to remind her. The family head has instructed me to trouble Madame Gooey with something. Let the ancestral Osmanthus tree at the top of the mountain leave some of its shade in the Gooey Vane courtyard. This will prevent outsiders from spying on us. Aunt Gooey nodded. On Osmanthus Island, the young girl Jin-soo, who had won the hearts of hundreds of Osmanthus girls, could not help but turn her head to look at the old coachman and the straw sandal youth. After Aunt Gooey and Jin-soo walked out of the Gooey Vane courtyard, a cool mountain breeze blew past. At the same time, the shade of the tree covered the courtyard. It was just a flash, and then the sun was still shining brightly. The old coachman, who was called Grandpa Ma by Fan faced Chen Pingan and said frankly, I am called Ma Ji. I am one of the Fan family's retainers. I am a golden elixir realm sword cultivator. However, my talent is not high, and my killing power is not strong. I am not even a match for the Fu family's consecrator Chu Yang. This time, I, Ma Ji, have been entrusted by the family head. However, the family head has also been entrusted by Mr. Zheng of the dust medicine shop to accompany young Master Chen in the sword trial. When Chen Pingan heard Mr. Zheng, he knew that this should be one of Zheng Dafeng's rewards. He cupped his hands in salute for the second time in this small courtyard. The old man smiled and nodded. There is no rush. I will stay in the side room of the small courtyard. Young Master Chen, rest well today. You can walk around Osmanthus Island. Otherwise, when the sword trial starts tomorrow, young Master Chen may not have so much free time. The old man walked to a side room. After closing the door, he said with a smile, if Mr. Zheng is not joking, then the hospitality of the Fan family on Osmanthus Island this time is a bit exaggerated. Can that young martial artist really withstand it? I, Ma Ji, am still a golden elixir realm sword cultivator of the same generation, but I am still a 9th realm sword cultivator. When he said this, a black flying sword more than a foot long flew out of the old man's chi residence. After it appeared, it began to circle around the old man slowly. The sword chi was thick, and it dragged out streaks of black fireflies. The room was filled with cold sword chi. The heat of midsummer instantly disappeared. Chen Pingan lived in the main room facing the courtyard door. After closing the door, he carefully opened the bundle that Zheng Dafeng had originally thrown at the door. There was a book that still had the smell of fresh ink. It was well printed, and the title of the book was Swordsmanship Proper. It was very likely that Zheng Dafeng had used his connections with the Fan family to find a trustworthy bookstore and had it personally printed. Just the 4 words of the book that greeted his eyes showed his skill, and he really couldn't associate it with the sloppy Zheng Dafeng. Other than this sword technique proper, there was also an unremarkable small cotton pouch. Weighing it, there were not many coins, only a dozen or so. Chen Pingan mistakenly thought that it was small summer money or Guyu money. In the end, when he opened it, Chen Pingan was so frightened that he hurriedly covered the pouch. It was actually a pouch of fine gold copper coins that could make Guyu money call him Lord. Chen Pingan did not know how precious fine gold copper coins were. How did he get his hands on Luopa Mountain and the other mountains? It was the result of throwing out fine gold copper coins as light as a feather. Chen Pingan did not even count the number and did not identify the type of fine gold copper coins. Was it tribute money? Winter jasmine money? Bet on winning money? Or all 3? Chen Pingan did not say anything and directly put away 15 of them. In the end, there was only a jade tablet and a letter left. The jade tablet did not have any engravings or carvings. It was just a simple square jade tablet, but the texture was fine. It felt like the best silk in the world. At first glance, it was a very good old thing. As for how good it was, with Chen Pingan's current eyesight, he could not tell. Chen Pingan opened the envelope. The handwriting in the letter was indeed the same as the title of the sword technique proper. It must have been written by Zheng Dafeng himself. The few things in the letter were concise and to the point. This sword technique was not high, but it was already the peak of martial arts. The sword techniques recorded were all moves that returned to the origin. It was very suitable for a one-track-minded person like Chen Pinggan to study and cultivate. The 15 fine gold copper coins were to repay 5 chen. As for the jade tablet, Zheng Dafeng only said 3 words in the letter, an object close at hand. Other than that, there was no introduction, origin, or how to use it. Not a word was mentioned. But even if it was just 3 words, it was enough. When the young Kui Dong traveled to the Great Sui Kingdom, this Dali imperial tutor carried it with him. It was also an object close at hand. At the end of the letter, Zheng Dafeng said that Ma Ji would accompany him to test his sword. It was just a small bonus for the 3 transactions. It was to let Chen Pinggan better adapt to the invisible pressure of the Great Wall of Sword Qi on a pure martial artist. Therefore, the Jindan sword cultivator Ma Ji would use his natal flying sword when the time came. It was not only to teach him sword techniques, but also to teach Chen Pinggan how to fight against a 5th realm sword cultivator. When it came to this matter, Zheng Dafeng was not stingy with his words. He even added a few words about how one could be a good man after suffering. But even if Chen Pinggan only held the letter and looked at the words, he could imagine Zheng Dafeng's sly smile when he wrote the letter. Chen Pinggan knew very well that Zheng Dafeng had heard about his 3rd realm tempering, so he did not plan on letting him be comfortable in 4th realm. Zheng Dafeng was probably secretly happy in the dusty medicine shop. Once he thought about how Chen Pinggan would suffer on Osmanthus Island, he would definitely drink cold water as if it were wine. Otherwise, the old sword cultivator would not have let Chen Pinggan finish touring Osmanthus Island today. Chen Pinggan had no choice but to jump into the hole that Zheng Dafeng had dug. He kept the sword manual and the jade tablet. An object close at hand could also be placed into a square-inch object. Chen Pinggan thought of the divine grandeur sect's He Xiaoyong for no reason. Her square-inch object was a dazzling collection of objects close at hand. But when he thought of this Daoist fairy who had a very good first impression of him, Chen Pinggan only had a thick haze in his heart now. Chen Pinggan exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and went out to tour Osmanthus Island. Looking down from the top of the mountain, the ferry had yet to set sail. There were still many Qi refinement warriors boarding the ferry at the foot of the mountain. Retracting his gaze, Chen Pinggan looked into the distance. There was a magnificent scene of boundless seawater on 3 sides. It made one feel relaxed and happy. When placed in it, one would feel extremely small. Chen Pinggan remembered something. Regarding the word strongest. The old man surnamed Kui in the bamboo house said that his 3rd realm was the strongest in the world. Not the Aquarius continent. Later on, Zheng Dafeng mentioned this matter and also said that Li Er was once the strongest 9th realm martial artist with the strongest foundation. But now that he had entered the 10th realm, Chen Pinggan guessed that Li Er had temporarily lost the title of strongest. Chen Pinggan looked into the distance. He heard from Kui Dong that this vast world was extremely huge. There were 5 lakes and 4 seas and 9 continents. The Aquarius continent, Julu continent, Bifeng continent, Posuo continent, Jinjiao continent and so on. They were like stars surrounding the moon, surrounding the largest Earth divine continent. And the Earth divine continent had several large dynasties. Dali could only be comparable to them after annexing half of the Aquarius continent. Chen Pinggan could not help but think of a question. Did the legendary 11th realm of martial arts, martial god, exist in the world? The young man Kui Dong laughed and did not give an answer. Jinjiao continent. In the ruins of an ancient battlefield where the spirit Qi was extremely thin, numerous enormous statues that were hundreds of meters tall when they were alive had all collapsed to the ground. None of them were spared, and they stretched out like a broken mountain range. This place became a natural forbidden ground for Qi cultivators of the continent. There were often gusts of wind that swept across the world without warning. For Qi cultivators of the 5th realm who were below the golden core of the Earth Immortal realm, it was tantamount to cutting through their bones. At the most majestic and broken Buddha statue that had fallen to the ground, the Buddha statue, which seemed to be smiling while holding a flower before falling to the ground, had its arm severed from the shoulder. The entire arm was lying on the ground. The flower that the Buddha was holding had long been crushed, and only 3 of its 5 fingers were left. It raised one of its fingers and pointed at the sky. Just this one finger alone was more than 100 feet tall. One could imagine how tall this Buddha statue was when it was intact. There was a barefoot girl in white standing on the finger. Her eyes were closed and her hands were forming a seal. She stood against the wind. The girl's face was ordinary, like a little girl that could be seen everywhere in the streets. A gust of wind came and crashed into the finger of the Buddha statue and the girl standing on the fingertip like a tide. The girl did not open her eyes. She only moved her lips slightly and whispered in a dialect of the Jin-Jiao continent, "Open." The gust of wind was split into 2 as if it was split by someone. It whistled past the 2 sides of the Buddha statue's finger. Only a few strands of wind managed to escape and brushed past the girl's cheeks. In an instant, her face was cut open. But in an instant, the girl's face returned to normal. The wind blew past the girl and took away the orchid fragrance. In the sea near the Julu continent, there was a mountain peak. The mountain peak was like a cone piercing the sky. Only the peak was a circular depression in the shape of a bowl. It was like a well. It was bottomless, but there was a faint reflection of fire on the wall of the well. At the well of this active volcano, there was a burly man who was naked. He held his cheek with one hand and sat cross-legged on a dark reef. He was silent and deep in thought. Around him were rolling flames and magma. The heat waves were overwhelming, but the man was unaware. The man was born with polychoria. He frowned and muttered, "It's a little difficult to break through the threshold of the golden body realm. I have to blame myself for eating too many elixirs. 200 pounds? Or 300 pounds? Looks like when I reach the golden body realm, I can't stupidly eat that stuff like rice. Everything else aside, it's troublesome to have to poop every day. If word gets out, it'll really damage the reputation of a 6th realm martial artist." A swift and fierce flying sword silently pierced through the well. The burly man collapsed to the ground and slid into the sea of fire. The natal flying sword, which was the same size as the swordsman at the foot of the mountain, did not stop there. It flew around the walls of the well at the mouth of the volcano, causing countless rocks to fall into the sea of fire. If it were anywhere else in the North Continent, given the cultivation level of the flying sword's owner and the sharpness of the natal flying sword, it would probably have pierced through a mountain. But here, it was extremely difficult for the flying sword to cut through the walls of the well. A long-robed elder with a long sword on his back stood at the mouth of the volcano. After piercing the man with polychoria, the elder's thunderous voice resounded through the bottom of the well. "I finally found you, you damned bastard. Don't pretend to be dead. I know your life is tough, but it's all right. You're the one who chose this place of death where you can't escape. If you're buried here without a corpse, your sins might be lessened." The elder stretched out 2 fingers and circled them behind his shoulder. He gently brushed the hilt of his sword. The sword left its scabbard and rushed into the clouds. Then, it plummeted rapidly from the mouth of the volcano to the sea of fire. When the sword plunged into the sea of fire and magma, there was a loud boom. Waves of flames that were dozens of feet high splashed up. In the sea of fire, a blurry figure could be vaguely seen swimming rapidly. The sword was like a harpoon, stabbing out rapidly again and again. At the foot of the volcano, there was a person slowly climbing up the mountain. There were old Taoists pasting talisman posters on the rocks. There were monks forming seals with their hands and gently patting the ground. There was someone holding a scroll that seemed to have no end. He pulled it all the way from the foot of the mountain, spreading it all over the ground. There was also a green-robed elder holding a brush. He was splashing ink on the ground, writing down the teachings of the scholarly sage. As the elder at the top of the mountain tried to kill the murderer with his 2 swords, he mocked himself, "I'm a dignified golden core sword cultivator. To think that I have to go through so much trouble to kill a martial artist of the pugilistic world who hasn't even reached the 7th level." The elder thought of all the tragedies. It wasn't just the calamity of his sect. There were also the countless people who died unjustly at the foot of the mountain. This golden core sword cultivator was furious. He said angrily, "A person like you who kills for fun deserves to die. 100 deaths won't be enough to atone for your sins." The two armies faced each other. The sound of drums shook the sky. In one of the armies, there was actually a man in embroidered clothes lying lazily on a platform that was temporarily built. He looked to be less than 30 years old. There were two outstanding beauties sitting at the two ends of the bed. One was massaging the young man's temples, while the other was bending over and gently tapping the man's calf. What was even more inconceivable was that behind the man, there was a commander's banner that was flapping in the wind. One of the beauties, who had the appearance of a maidservant, was carefully tapping the outer calf of the man in embroidered clothes. She glanced at the other woman and smiled charmingly. "Young master, I heard that in the enemy camp, there's an 8th-level sword cultivator and a 9th-level military cultivator helping to hold the line. It seems like our Gaoxio's ex-husband really loves Gaoxio. His anger for a beauty is truly moving. Young master, why don't you return Gaoxio to her? Reuniting after a broken mirror is also a beautiful story. Anyway." At this point, the charmingly beautiful woman raised her hand and covered her mouth as she laughed. "Young master, you've already tasted our Gaoxio pretty much. Moreover, she's petty and has never been willing to share the reign with her sisters. Wouldn't she spoil your fun? How can there be such a rude and unreasonable maidservant in the world?" The other beautiful woman, who was called Gaoxio, turned a deaf ear to her words. She only used her thumbs to gently press against the man's temples, and gently massaged them. The man in embroidered clothes squinted his eyes and laughed. "Gaoxio is shy, young master's heart aches for her. As for you, you can take it. If young master's heart aches for you, blindly taking pity on you and not understanding the situation, won't you rebel?" The woman who was tapping his legs had a face full of lust. She raised her eyebrows at Gaoxio. The latter was oblivious to the other party's provocation. The man in embroidered clothes gently lifted his leg. "Take off young master's boot." The woman's eyes immediately lit up. She knelt in front of the bed, her hands trembling as she took off the boots for the man in embroidered clothes. The man sat up and stretched. "Our Fuyao continent is only slightly bigger than the Aquarius continent, it's too boring." He was barefooted, he extended his hand into the woman's collar, and finally took out a golden ball that had the body temperature of a beauty. He pinched it lightly, and instantly donned a silver armor that was often mistaken as the armor of a military deity. The only difference was that the armor was filled with all sorts of scars, and at the chest area, there was a small hole that looked as though it had been pierced by a sword. The young man wearing the unknown armor slowly walked a few steps forward, and suddenly turned to the woman called Gaoxio and laughed. "Your husband is not as good as me in everything, except for one thing. I will never be able to catch up to him, and that is his ability to tell jokes." He extended his arm and pointed to the enemy in the distance, his mouth curled up, and said to the woman, "For example, he invited a sword cultivator, and even a military deity. Your young master almost died from laughing at him." The beauty who was taking off the boots for the young man sat on the ground with her back against the bed, laughing out loud while holding her stomach. She was extremely flirtatious. The young man turned to the enemy formation and laughed. "Other people's wives are good, but other people's widows are even better." The man dressed in the snow-white armor soared into the sky, directly leaping over the cavalry formation of his own army, and above the thousands of soldiers and horses, he was like a white rainbow hanging in the sky. At the northernmost part of the snow-white continent, it was an endless land of ice and snow. The wind and snow were raging, and the sun could not be seen. Someone was wearing a snow-white marten fur coat. Occasionally the wind and snow would cause the marten fur coat to stick close to her body, revealing her slim figure. Under the huge marten hat that was pressed very low, a pair of bright eyes could be seen. This person had a black scabbard hanging on her waist, revealing only a small part of it. From time to time, she would stretch out her hand from the fur coat, and use her thumb to gently caress the hilt of the saber, revealing a jade lotus root-like wrist, whiter than snow, and would even emit a sparkling and translucent luster. She should be a young woman. But she dared to walk alone in this bone-chilling land of ice and snow, in the northernmost snow-white continent of the 9 great continents. She walked in the northernmost part of the snow-white continent. Even a Jindan realm Qi cultivator might not dare to be so careless, to travel alone to the north. The woman took out a steamed bun that was as hard as iron, and lightly bit and swallowed it. Her gaze was always fixed in front. The snow-white continent was an extremely cold land, desolate and uninhabited, but there would often be big demons appearing, occupying the right time and place, and was extremely difficult to deal with. In the Jindan realm, other than sword cultivators, no one was willing to come here and entangle with those crafty big demons. Once they provoked the anger of the crowd, they would often be heavily surrounded, and there would be no one to respond to them. The woman stopped in her tracks, and just finished eating the steamed bun. In front of her, in the midst of the wind and snow, a huge head of a snow wolf slowly popped out. When it appeared, within a radius of 100 feet, the wind and snow suddenly stopped. The woman lifted her marten hat, raised her head, and confronted the snow wolf that was as tall as a small mountain. She let out a burp. And then a slash. After a moment, there was no difference between heaven and earth, and she had already started to sheath her saber. She continued to walk forward, and smiled. "Let me borrow your head, to exchange for some money." When she walked to the front of the snow wolf, the big demon just happened to collapse like a mountain. She looked at the huge wolf head that was chopped off with a slash, and was somewhat troubled. Such a huge head, did she have to carry it back? So she turned her head to look at the wind and snow in the distance, and raised her hand to greet. "You, come, help me bring this head back, and I will spare your life. As a reward, the rest of the snow wolf's body is all yours." After that, the woman returned in the wind and snow, and behind her was a mountain-moving ape that was holding the bloody wolf head with both hands. Even though there were several big demons near the snow wolf's headless body, and were itching to make a move, and were secretly drooling, but in the end, no one dared to take half a step into the lightning pool. In the vast world, there were 5 lakes and 4 seas, and each territory was vast. In a collapsed Lushan territory, it had already been submerged by a large lake. At the bottom of the lake, there was an ancient battlefield ruins, and a man was hunting those heroic spirits that had not dissipated, and after capturing them, he placed them into a small fish basket at his waist. In the sky above the sea, there was a dome that was so high that it seemed like one could touch the vast world by raising one's hand. Here, there were 2 layers of billowing clouds, and the 2 were separated by more than 100 miles. In the sea of clouds high above, there was a completely negligible gap in the sea of clouds. There was a skinny old man with long eyebrows sitting cross-legged beside the cloud well, and in his hand was a glistening emerald-green fishing rod, but there was no fishing line. In the layer of clouds below, about 70 to 80 miles away from the old man, a large group of cloud whales flew past. The old man made a casting gesture, and under the sunlight, the tip of the green bamboo fishing rod was faintly visible, and it was extremely fine and silvery white. The fishing line tied up a huge cloud whale that was several miles long, and the cloud whale that was born with great strength began to struggle violently. The old man fiercely pulled the fishing rod back, and at the same time, stood up, and the fishing rod was pulled into a shocking arc. The old man laughed and said, "Good fellow. You are quite strong." The 2 sides confronted each other for the time it took to burn a stick of incense, and the old man held the fishing rod and ran around in the sea of clouds, cursing and swearing. It was very comical. A pure martial artist who could ride the wind and travel far away was at least realm 8. Even if he was just a realm 8 martial artist, it would be more than enough to kill a cloud whale. Even if he were to confront a group of cloud whales, he would still be able to win. However, the mystery of the old man's fishing was that he condensed a breath of vital energy into a fishing line that was as thin as a hair, and purely used it to deal with a cloud whale's divine strength. This was the most shocking part. A pure martial artist's strength was in the word pure. Earth Divine Continent, a colossus that was once one of the 9 great dynasties of the world, was destroyed just like that, and its dynasty was cut off. Generally speaking, the only force that could destroy such a huge dynasty was an existence that was even bigger than the 9 great dynasties. However, this time, it was definitely not the case. In the city of the fallen country, where smoke rose from the glorious palace, there was a horse that was slowly moving forward. Wherever it passed, the generals and soldiers would retreat like the tide. This horse directly urged the horse to go to the great hall that was renowned throughout the 9 continents. The war horse did not enter the great hall through the stairs on the 2 sides of the dragon wall. Instead, the horse's hooves stepped directly on the dragon wall, like a wild horse going down a mountain slope. The person riding the horse was tall and big. He wore golden battle armor and a helmet that hid his face. He held a talisman-covered spear that flowed with golden light. It was much longer than a normal spear. The mount was a dragon steed that was a descendant of a flood dragon. It was very mystical and rarely seen in the world. There was also a sheathless sword at the waist of this cavalry general. The sword had no edge and was covered in rust. There were 2 blurry ancient seal characters that were worn out. Before the horse entered the great hall, this general who had contributed to the destruction of the country suddenly raised his arm and pointed a finger at the sky. After the cavalry general made this action, he seemed to be waiting for heaven's response. However, he was calm and collected. After stopping for a moment, he lightly squeezed the horse's belly and continued forward. After the horse crossed the threshold of the great hall, the cavalry general's line of sight was the most precious dragon throne in the world. The general lowered his head and looked at the sheathless sword. I heard that the sheath was left in a small place like Aquarius continent. Should I get someone to retrieve it, or should I make a trip myself? The general took off his helmet, revealing a head of black hair that flowed down. It was her, not him. A female martial god. 259. Standing under the shade of the ancestral Osmanthus tree on the mountaintop of Osmanthus Island, Chen Pingan could not help but think of the old locust tree in his hometown. However, the Osmanthus leaves in front of him were as lush as a canopy, but the old locust tree was no longer there. After a moment of sadness, Chen Pingan smiled knowingly. He still remembered the scene of the little girl in the red cotton-padded jacket running while carrying the locust tree branch. Li Baoping was lively and cute. She was not afraid of anything. She and Fan of Old Dragon City were carefree and could live every day happily. Chen Pingan was very envious of them. He hoped that he could become people like them one day. Apart from Chen Pingan, there were ferry passengers standing under the old Osmanthus tree in 2s and 3s. They were all onlookers who had come because of its reputation. They pointed at the old tree and chatted. Some women chose their spots to stand and let a few painters from Osmanthus Island, who were specially waiting here, pick up their brushes and paint for them. There was also a family of 3 who asked the Chi cultivator painter, who was skilled in painting, to draw a family portrait for them as a memento. Fan had previously reminded Chen Pingan in the carriage that the customers who could go to inverted Hanging Mountain to do business from Old Dragon City had different realms and backgrounds. However, they all had one thing in common, and that was that these people were not to be trifled with. After a lot of twists and turns, anyone could bring out 1 or 2 great figures or celestial families. This was because in addition to the Fan family's own warehouses on Osmanthus Island, many wealthy customers would also use Osmanthus Island to carry goods. This group of people did not lack background and financial resources. They might even be richer than the Fan family. They only lacked a cross-continent ferry that they had obtained by chance and a mature and stable route. Chen Pingan was not someone who liked to stir up trouble, so Fan reminder was icing on the cake. At that moment, Chen Pingan stood quietly at a distance. He waited for a middle-aged painter to hand over the painting scroll. Only then did Chen Pingan walk forward and brushed past the woman who was holding the painting scroll excitedly. He glanced at the painting scroll in the hands of a female Chi refinement warrior. It was very lifelike, unlike the painted door gods in his hometown that were rigid and motionless. On the painting scroll, the woman's clothes and black hair fluttered slowly. A tree of Osmanthus leaves also swayed like ripples. However, with Chen Pingan's eyesight, he discovered that the woman's real appearance was slightly different from the painting scroll. It seemed to have added some color to the painter's painting. Chen Pingan was amazed. Compared to the steely rubbing method on the Kuan boat previously, each had its own merits. When the middle-aged artist saw the young man with a sword on his back, he shook his wrist. Behind him, there was an Osmanthus girl holding a small table with the 4 treasures of the study placed on it. The artist smiled and asked, "Young master, do you want to paint too? Our Osmanthus Island is traveling across continents this time. Before we reach the inverted mountain, there will be 10 sceneries along the way. Each of them is unique in the world. Among them is this ancestral Osmanthus tree. With the light of the celestial Osmanthus, the painting scroll that we paint will have a faint fragrance lingering around it. It can be preserved for 100 years without fading and can be destroyed by insects and ants. It will definitely not disappoint you." Before Chen Pingan moved, he had already kept the Osmanthus wooden token. He nodded and smiled. "I want to paint 3 of the same thing. May I know how much it will cost?" The middle-aged artist was stunned. He did not know if the young man in straw sandals in front of him was the Gong son of a rich family or a rich child who did not know the ways of the world. Most people would paint at most 1 painting. Who would want as many as 3 at one go? However, no one would complain about earning too much money. The artist smiled and said, "1 painting costs 10 snowflakes. If you want 3, I can give you a discount. I will only charge you 25 snowflakes." The Osmanthus lady, whose beauty was far inferior to the golden millet of the Osmanthus bloodline, smiled sweetly and added in a soft voice, "If you have the special wooden token of Osmanthus Island, you can even get a discount." Chen Pingan shook his head. "No, I am just an ordinary customer. 1 painting cost 10 snowflakes." To Chen Pingan, who always bought the cheapest wine, it was an unimaginable expense. However, today, Chen Pingan did not hesitate and directly took out 25 snowflakes. According to the Osmanthus lady's request, he only needed to place them on her small table. The Fan family's artist did not touch them. Then, the middle-aged artist had Chen Pingan stand under the Osmanthus tree. After changing positions several times, he finally chose a spot with the best view. Chen Pingan stood alone under the tree. Facing the artist's scrutiny, he was clearly a bit reserved. After the artist kindly comforted him with a few words, he relaxed slightly. His limbs were no longer so stiff, but his face was still a bit tense. The artist did not dare to point out too much. He originally thought that he could just put more thought into it when he started to paint. The Osmanthus lady could not help but smile. Such a shy customer was rare on Osmanthus Island where immortals gathered. In the past, there were a few bold men and women who asked if they could stand on their ancestors' Osmanthus tree and asked the artist to paint a painting of ascending and looking into the distance. The woman asked if she could hold the Osmanthus in her hand. Of course, it was not possible. The middle-aged artist picked up his brush and lightly waved his sleeve. The rare rice paper from Qinghuan slid down from the small table and slowly flew in front of him. It hovered motionlessly, as if it was placed on a flat painting table. The artist was not in a hurry to paint on the paper, but started to brew his emotions. He wrote deeply into the wood. To paint a portrait, he had to draw out a certain spirit. The artist had one hand behind his back and the other holding onto the brush. He stared at the young man under the tree. He carried a sword sheath on his back, his fists were clenched tightly by his sides. His eyes were bright, his skin was slightly dark, and he wore a pair of grass sandals that were not commonly seen. His clothes were simple and plain, but they were clean and tidy, and did not give off a sloppy feeling. Compared to the young men in the south, he was slightly shorter. Maybe in the north of the Aquarius continent, he would have a more youthful stature. But the skilled artist realized that he was actually unable to capture the spirit of the young man in front of him. It was not that the young man did not have it, but the artist was unable to confirm it. He felt that no matter how he painted, it would be difficult to paint to the state of complete divine likeness. The artist was not willing to reveal his weakness, in case the cooked duck flew away. 25 snowflakes, he could get 5 of them, which was not a small amount. The middle-aged artist could only brace himself, and pretended to be confident and started to paint. The first portrait of the young man could only be said to be extremely similar. Not to mention a chi cultivator like him, even the ordinary court painters in the Mountain Dynasty could do it. The artist was extremely dissatisfied, but he could not voice out his bitterness. After painting, the artist took a short rest. The young man also took down the wine flask at his waist and drank a mouthful of wine. After drinking, he became more relaxed. The young man turned his head to look at the northern land, and a smile appeared on his face. It was probably because he thought of a beautiful person or something. After the young man retracted his gaze, he crossed his arms and puffed out his chest, smiling brightly. The artist inadvertently caught a glimpse of this scene, and had a flash of inspiration. He had it. Thus, the second painting was obviously filled with spirit. The complex emotions of the young man traveling thousands of miles away from home slowly flowed out from the artist's brush. When the middle-aged artist was resting, the young man drank again, and then he no longer had a smile on his face. He no longer crossed his arms, and it was as though he did not want the wine flask at his waist to appear in the painting, and hid it behind his back. But the young man's formless aura was even more stable, like an adult who could take care of himself even if he was far away from home. The artist was also more satisfied with the third painting. Osman thus Lil Miss Gui Hua was already familiar with the 3 scrolls and the white jade scroll. After Chen Pingan ran all the way here and saw the 3 scrolls, he looked very happy and did not have any objections. Handing the paintings to the young man, the middle-aged artist was actually a little apprehensive. I hope young master will be satisfied. Chen Pingan held the 3 paintings with both hands and smiled brightly. It's very good. Thank you. The middle-aged artist was relieved and smiled. In the future, if young master still wants to paint, you can make an appointment with me. In the future, I will definitely paint the 9 sceneries of Osmanthus Island on time, and I will give young master a 10% discount. My name is Su Yu Ting. Young master only needs to ask any of the Osmanthus flower ladies on the ferry, and you will be able to find me. Chen Pingan nodded his head and took his leave. Actually, Chen Pingan was too embarrassed to say that the chances of getting the 9 sceneries of the sea in the future were not high. According to Chen Pingan's attitude of not giving up until he was dead, and Chen Pingan's temper of asking for trouble, it was unlikely that he would leave the Gui Mai courtyard in the future. Returning to the house in the Gui Mai courtyard, Chen Pingan began to write a letter. Every stroke of his was written seriously, and it was full of craftsmanship. Not to mention his disciple Kui Dongshan, even Li Baoping was far from being comparable. Previously, in the dusty medicine shop in Old Dragon City, Chen Pingan had wanted to send a letter to Cliff Academy and his hometown, Longquan, but he was afraid of unexpected complications. After all, Old Dragon City's surname was Fan, and he did not dare to act rashly. After knowing that the Fan family had an immortal relay station for flying swords on Osmanthus Island, he wanted to wait until he got on the boat. This time, it just so happened that he had drawn 3 paintings. One of them was to be sent to Li Baoping along with the letter, and the other was to be sent to Longquan. When the time came, he would have the little boy in green and the little girl in pink help him go to his parents' graves and burn the painting, so that his parents would know that he was living a good life. This was why Chen Pingan had hidden the blade-strengthening gourd under the Osmanthus tree. He could not let his parents know that he was already an alcoholic. After writing the 2 letters and carrying the 2 paintings, Chen Pingan once again left the courtyard and went to the immortal relay station. This time, Chen Pingan met the Osmanthus flower girl, Jin Su, outside the door. Although Chen Pingan insisted on going to the relay station to send the letter, Jin Su also insisted on leading the way. She said that although she did not live in the Gui Mai courtyard, she was still a maidservant there. If Chen Pingan wanted to deal with this matter alone, she would definitely be punished by Aunt Gui and the Fan family. Chen Pingan had no choice but to let her follow. Fortunately, after arriving at the relay station, Jin Su remained silent and did not interfere. Even when Chen Pingan put away the Gui Mai wooden tablet and paid for the snow as an ordinary guest, the girl acted as if she did not see anything. Jin Su sent Chen Pingan back to the entrance of the small courtyard, then stopped to say goodbye. When he returned to his residence, Aunt Gui was in an elegant and quiet courtyard. It turned out that they lived together. Even the elders of Osmanthus Island did not know that Jin Su was this woman's only disciple. Jin Su sat across from the woman. The woman smiled and asked, "What is it? Is there something on your mind? Is it related to that young man?" Jin Su, who had a cold temperament, did not smile much, even when facing this teacher of hers. It's a bit strange. Aunt Gui smiled and said, right now, you are still in a corner of Osmanthus Island, following the ferry to and fro on the sea. In fact, you have very few opportunities to interact with people. It is normal for you to feel that the young man is strange. For the first time, Jinsu revealed a naive expression and said in a huff, I have also disembarked from the ferry to the inner city a few times. I have seen many young talents of Old Dragon City. The woman laughed involuntarily. And then you fell in love with Sun Jiashu at first sight? You even mercilessly rejected Fu Nanhua's good intentions? Do you know that the Fan family wishes for you to be closer to Fu Nanhua? However, although the Fan family is a family of businessmen, their family values have always been good. Even if you are not sensible and almost caused trouble, they still do not want to force you. Why don't you try to change to another family of Old Dragon City? You would have already suffered a lot by now. Jinsu's eyes were sharp. The Fan family has treated me well. I will repay them in the future. But if they dare to push me too far, without waiting for the girl to finish, the woman leaned forward and slapped her disciple's forehead heavily. She laughed angrily and said, don't talk nonsense. You are just a cavern realm chi cultivator who staggered to the middle 5 states. Do you really think you are a cultivation genius? In terms of talent, you are about the same as the fanboy. In Old Dragon City, you are considered amazing, but in the entire Aquarius continent, you are not the best. If you are in the whole vast world. Speaking of this, the woman sighed. It was very difficult to accept a disciple who was suitable to her. It was even more difficult to let the disciple break through the realm and reach the sky step by step. Therefore, for a real immortal family at the top of the mountain, accepting a disciple was always the most important thing. It was second only to their own attainment of Tao and immortality. She knew 2 Earth Immortals of the 10th level and a pure Jade Realm cultivator. In order to test the temperament of a future disciple, they would spend at least 10 years and at most 100 years. Only when everything was ready would they accept the disciple as a disciple. The arrogant young girl went all out. Since there were no outsiders here, she got up and moved to sit beside the woman. She hugged Aunt Gui's arm and said coquettishly, Jinsu, don't you have a good master? Aunt Gui pointed at the girl with a finger and said jokingly, you have a good master, but I have a lousy disciple who makes me worry. The young girl hugged the woman's arm and leaned her head on the woman's shoulder. She murmured, Master, do you think Sun Jiashu likes me? Aunt Gui did not answer the question. Instead, she teased, spring is gone, but the heart of love is still there. Jinsu's face was full of shyness. She complained, Master. The woman turned her head and stared at her disciple's face. She smiled kindly and said, how can a man not like such a beautiful girl? Jinsu was full of joy. However, the woman sighed and said, but have you ever thought that Sun Jiashu is not only an outstanding man, he is also the head of the Sun family in Old Dragon City. He is an ambitious man who wants to become the ancestor of the Sun family's resurgence. He is also the disciple of the Shong family with high hopes. Even if the 2 of you can overcome all difficulties and walk together in the end, once you marry a merchant, your path of cultivation will be very difficult. The young girl's expression dimmed. The woman stroked Jinsu's soft hair. The path of cultivation is infinitely beautiful, but it is not easy to walk on it. Every choice is cultivation. Life in this world is a bitter cultivation. The woman suddenly smiled and said, Master doesn't understand. Why do you not like Fanboy? He is such a good child. If you can truly like him, even if I have to throw away my face and use up my 1,000 years of relationship with the Fan family, I will still make a marriage between the 2 of you. Jinsu exclaimed and quickly sat up straight. Master, please don't randomly match a couple. That Fanboy is silly and doesn't have the slightest bit of heroic spirit or formidable disposition. He's always fooling around. If I fell for a little brat like him, then I'd really be possessed. The woman smiled and shook her head. Jinsu said softly, Master, look. The friend that Fanner made is so boring. He is like a piece of wood. Everything he does and says is rigid. This kind of person, no matter how good his family background is, no matter how much the Fan family treats him, his future achievements will not be very high. The woman thought for a moment. Regarding this matter, she neither agreed nor disagreed. After Chen Pinggan returned to the courtyard, he did not have anything to worry about for the time being. He began to practice the 6-step stance in the courtyard. The old Jindan swordsman did not actually need to leave the room to observe the youth's practice. However, the old man still pushed open the door and walked out, openly watching the stance. Chen Pinggan did not care about this. He continued to practice in silence. Before taking the Shu Shui Nation ferry, Chen Pinggan's practice of the stance walking was relatively slow. On the 200,000 li of Dragon Path, as well as the Yangji Hall ferry, Chen Pinggan was already at the threshold of level 4. Thus, his punches were extremely fast. In total, he punched 300,000 times. It seemed like he had completed them in the blink of an eye. Now that he had completely broken through the bottleneck of level 3 and entered level 4, Chen Pinggan once again slowed down his punches. The 3 Qi refining realms of pure martial arts were Qi refining. Unlike the Qi refining of cultivators, one had to put a lot of effort into the 3 matters of the soul, spirit, and courage. The old man surnamed Kui from Luopa Mountain's bamboo tower had once said that Chen Pinggan, the strongest of the 3 realms, as long as he successfully broke through, the rest of the 3 Qi refining realms would be smooth and unobstructed. As for the torment of level 4, Chen Pinggan always felt that it was a bit fleeting and empty. It was not like the previous 3 realms, where each step landed on solid ground. Therefore, Chen Pinggan did not feel deeply about it for the time being. He did not know if his level 4 was solid enough. The old man had once suggested that it would be best for level 4, level 6 martial masters to search for opportunities in the ruins of ancient battlefields. There were many yin qi and evil qi, strong yang astral winds, and all kinds of chaotic qi of various origins. These were all good things that martial artists used to temper their soul and courage. In the end, it was all about suffering. This was fighting against the heavens and earth. Taking a step back, the next best thing would be killing on the battlefield. The more bloody the battle, the more one would be able to understand the whole world is your enemy. The next best thing would be the fighting in Jianghu. Martial masters or qi cultivators in the middle 5 realms would be used as whetstones to hone one's martial Dao. As for the Great Wall of Sword Qi, its sword qi was rampant between heaven and earth. It naturally rejected all qi cultivators who were not sword cultivators, not to mention pure martial artists. It was unknown how many martial artists did not know when to stop, or how many of their Dao protectors were not strong enough. They coveted to increase their realm and died in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. That was why the old man had asked Chen Pinggan to reach level 4 before he set off to the inverted mountain. He had to climb up the city wall and then walk down it alive. As for how long Chen Pinggan needed to stay on the city wall and how many times he should climb up the city wall, the old man did not say a word. He probably felt that it was pure nonsense. The barefoot old man's vision was too high. He had reached the peak of level 10 100 years ago. Therefore, his vision had always been set on the highest point in the world. Therefore, the old man did not say a word to Chen Pinggan about the things that many martial Dao masters would repeat many times. For example, he did not mention the opportunity to break through between level 4, level 6, and level 7. There was also no need to talk about the mysteries of the strongest person in each realm of martial arts. The less the old man said, the higher his expectations were. What is level 9 to a disciple that I personally taught? Even level 10 is not enough. You, Chen Pinggan, should head straight for the legendary martial god realm. Even I, old man Kui, who has a loftiness higher than the heavens, should think that you, Chen Pinggan, are above the heaven. But the affairs of the world were so strange. Old man Kui said very little, but Chen Pinggan understood even more. Chen Pinggan was confused about the 2 great opportunities in the Sun family's ancestral home. He only felt that he would not be satisfied if he did not throw that punch. Later on, he knew the truth. Even if he kept watch time and time again, waiting for the opportunity to descend with great difficulty, when the moment really arrived, Chen Pinggan suddenly realized that he only felt that he had to throw that punch again. Then, without hesitation, He sent those cloud sea dragons formed by the golden air currents back into the sky again. The old man and the young man were both unreasonable. Ma Ji, the golden elixir realm sword cultivator, was not very surprised at first. However, after watching the youth fight for a long time, he finally saw some clues. The old man shook his head and smiled bitterly. He only felt that he had seen a ghost. A pure martial artist's soul and guts already had an embryonic form and were only waiting to be tempered. This meant that from level 4 to level 6, it would be very fast and could be said to be unobstructed. If one blindly pursued the speed of climbing the martial path, one could totally scare others out of their wits. If he had not known beforehand that the youth had just reached level 4, the old man would actually not be so shocked. However, Mr. Zheng had clearly said that the youth was only level 4. How could there be such a domineering level 4 in the world? This Fan family guest discovered that the intrinsic flying sword in his Qi residence was restless. The old man actually had a slight thought of sparring with the youth with his sword. A golden elixir realm sword cultivator of level 9 Qi refinement warrior seriously sparring with a level 4 pure martial artist. The old man was filled with disappointment, feeling that he was really old. However, the old sword cultivator was soon relieved. The world was vast. How many geniuses could a frog at the bottom of a well like him, who was hiding at the bottom of the well in Old Dragon City, see? The youth before him who was practicing with a sword on his back was just one of them. The old man suddenly had a whim and smiled as he asked, "Chen Pinggan, don't tell me you want to become the strongest level 4 martial artist in the world." Chen Pinggan had just finished a 6-step stance walk. He turned back and punched non-stop as he answered, "Of course." The old man only thought that this youth who could use his connections to test his sword came from the top aristocratic immortal sect in the Aquarius continent. He was ambitious and had a youthful temperament. Therefore, he did not feel that it was too abrupt. He did not dislike this kind of youthful frivolity. However, the old man did not know. The fist technique that the youth before him was practicing was just a simple stance. He had already practiced it hundreds of thousands of times. In the evening, the Osmanthus Island ferry that was previously covered by the huge island slowly set sail. If someone was at the top of Old Dragon City and looked into the distance, they would be able to see the huge figure of the ferry. Of course, if one was on this isolated island, they would be able to see it clearly. For example, the head of the Sun family, Sun Jiashu. This time, when he left Old Dragon City, Sun Jiashu did not let his family's consecrators follow him. This was because he had an additional young sword cultivator from the Wind and Thunder Garden, Liu Baqiao. Liu Baqiao, who had rushed to Old Dragon City, was currently squatting on the railing of the island's viewing pavilion. He was looking at Osmanthus Island from afar. He looked slightly tired and desolate. He was tired because he had been riding his sword all the way to the south. It was inevitable that he was mentally and physically exhausted. The loneliness on his face was due to all sorts of feelings. It was as if a gush of depression had crawled up his throat. He wanted to spit it out but was afraid of hurting his friend. Sun Jiashu said softly, "Why don't you go to Osmanthus Island to explain?" Even if Liu Baqiao was an extremely talented sword cultivator, he had been in a hurry to leave the Wind and Thunder Garden. After riding his sword for such a long distance, his lips were still chapped. He stretched out his hand and wiped them. He shook his head and said, "I don't have the face to see Chen Pinggan." Sun Jiashu leaned against the pavilion's pillar and sat beside Liu Baqiao. He smiled bitterly and said, "I've let you down this time. Chen Pinggan is only my friend. It doesn't mean that he's your friend. I didn't think that Chen Pinggan had so many secrets. Even you, Sun Jiashu, couldn't help but be tempted by wealth. Actually, in the end, it's my fault. I still underestimated my friend's ability. Sun Jiashu, don't feel more guilty because of what I said. There's no need, and you shouldn't be like this." Sun Jiashu put his arm on the railing and looked sideways. A cool breeze brushed past his face. The originally handsome man looked even more elegant and otherworldly. He said softly, "You're right, but things shouldn't have become so bad. You didn't scold me or beat me, and now you're trying to reason with me. You, Liu Baqiao, don't like to talk reason. I, Sun Jiashu, know this better than anyone. So why do I feel like you want to cut ties with me? Liu Baqiao shook his head and said, no. You're thinking too much. Liu Baqiao turned his head and smiled, it's true. Sun Jiashu smiled and said, you tricked me so miserably this time. Can it be considered that my heart is with the bright moon, but the bright moon illuminates the ditch? Liu Baqiao continued to look into the distance and grinned, sour, even more sour than Chen Ping'an's pickles. Sun Jiashu smiled, but sighed in his heart. The two got up and returned to Old Dragon City. Sun Jiashu brought Liu Baqiao to the Sun Clan's ancestral home. The nascent sole patriarch of the Sun Clan, who was like a stabilizing needle, liked Liu Baqiao, the rising star of the Wind Thunder Garden, very much the first time they met. As an Earth immortal, the old man rarely touched his chopsticks. Today, he sat at the same table as the two youths and ate supper. It was all Liu Baqiao's favorite dishes. Liu Baqiao and the Sun Clan's patriarch jested, just like in the early years. They never knew what nauseating was, and they never hesitated to expose the old man's shortcomings. It made the old man laugh. Liu Baqiao still had to rush back to the Wind Thunder Garden. After eating, he hung the old dragon cloud turning pendant and left on his sword. In the night, Sun Jiashu held a fishing rod alone and fished silently by the shore. Late at night, Sun Jiashu suddenly raised his head. Liu Baqiao returned on his sword and landed behind Sun Jiashu. He kicked the Sun Clan's patriarch into the river. After that, the sword cultivator of the Wind Thunder Garden didn't say a word and continued north on his sword. Sun Jiashu walked ashore like a drowned rat, but he smiled happily. The old ancestor of the Sun Clan appeared beside Sun Jiashu out of thin air and said earnestly, a friend like Liu Baqiao is a blessing to have in one's lifetime, whether it's 60 years or 100 or 1,000 years. You must cherish it. Sun Jiashu wiped his face and smiled, today, I truly understand. Patriarch, can you let me be willful for once and do something that Sun Jiashu wants to do, but as the Sun Clan's patriarch? The old man didn't hesitate, the Sun Clan's patriarch is happy to see it happen. Sun Jiashu suddenly bowed to the old man, thank you for your kindness, patriarch. The old man laughed heartily, rise. This is outrageous. Brat, you are now the patriarch of the Sun Clan. Sun Jiashu carried his fishing rod and basket and quickly walked back to the Sun Clan's ancestral home. He left that night and went to the Sun Clan's mansion in the inner city to handle some matters. A Golden Core realm consecrator of the Sun Clan's ancestral home found the Sun Clan's patriarch not long after Sun Jiashu left. He went straight to the point and said with a smile, with such a patriarch of the Sun Clan, I am willing to renew my agreement with the Sun Clan for another 100 years. The old man laughed and agreed. Finally, the old man came to the ancestral hall alone and silently lit 3 incense sticks. Dusty medicine shop. Since Fan didn't need to go to the ancestral hall to be punished, the young man openly came to chat with Mr. Zheng. When the young man came, the man was leaning over the counter and teasing a plump shop woman. He asked her husband, who was a coachman, if he still had the strength to return home at night after a hard day. The woman in the dusty medicine shop was already used to the shopkeeper's tricks. She smiled charmingly and replied, I've already found carpenters to fix my bed several times. Fanna happened to hear this and pretended not to understand. The woman was a little shy. After all, talking nonsense with the shopkeeper and arguing with each other was just to relieve boredom. In front of ordinary outsiders, she really didn't dare to be so bold. Zheng Dafeng didn't want to let the woman go. He smiled at Fan and said, in the future, if your family needs carpenters to fix your bed, you can ask this sister to introduce you to someone she knows. Fan made a sound of acknowledgement. Immediately, there was an overwhelming clamor in the shop. Some threatened to sew up the shopkeeper's mouth with needles and thread. Some threatened not to cook even if they were paid. Zheng Dafeng only treated it as scratching an itch. He smiled and led the young man to the backyard. Before the two sat down, Fanna had already taken the initiative to help Zheng Dafeng fiddle with the old tobacco pipe. The latter blew out a smoke ring. Thinking that the brat had finally gotten out of Old Dragon City, he felt really refreshed. Fanna sat on a small stool and asked, Mr. Zheng, Are you going to the Fu clan's wedding? Zheng Dafeng said unhappily. If the bridegroom on the wedding night is me, I will go. Fan Er said in a small voice, I heard that Fu Nanhua's unmarried wife is not particularly good-looking. Zheng Dafeng sneered. The legitimate daughter of the Yunlin Jiang clan is not good-looking? If she were my wife, I wouldn't get out of bed every day. Fan Er was speechless. Everything about Mr. Zheng was good, but his straightforwardness made him a little uncomfortable. When it came to chatting with people, it was more interesting to be with Chen Pinggan. Zheng Dafeng suddenly asked, Chen Pinggan thinks of you as a friend? Fan Er nodded vigorously and said, that's right, we're very good friends. Zheng Dafeng raised his head and blew out a cloud of smoke. He said playfully, fortune favors fools. It was rare for Fan Er to refute this teacher who had a high martial arts level. Mister, you can't say that about Chen Pinggan. He is not stupid. He is very smart. Even I have to admire him for knowing so many things. I feel that it is my good fortune to know Chen Pinggan. Zheng Dafeng glanced at this simple-minded kid. No wonder you two can become friends. Zheng Dafeng restrained his expression and said in a low voice, I just confirmed two things myself. Fan Er, listen carefully. Fan Er immediately puffed out his chest and listened respectfully. Zheng Dafeng extended a finger. My senior apprentice brother, Li Er, was once the strongest Realm 9 in the world, and I, Zheng Dafeng, was once the strongest Realm 8. Thus, Li Er gave birth to a pair of very promising children, and married. Let's not talk about this. As for me, just a little bit more, I was about to complete an unprecedented feat, going straight from Realm 8 to Realm 10. Looking back at Chen Pinggan's Realm 3, he has attracted two worldly anomalies, and his current wealth. Therefore, there is a saying that is correct, absolutely true. Fan Er's eyes widened, full of curiosity. Zheng Dafeng's expression was serious. As long as you become the strongest person in a certain martial arts realm in the entire vast world, you can obtain an endless stream of good fortune. Of course, if you want to squat in the latrine without taking a shit, you can't do that. You still have to break through when you need to. Otherwise, it will go against the principles of martial arts, and it will be bad. Fan Er asked carefully, Mister, are you trying to say that I am the strongest Realm 3 in the world now? But my sister said that my aptitude is mediocre and not very good. Is it because her taste is not as good as Mister's? Haha, no wonder Mister said no wonder Chen Pinggan and I became good friends. No wonder, no wonder. So we are the first and second Realm 3 martial artists in the world. Zheng Dafeng was annoyed. He pointed at the door with the bamboo curtain and scolded jokingly, Scram, go sit over there. Fan Er hurriedly moved a small stool over there and sat obediently. It seemed that he had thought wrongly. He had only interacted with Chen Pinggan for a few days. He was originally quite a clever child, but he had suddenly become so stupid. Zheng Dafeng took a hard drag of his pipe. You can break through the Realm 3 soon. When you reach the Realm 4, I plan to help you fight for that slim chance. Although it is very slim, I, Zheng Dafeng, am a Realm 9 martial artist. I am not too far off from Li Er, Song Jianqiang. I don't believe that if I am serious for once, there will be anything that I cannot do. Fan Er said timidly, the strongest Realm 4? Zheng Dafeng nodded. At least you didn't give your brain to that Chen guy. Zheng Dafeng's face was serious, but he was secretly happy. While Chen Pinggan had suffered greatly on Osmanthus Island and the Great Wall of Sword Chi, he also had to pass a huge hurdle that ordinary martial artists could not hope for but was extremely dangerous to him. In the end, even if he passed that hurdle and went through all kinds of hardships, the strongest Realm 4 was his friend Fan Er and not him. Wasn't this very interesting? Speaking of which, in this vast world, there were tens of thousands of proud sons of heaven walking on the martial path. Even Fan Er, whose talent was not extraordinary, could not beat him, so Chen Pinggan did not need to fight for the strongest 4 realms. At this moment, after holding it in for a long time, Fan Er could not help but say, Mister, according to what you said, Chen Pinggan is already at the Realm 4. If I secretly become this Realm 4, will I bump into him one day? Mister, actually, when I started practicing martial arts, it was because I did not have the talent of a Qi refinement warrior. Therefore, I wanted to reach the very, very high realm 8 and be able to travel with the wind like a chi refinement warrior. I don't have much confidence in the strongest realm 4, and I don't really want it either. At the end of his words, the young man lowered his head, not daring to look at Zheng Dafeng. Zheng Dafeng's hot-bloodedness and ambition were doused with cold water just like that. Fortunately, Zheng Dafeng's mental fortitude was far beyond that of ordinary people. Otherwise, he would not have reached the realm he had today. He just took it as a spontaneous idea and another boring thing to do. Zheng Dafeng smiled. Don't be in a hurry to deny it. Wait until you reach the realm 4. If you change your mind then, you can tell me. Fan Er smiled and said, okay. Zheng Dafeng waved his hand. Get lost quickly. You have no ambition at all. Just looking at you makes me annoyed. The young man got up and put the stool back in its original position. When he walked to the door with the bamboo curtain, he turned and laughed. Isn't it because you like to enjoy life, mister? Zheng Dafeng rolled his eyes. The young man passed by the medicine shop in front of him that was deserted. The young man greeted the women and girls who said their goodbyes one by one. After stepping out of the dusty medicine shop, Fan Er looked up at the sky. He did not know when his sister would return home. If she accidentally found a brother-in-law she did not like on this trip to the north to Dali, he would have a headache. Hello sister, hello parents, hello ancestors, hello guest elders, hello Mr. Zheng, hello friend Chen Pinggan whom he had just met, hello. Only his brother-in-law was not nice. How awkward would that be? The young man shook his head and walked alone in the alley. Taking advantage of the fact that there was no one around, he performed a round of tortoise punches that he felt were the most awe-inspiring and domineering. It was a pity that Chen Pinggan was not present. Otherwise, he would definitely have admitted defeat. The next time he met Chen Pinggan, he would definitely learn from those heroes of the pugilistic world. Chop off a chicken's head and burn yellow paper, and call each other brothers. The more Fan Er thought, the happier he was. His punches became more and more like tortoise punches. He did not forget to cheer himself on. After he stopped, he clicked his tongue and said, "This set of punches is really soul-stirring." The young man did not know that in the alley behind him, at the door of the dusty medicine shop, there was a young woman wearing a green robe. Her face was tired, as if she had just returned from a long journey. She was drinking wine. Looking at the back of the young man, she muttered, "Father and mother really did not make a mistake in naming Fan Er." On Osmanthus Island, Chen Pinggan was practicing the 6-step stance over and over again in the small courtyard of Gui Mai in the night. Before he reached the Great Wall of Sword Chi, he really had a chance of punching 1,000,000 times. After the stance walking, Chen Pinggan began to practice the sword furnace stance. In the latter half of the night, Chen Pinggan returned to his room. In the middle of summer, the young man lay on the precious bamboo mat that was as cool as water. He habitually placed the wooden box on the bed so that he could reach it with a stretch of his hand. He closed his eyes and slowly fell asleep. There was a smile on the young man's face. He was about to go to the Great Wall of Sword Chi and practice his punches on the city wall. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories,